What is your most hated menu item? Panda Express, grilled teriyaki chicken. Not that it's bad regularly, but a new batch of teriyaki chicken takes almost 20 minutes to finish, whereas orange chicken takes 5-8 minutes to finish. Most days we depend on predicting how many customers are going to order it in the next 20 minutes. So when a huge crowd comes in that only wants teriyaki chicken, it can effectively shut us down. Every DQ employee hates when someone orders the fried shrimp because it smells like a graveyard during low tide. Former Colston employee here. Anything with chocolate ice cream, because for some reason, only that flavor would freeze into a rock. Anything else, cake batter, vanilla, etc., would freeze to a normal ice cream consistency and would be easy to scoop and mix. Working with chocolate ice cream was like breaking apart a brick. The banana split blizzard at DQ. Almost all of the ingredients are liquids, so the thing is pure soup once you blend it. Had someone send it back once because it was so liquidy. When she tried to send the second back, the manager intervened. It's just not possible to make it thick. I work at a small pizza franchise. Taco salads are a nightmare. Why anyone would order a taco salad from a pizza restaurant and expect it to be as good as the Mexican place down the street is baffling to me. Former Papa Murphy's employee here. My managers were generally pretty anal about portion sizes, so anything with pepperoni required a lot of counting. Pretty much every other topping could be doled out quickly with measuring cups, but when you order a large cowboy, those 35 pepperoni have to be counted individually. If you order a family-size pepperoni pizza, just start counting to 80, because that's the bare minimum amount of time it will take to make your order. I used to be a server at Steak and Shake. When I had a 7x7, 7 patties and 7 slices of cheese, I would always call it back. It takes up a good portion of the grill, so in the middle of a rush it really freaking sucks for the cooks. Haven't worked it in a long time, but when I worked at MCD's, it was the freaking MCDLT. Stupid gimmick packaging that didn't do squat. Never ordered enough to keep them moving through the bin, so they were always getting wasted. Kinda fast food. We have a chimichurri chicken. It's a massive glob of boneless chicken in a vacuum sealed bag which is extremely fragile. You microwave it for 7-8 minutes, and then when it's done you take it out and put it onto the grill for the finishing grill marks. Always breaks. Always end up serving 3-4 shredded half grilled horrible chunks of vile chicken. Hate doing it. I work in Dunkin' Donuts and the big and toasted is my enemy. You get double the fake egg, a normal amount of bacon pretty much on the greasiest piece of bread I have ever seen in my life. I worked at a Starbucks inside of a Vons. Making the drinks is super simple, but the worst had to be a strawberry banana smoothie. Most of the time we didn't have bananas or protein powder ready. I had to run to the opposite corner of the Vons for a banana and then THR back room for protein powder. Then while opening the banana, you are not allowed to touch it. I normally fumbled around with the peel of the banana at an extra slow pace as to not touch it. It got easier after the 5th or so run across the country to the other side of Vons. So, while frappuccinos are annoying when you order 4 different types, the fricking smoothie takes like 5 minutes longer to make. Even worse, my Starbucks used frozen bananas. We would either have none pulled and you'd have to blend a banana arc, or they'd be out too long and turn into gross mush. Once we had a crew of literally 20 teenagers come in. First one turned to everyone behind him and told them that the smoothies were the best. Worst shit of my life. Ex-Sonic manager here. The blasts by far are the worst to make, and the more complicated you order it, the harder it is to make, and the more I hate you. Bonus points for having so many ingredients in it. The blender bursts a hole in the cup so I have to start completely over. It evens out because, as a grown man, I have to utter the phrase waffle berry brownie blast when I order it. McFlurries. The mixing machines are a pain in the ass and just end up making a mess. Also during the summer when people are ordering a lot of them, the ice cream machine can't keep up and basically just starts dispensing the ice cream mix in its liquid form. I used to detest people who ordered sundaes when I worked in a pizza place, because for some reason they were made by the wait bar staff, not the kitchen, so you ended up down a person for ages. because it's never one person who orders a sundae. All their friends go, what a good idea. More a fault with division of labor than the customers or the menu item, but still annoying. I work at a coffee shop, and we have an item called sea foam. It's a raw juice item and it's terrible to make. Takes about 5 minutes to make and half the time the juicer breaks down and you have to clean the juicer every time you use it. It's okay to make on a normal day, but when we're busy it's bad. Former assistant manager of Domino's, where I sold pizza and pizza accessories. The pan pizzas were horrible to make. If it was any of the specialty pizzas, deluxe was okay. Mainly the extravaganzas. Adding so many toppings onto a pizza with dough with little density was disastrous. But the worst was a customer wanting a pan extravaganza with extra of every topping. When we got the pizza out of the pan, it folded in half from being unable to support such ingredient frickery. I called the customer back and explained what happened and suggested a better option, who proceeded to tell me how I should just cook the toppings separately from the rest and then place it on, which wouldn't work as the cheese on top is supposed to act as an emulsifier. Smoothie King workers hate making the Hulk. It requires scooping several scoops of butter pecan ice cream, which never wants to scoop. Every Sunday, we put all of the ice creams in the freezer in order to clean the ice cream freezer. This means the ice creams stay in the freezer overnight. Every Monday morning, this little crap comes and orders 5 Hulks at the ass crack of dawn, right when we open, meaning the butter pecan ice cream is still frozen solid, and we have to scoop about 10 scoops. When I worked at Pizza Hut, we had an appetizer called spin rolls that were basically a tortilla with chicken, sauce, mushrooms and cheese inside it, but they always managed to burn. So you'd have to put them in the oven for half the time, then micromanage the crap out of them till they were cooked. Always set me behind on my other work, especially on weekend rushes. At Taco Bell, I hated making a 12-pack of soft shells. Hard shells were easy. You took 4 or 6 in one hand, threw meat in them, lettuce, cheese, wrapped them up. Heck, even the wrapping was easy. Soft shells come from the fridge spot, so they're cold and you have to one by one put them onto the grill to warm for a few seconds. They were usually so small you'd burn your hand a little. Then they were floppy, so you couldn't just do a sleeve of them at once. You had to do the meat, lettuce, cheese, wrap, repeat 12 times. Sometimes people would order 24 or 36 at once, all soft shell. It was awful. Every Starbucks employee in the world hates making frappuccinos. Frappuccinos take longer to make than any other menu item. This is fine. The thing is, they usually get ordered in groups. This is also fine. But people come in, and they do this, and they get impatient. That's where it gets annoying. And that it slows things down for the whole line. So people who ordered faster drinks also get impatient. The baristas are working as fast as they can. You ordered a time-consuming item. Have more patience than a 12-year-old, even though you ordered something that is probably for a 12-year-old. Whatever the seasonal item is, I used to work at Starbucks. Luckily I left before that unicorn one came out. It was rough. Still had people asking about it for months, even though it lasted 2 days or less. Currently work at Pizza Hut, and for the staff it's when we get our new limited time offer pizzas. They are in essence these ridiculous looking pizzas that only serve as a publicity stunt. Anything with bacon in Burger King. Pre-packed, pre-cooked with a disconcerting green sheen even when stored correctly and in date. Disgusting to separate the tiny bits from each other due to all the congealed grease. Then microwave just long enough for the fat to melt into the burger. There was also a combo with bacon and slimy smelly mushrooms, which was even worse. Used to work at McDonald's. I hate the McRib, not because it was a pain to make, but because I was the one who closed down the grill every night. No matter how much you clean, there will always be dry barbecue sauce that won't come out. Multiple onion rings back to back at Whataburger. There is only one fry spot specifically for onion rings and fish. If it's one medium or large onion ring, no big deal, but then sometimes you get the next person after the onion ring order gets onion rings as well, and with that you're fricked. And unlike the fries where you can mass fry them, but onion rings you cannot because they don't hold as well as fries, so you have to specifically fry them when they are ordered. And they come at different sizes as well, so you gotta balance out the small ones with large ones. The onion rings altogether are frustrating and they ain't even all that great. Everything else from Whataburger is great and worth a trip to Texas, but for onion rings there are better options in my hometown. I used to work at Sonic and the Heath. Snickers and Reese's Cup Blasts were the worst to make. The candies are usually cold and frozen together and mixed with even more solid ice cream. 95% of the time I made one, the cup would break and I'd have to start over. Ends up taking like 4 minutes to make. I once went to Chipotle and ordered a quesarito, which is a quesadilla used as a tortilla of a burrito. The girl said, "No, it's fine. I don't mind burning my hands for you." That was the last time I ordered it. Chick-fil-A's superfood side. Kale and broccolini mixed with dried cherries and nuts and a little maple vinaigrette. It's the least sold item, and when we actually need to get rid of them, no one is going to buy it. I work at Subway and the most hated thing to make is pretty much any sandwich that's supposed to be toasted like steak, teriyaki, or chicken bacon ranch, and the customer doesn't want the bread toasted. So we have to get the meat on parchment paper and warm it up in the microwave, then use our hands to put the very hot meat on the sandwich. I used to work for Starbucks and hated the secret menu drinks, especially since those customers had no idea what they wanted. They just saw it on Instagram or Facebook or some crap. Tried to explain to them that is not Starbucks recipes. You can only explain so much to dense people. Former Disney World cast member, The Sand Pail. Buy a motherfucking long shot. For $10.64, you get an actual sand pail, the sort of cheap bucket you'd find in Walmart, filled to the fricking brim with soft serve ice cream. One of these alone would go through about 1/6 of a carton of product. Then, you sugar nuked it with hot chocolate and caramel, Oreos, sprinkles, and whipped cream. Serves 4, or it's supposed to serve 4, but you forget. This is Murica, where we've turned diabetes into a national pastime. So you'd get groups of 5-10 college students, all ordering their own pail, and the machine wouldn't make new ice cream fast enough to make the ice cream, and the line is halfway across the park, and your B of A manager hasn't even given you your 15 minutes yet, even though you're 6 hours into a 10-hour shift, and, sorry, that kind of got away from me there. It wasn't that it was hard to make, but frozen cokes. Basically, you know, Slurpees, but in summer. Holy crap. In summer, in the mornings we'd get the 2 or 3 biggest cardboard boxes in the store and pre-assemble up to 100 frozen Coke cups, as they could be hard to put together when you were in a rush, had slippery hands. Then, once the clock ticked past 3:15, we'd be inundated with cars full of students coming from school to get their frozen Coke fix, not to mention the front counter. We only had 4 pumps for the frozen Coke, and after the first 20 or 30, the mix would need to be left to refill and refreeze. Most days we got upwards of 100 orders of frozen Coke, and then we got new flavors in, which meant we lost 2 pumps of Coke and got new flavors, and then it meant the orders became half Coke, half whatever flavor we had that week, or 1/3 Coke, 1/3 flavor 1, 1/3 flavor 2, and then we brought in the jumbo frozen Cokes, frozen spiders, and on days above 30 degrees, I still refuse to go to fast food places on hot days. The best times were when we'd have a drive-through queue of 20+ cars and people would still join the queue and complain their frozen Coke wasn't frozen enough. Man, frick frozen Coke. Speaking on behalf of working at In-N-Out, animal style fries totally messes up your flow. Get fries, dump them in a boat, place the fries on a plastic tray you've put a piece of parchment paper on, then 2 cold slices of cheese on top of fries, nuke them in the steamer, bring it to a grill to drop some grilled onion, ferry it back to the fry table, drown it in spread, load it in a special paper box you have to build, and then put it in its own giant bag, and give it a fork. Yeah, it was a pain. Before 2010 or so there wasn't even a steamer. You had to get somebody on a grill to melt the cheese for you. All compared to just putting fries in a boat and putting that in a bag already sitting with a burger in it. There was a reason animal fries brought the cost from about $1.50 to $3.50. And that was it. Also, if you want to torture a grill cook, order all your onions whole grilled and use their precious grill space up with slices of onions instead of meat. Chicken fingers and fries, extra crispy. You could order a burger and eat it and that crap would still be cooking. Before I worked at CFA, I didn't know how many people had never heard the concept of a salad, and I just became head of their salad research committee. What's in the salad? Name every ingredient. What's in the other 3 salads? Can you take X out of the salad? When do you prepare the salads? Can I get a salad made to order? How many calories are in each dressing? Is the chicken in the salad hot? Is the chicken in the salad fresh? What size are the salads? What do they look like? Show me each one. Explain Thousand Island dressing. Can I get a large salad as a side instead of a side salad for the same price? What's your favorite salad? What's the best dressing? Are the croutons real tough? Are they too soft? Meanwhile, I'm trying to keep a straight face in my salad knowledge interview with Betty and Marian as the line progresses out the door. I work at Panera. Any menu item with avocado is such a pain to make. They are incredibly messy, take a long time to cut, but most of all they are impossible to keep on some sandwiches. I worked at Domino's and the Brooklyn style crusts are the worst to make. For other pizzas, we take an appropriately sized dough ball and basically stretch, aka slap, it to the right size. But for the Brooklyn ones we take a small dough ball and stretch it out by hand into a large, basically guaranteeing that some parts are gonna be way too thin or rip. It also takes freaking forever to make one quickly, which sucks because we're expected to get completed pizzas in the oven in 1-2 minutes, so if I only have the crust after 2 minutes it slows everything else way down. Back when I used to work for Domino's, I really disliked the Philly cheesesteak pizzas. It had toppings that would go on no other pizza. The steak was all thin luncheon meat type, and if fresh from the freezer would be a solid meat clump that you were trying to pry apart to get the correct amount. If I remember right, it even had a different sauce. Just completely threw off the line. And because it was new and different, it felt like it was every other pizza. Not exactly fast food, but at my old bagel store job, we baked everything on premise. This meant that people could see which bagels were fresh out of the oven. If you wanted to make an enemy out of any of us who worked there, you'd ask for the bagel fresh out the oven to be toasted and scooped out. Didn't matter what else was put in it. When I say these were the hottest things I've ever handled in my life, I'm not kidding. We're talking bagels right from a nearly 400-degree oven going straight into a toaster. Utterly baffling. We had to handle these with our hands, paper towels, wax paper, whatever, but it never helped. The heat seared right through them. Scooping them was worse, because even if you scooped before toasting, the super hot dough stuck to you and burned intensely. To this day I have massively decreased sensitivity to hot surfaces, which is why I often inadvertently burn myself when cooking. This is a common plight among food service workers. We'd always try to dissuade customers from doing this, not only because it was physically painful, but because it massively slowed down the line, forcing us to wait for bagels to toast. But alas, it was to no avail because people were adamant about toasting scorching hot bagels. Only one customer in my years working there changed his mind about doing this because he felt bad that I'd burn my hands. I still regret not giving him his order for free. I worked at Subway when flitters were a thing. They took like 3 times longer to make than anything else, and they always disrupted the flow of a line. I work at Starbucks and I can't stand anything with matcha or the dang pink drink. First off, our matcha is 50% sugar. I am a college student in a college town. Every single day we would have endless sorority girls ordering the new health craze that was water, matcha powder, and lemonade. They'd giggle about how healthy they were. It's all sugar, no health benefits. Also, the matcha clumps together and forms disgusting balls of green goo in your drink. Then people complain they wanted extra shaken to break the clumps without understanding the matcha will clump no matter what. Also, iced cappuccinos are BS, as are coconut cappuccinos. And I hate the pink drink because my store does not have a coconut milk shaker. This means I have to get out a tea shaker, scoop strawberry ake, dried strawberries, and ice and shake it. Then I have to pour it into the cup. Then I have to pour coconut milk on top, put the lid on, and swirl it around until it vaguely resembles the pink drink. People always get peed off when I tell them I'm not allowed to put it in the shaker. You've been visited by the good sleep getter. Upvote within the next 3 seconds and you will be blessed with cozy and restful sleeps. Thanks for watching. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video, or don't. Either way, have a great day you magnificent people. Bosses of Reddit, what the worst interview you've seen? I had to interview a guy for some contract labor, and when I showed him our work vehicle he shook my hand and said I'm sorry but I refuse to drive a Chevy and left. I was speechless. He was giving me the story of how hard he is having it. I decided to give him a shot, and because we had a Silverado for the work vehicle he turned it down. He has 3 young children. Kid was in high school, put down his friends as references, and had to fill out the application twice because the first time he screwed up. Me, what made you apply? I ask this question more to see what type of response that can create on the spot. I like to see if they can formulate a decent response while thinking on their feet. Kid, well, all my friends work here so I don't think it would really be like a job to me. More like kicking it with the homies. Me, would your friends being employed here get in the way of you working? Kid, maybe. I mean our auto class teacher makes all of us split up in class and we can't work together. I work in software development. As part of the interview process at my company, our candidates interview over Skype using a code sharing website for them to complete a small and relatively simple problem to help weed out candidates who are dishonest on their resumes. In one of my interviews, I started with the usual introduction of myself, my role within the company, so on and so forth. I introduce her to the task and explain that it'll be on a code sharing website and that she'll need to follow the link I will send her to access it. I paste the link into the text window and explain to her how to access it. Some people haven't used Skype before and don't know how to access text chat in a video call. She smiles and nods and asks me when I'm done, will you be writing the link on the whiteboard? What whiteboard? I look behind me and remember that yes, there is a small whiteboard behind me, and this woman was expecting me to handwrite the, not so short, link and she would read it off the webcam to type it into her browser. No, I explain, I sent you the link within Skype itself. If you'll just click. I'm forced to trail off as she reaches forward and picks up her webcam, which I'm assuming was mounted to the top of her monitor. I get a nice close-up of her eye as she peers inside the camera, then turns it on its side to observe it some more. I ask her what she's doing. Trying to find the link, she replies, dumbfounded. I once again explain that the link was sent over Skype and wouldn't appear behind me nor on the webcam. She resumes the smile and nod routine as I ask her to follow my directions to access the Skype text chat window. I ask her to wave her mouse cursor over my face until she sees some buttons appear. She takes her hand off the mouse, raises it, and waves it over the screen. I explain to her again that she needs to use the mouse and she smiles and nods again. After about 15 minutes of a 30-minute interview, she did finally discover the link in the Skype text chat, but she proceeded to type it into her browser by hand. She did not make it to the next round. I think you interviewed a simplistic guy. Not the worst, but the weirdest. Guy applied for a warehouse delivery position. Had emailed back and forth with a few questions before the interview, and it sounded promising. He comes in, sits down and says, "So, what is this position? Delivery? Oh, I can't lift anything. Also, I lost my driver's license a few months ago. I guess we're done here." And then just got up and left. No thank you or goodbye. Just got up and left. It was the shortest, most bizarre interview I've ever done. Back when I was HR manager for a market research firm, one of the most awkward interviews was with my candidate and his mother. This 19-year-old who apparently had previous work experience in customer service brought his mother into the interview with him. I politely questioned his mother as to the reasoning of her joining in on the interview, and I was told, "I'm just making sure this is the right company for him and making sure you're asking fair questions." I decided to roll with it. Why not? This is the most interesting thing I've had all week, so I asked my first question. She answered for him. I politely explained that the interviews I conduct are with the candidate only unless special accommodations are required. I was told, "I'm not going anywhere." I thanked them both for coming out and explained that the position requires problem solving and critical thinking on an individual level. Unless I am hiring the both of them under one salary working together as a full-time equivalent, this wouldn't work. I was then told I would be sued and to frick myself. A woman was about 15 years older than I was and clearly didn't understand that I was the one actually interviewing her for the job. This was an engineering position on my team making $175k. She was very candid with me regarding her overall personality and actually put her purse on her lap at one point and doing her makeup while we were talking. I guess she thought I was the secretary and she was making small talk before meeting with my boss. I asked a guy when would he be available to begin work if offered the position. His response was that he would have to put down his dogs in order to begin work as soon as possible but was willing to do that to get the job. We called him almost immediately after the interview to tell him he wasn't selected and hopefully save his dogs' lives. Should have flipped that around. Give me the job if you want these dogs to live. Interviewing for an international sales rep in a rural area. Boss nephew invited himself in and his question was, what is your blood type? I was mortified. Glanced at him then across to the candidate, who had traveled 200 km/120 mi for the interview and was better than we'd hoped for. And you guessed it. Best candidate rejected our subsequent offer and boss nephew said he wasn't suitable anyway. Freaking idiot. Had a girl sit across from me, put her elbow on my desk, then rested her head flat on her hand so that her head was now sideways. She stayed that way through the entire interview. Another time I asked a guy if he had any special skills. He replied, keeping it real with y'all. Worst one I had was a guy that showed up and refused to answer any question. I don't know, that doesn't apply to me. So after 6 questions I asked, do you expect to get hired after this? He said yes. Guy told us that he applied so long ago he forgot which position it was for. We then proceeded to show him the job description and he said, I don't even know what this piece of equipment is. It was a maintenance job. He apologized for wasting our time but he got a free bottle of water, so I guess it worked out for him. When my dad was going through applications, in the reason for leaving last job part, a man wrote that he had shot his previous boss in the head. His PO had told him to be honest. I had a guy come in for a CDL and site work, truck driving and earth moving equipment position. After the initial pleasantries he went on to inform me that he didn't like small talk. His pet peeve is people who socialize too much on the job when there is work to be done. He likes to get right to it and get hammering away on that work. He just doesn't understand these people who just talk instead of getting on with it. Not like him. He's not interested in chatting. No, he's got a better work ethic than these dang kids and he's not going to stand around gabbing about nothing when time is wasting etc etc. He went on like that, no exaggeration, for an hour and 20 minutes. A solid hour and a half including the initial question and answer bit at the beginning. I wasn't even mad. I just let him ramble on. At the end of it he asked if he would be starting that day or if I needed to do some of this paperwork stuff for him. He hadn't even filled out his pre-hire information forms. Absolutely majestic. A person I know had someone come in for an interview wearing gym shorts and a tank top, fresh from playing tennis in the summer sun. Another candidate came in with their mother and asked if she could sit in on the interview and help answer questions. The interviewer asked if the mother was the one applying for the position. Without a word, the mother got up and left to sit in the waiting area. One time an applicant told me that he was temporarily placed in charge of a team, and one of the team members spoke mostly French, so he told him to learn English or get the frick out of here, and then subsequently sent him home when he did not immediately learn English. The question was, tell me about a time that you worked well under loose supervision. Just a few weeks ago I interviewed a girl for a healthcare position. The question was something like, tell me about a time you were forced into a new situation and how did you deal with it. She proceeds to tell us about the time she was forced to move to an area with colored people and how she learned to deal with them. We needed an appliance repair guy. They didn't need to have any formal training, but they needed to know what they were doing. The standard test was we tossed them in a room with a broken whatever we had around and asked them to diagnose it. One guy completely dismantled it and couldn't put it back together again. I walked in and he's got his hat off. He's rubbing his head, muttering to himself surrounded by parts. I asked him to leave, so the next guy to apply for the job got shown to the same room and was told, put this back together. I sat in on interviews with a manager at the restaurant I worked at. I remember this application he pulled specifically cause the kid was from the same rough part of town the manager was. The manager comes in on a 5-minute rant on how much he hates scam artists trying to get money off decent people in the streets. Upon hearing this, the kid launched into a story about telling people he locked his keys in the car with his wallet and just needed $20 for pop a lock. Explains he could make $300 on a good day. The kicker? He doesn't have a car. He laughs while all of us stare at him dumbfounded. Manager kicked him out. He got a job down the street. I was working as a front-end supervisor for a big box retailer going into the holiday season. This was the beginning of November. I get this girl who came in for an interview and I let her know it was seasonal work, but that we would be keeping some of the seasonal hires after January, and inquired as to whether she was looking for seasonal or long term. In the most stereotypical Valley Girl voice I've ever heard, she replied, "Well, I basically got in trouble for bad grades and staying out too late, and my parents are making me pay for my own car insurance this month." That was it. She just stared at me expecting her to hire her on the spot. I did not do that. I do still wonder if she ever got a job that helped her pay her car insurance for that month, though. I was asking the asinine HR mandated questions for a senior IT role and got to, "Have you ever been criticized for anything?" The normal response is, "Number of my boss says I work too hard." This normal up until now guy thought for a bit and said, "I get angry when people try to pull the wool over my eyes," and sat glaring at the table. After a bit I asked if he was okay. He looked up and began a 20-minute rant about the people who tried to pull the wool over his eyes. He was devastated when I called him the next day. He thought he'd done pretty well and demanded a written statement of why he hadn't been offered the job. We had an applicant for a teaching position who stated on his resume that he held a Master of Music degree from Yale. When interviewing him, I asked what he thought of Woolsey Hall, Yale's primary concert hall, and its renowned pipe organ. By his answer and facial expression, I could tell he'd never been there. After he left, I called contacts at the university who confirmed that they'd never heard of him and no one by his name had received a degree there. I once interviewed a guy for a work-study position at a college radio station. The position was for 10 hours a week as a sports reporter. I told him that he would sometimes have to carry the equipment for the remote broadcast of sports, and he immediately took his shoe and sock off and put his foot on the table to show me a scar on his foot. Tells me that he has a plate in his foot and sometimes it hurts and he wouldn't be able to carry heavy things when it was hurting. Interviewer: "So, what qualities can you bring to the team?" Applicant: I don't know." Interviewer: "Well, what do you consider yourself good at?" Applicant: I don't know." Interviewer: "Okay, why did you apply to the position?" Applicant: "They told me to." Interviewer: "Who told you to apply?" Applicant: I don't know." I'll give you an example of the inverse. Applied to a pool service company. They wanted me to do a ride along for a day to see how I'd work out. Now, pool cleaning is easy. A chimp can do it. It turned out the real reason was to give me what I call the Rush Limbaugh test. There was a point in the day where the guy took a break and turned the truck radio on to listen to Rush. My reaction was monitored very closely. I stayed completely neutral. Well, it turned out that anything less than a rabid and enthusiastic response to Rush disqualified you from working there. Interviewed a lady who, at the time, had been a stay-at-home mom for the past 13 years. Her answer to each question was, "I'm a mom, I deal with that all the time," or something along those lines. Didn't actually answer the question for almost all questions. I felt bad for her, really. I'm not a boss, but my boss was actually just telling me about a woman she interviewed for my job about 6 months before I was hired. She came in for the interview in cut-off jean shorts and a nice top that was more appropriate for the club scene. Anyway, my boss decided early on in the interview that this woman wouldn't be hired. After all the initial, cliche questions, the woman would answer "I'm not sure. They say they're goodbyes. We'll let you know." Kind of crap, even though they didn't hire her. The following Monday though, she came in for work. They had to tell her she didn't have the job and they were still going over all the other applicants. She left but came back Tuesday and then Wednesday, and every day she came in for a week or two, thinking she had the job. My boss finally had to tell her if she came back, they would call the police on her. She finally got the hint, but dang, she really wanted to work, I guess. This sounds like a story an old person would tell about how they actually got a job doing this. I'm a director at a technology company in NY and I was interviewing a candidate for a manager position to oversee a large team of people in the US as well as offshore. This person was a referral from an employee that I didn't think very highly of, but my company takes referrals seriously so I went along with it. This candidate could not have been more unprepared. They had no idea what the company did. They knew nothing about the position they were applying for, and for the first 15 minutes they asked about personal time off, vacation time, and the option to work from home, and then asked if they could get started immediately. I'm not a boss, but at a previous job I was often asked to do technical interviews for software engineer and software engineer in test positions. This one guy comes in for an interview and a coworker and I go in to do the usual thing. At this point this particular coworker and I have done enough interviews to where we know where each other is going with a certain line of questions, so we just start doing our thing. However, it very quickly became apparent this guy didn't know his head from his ass. From a hiring perspective it was an easy pass, but we couldn't just end the interview there and send him on their way. People seem to get mad at that, so we start asking him progressively easier and easier questions, and he keeps getting them wrong. Eventually I dip into programming 101 stuff and ask him about basic data types. Still fails miserably. I look at his resume and it says something like expert Java programmer, so I ask him an opinion question. What's your favorite thing about Java? Oh, I don't really know it. I just know they used it at my last company. In my head I'm thinking, then WTF is it doing on your resume? I mean, if you wanted the keyword you could have said something like worked with Java or familiar with Java environments or something vague, but dang. At that point you can't trust anything on the guy's resume. Red flags everywhere. So after the most grueling hour interview I've ever been through, we start going through the end routine. We thank him for his time and ask him if he has any questions for us, and this guy without skipping a beat is like, so when do I start? I feel like I nailed that interview. Coworker recommended his friend's girlfriend. She was doing okay in the interview, but suddenly she just stood up and walked out the door. She got into her car and called her boyfriend, crying. The rest of the afternoon was calls between her and her boyfriend, and boyfriend to coworker and her staring at our front door with tears streaming down her face. Most of the employees snuck out the back to avoid her. I was parked right next to her and she stayed for hours so she could be sure to see how upset she was. I found out that she finds any opportunity to get really emotional and manipulate her boyfriend with it. But she was still considered a maybe right up until she walked out. Here's Bob Ross holding a baby raccoon to brighten your day. If you enjoyed the video, subscribe and comment. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check out another video, or don't. Either way, have a great day you magnificent people. Bartenders of Reddit, what is the smoothest pickup line you've ever heard? Sort of an anti-pickup line, but I witnessed a drunk girl get decimated at the bar one night. She was hot, and one of those haha you're cute you should buy me a drink type girls. Some dumpy looking dude walks up to the bar and orders a Corona, and she pulls the hole and put a rum and coke on there for me, insinuating that he should buy her next drink. He looked at her casually and says make it a rum and diet, and then just walks away. I was speechless. I'd never seen him before and haven't seen him since. Sometimes I wonder if he ever existed at all. Not a good pickup line, but a good pickup line story. There's a classic, which is putting an ice cube on the bar, smashing it with your fist and saying that's the ice broken. Want to get a drink? Well, an awkward friend of mine decided to try it, smashed the ice and managed to ricochet a piece of it into his own eye before being able to say the line, shouted a profanity and staggered off. The girl was pretty confused. Shy girl regularly comes in with her friend. My co-worker and I are pretty chummy with them, so we are chatting all night, letting them try some of the new cocktails shots our bar is trialing. We give them one particular shot and the friend says she doesn't like it too much and asks if it's the kind of drink my girlfriend likes. I was single. Shy girl picks up her shot, downs it and says yes, it is, then immediately runs out of the building in shyness. We've been dating almost 6 months now. Bartender here. Best pickup I've ever seen was when a group of 3 dudes college age were at the bar on my end. They started talking about this girl on the other side who is clearly the hottest girl in the bar. One of them jokingly said to another, if you can get her number without saying a word to her, I'll buy you drinks the rest of the night. The kid who was dead waved me down, asked for a pen and napkin. He walked over and within 10 minutes came back over girl in hand asking his buddy who bet him for 2 patron shots. I asked him what he did and he showed me the napkin with her number. He played hangman on the napkin and spelled out, "Can I have your number?" and it actually worked. He and his girl were drinking heavily and for free the rest of the night. He also walked out with her, so I hope he scored. Bartended in college. Guy walked up to a girl at the bar. Goes, "Hi, my name is Ben, and I'm going to buy you drinks until you find me attractive." Girl smiled and laughed and he asked what she would like to drink. She looked him over. He was already very attractive. Turned to me and said, "In that case, I'll have a water." He definitely got it that night. Saw a dude standing at the bar waiting to order drinks when it was his round and a Britney Spears song comes on. He just happily sings along and wiggles his hips, waiting to order drinks. Wasn't showing off or trying to be funny, just happily doing his thing. The chick next to him was staring the whole time laughing, and when he noticed, he just smiled and nodded and went right back to it. She took the bait and that was that. Male, not the smoothest line ever but the best one used on me. I work in a bar restaurant in San Francisco and these 2 Australian girls came in. One had a boyfriend and she said, "I plan on getting so drunk that I get carried home tonight," and the single girl turned to me and said, "Maybe you could help me carry her?" I met my current girlfriend while working behind a bar. She got way too drunk, so the next time she came up to order a drink I gave her a pint of water and told her she had enough. Her response? "Well, if you're not going to give me a drink, at least give me your number. We have a dog now." I like dogs. Well, I'm a bartender, and so far we're closing up, but if you want another drink, I live upstairs has worked exactly 0% of the time. Do you actually live upstairs? Because if not, that might be what's holding you back. Bartender server here. Buzzed gentleman extends hand to slightly more buzzed woman and asks, "Will you hold this while I step outside?" They come back after sharing a cigarette. Pay the tab. Take a cab together to wherever. A coworker tried to start a game of tic-tac-toe with a pretty girl by drawing an empty board on a napkin and handing her the pen. She just wrote down her phone number. Not a pickup line, but the smoothest thing I've seen from behind the mahogany. This guy was hitting on this girl at the end of the bar. She asked him, "You gonna bring me some roses?" and this man took 2 straws, a napkin, and a lighter, and I crap you not made a rose with it. You bet your ass she left with him. Kudos, sir. Like a drunk MacGyver. Not so much a pickup line, but I bartend at a big college bar, and when you wordlessly hand your friend a beer when the bar is swamped and he just got there, it makes him look that much cooler to whatever girl he's talking to. Do you want the best loving of your life tonight? Number? Then I'm the guy for you. I bartend in a pub next to a college campus. I watched a guy say, "That's interesting," or "Oh, man, that's crazy," for a full hour and a half before leaving with a girl way out of his league. Fake it till you make it, ladies and gentlemen. Heard this one while closing down a couple weeks back. "Come on, let's go back to my place. I'll make you a quesadilla." This girl had been swatting guys away like flies all night, but that one worked out. Not exactly a pickup line, but really clever cool way a girl let me know she was interested. I noticed her on the opposite side of the bar and we smiled at each other. I was newly single, she was with a date and obviously bored. Still, she was with a date, and I'm not gonna interrupt and be that kind of douchebag. After a few minutes, I walked around to her side of the bar to head to the bathroom. She stopped me and said, "Here, your pocket square is messed up." She fumbled with it a sec, said all good, and I moved on to the restroom. I got home later and took my blazer off. Noticed something was off. The pocket square. She had stealth stashed a napkin with her name and number. I texted that night and we went out later that week. 11/10 was impressed with the smooth. I work at a bar in Long Beach, NY. Male. A female customer was giving me advice on how to hit on my bartender co-worker. Female, who is a very close friend of mine. She kept feeding me adorable things to say to my friend because she thought we looked cute together. I thanked her and took one step toward my friend, then turned back to her and repeated it all back. She took the bait and it landed me back at her place. I was in another country with friends, and I asked the waitress where the best bar in around was. When she started saying, "Oh, it depends on what you like," I asked her which one I'd likely find her at. My friends thought it was very smooth. I guess she did too. A girl once bet that if she could fit an entire one of the cupcakes we sold in her mouth without using her hands, I would have to give it to her for free. She did and I did. I was so impressed. I got her a free drink too. 6 years later, we're still together eating cupcakes and crap. I'm a bartender. Met my girlfriend when she asked me for 2 shots of a tequila and Tabasco based shot and then said that one is for you. I still think she's very cool. Not a bartender but hooked up with one once. It was closing time and she said, "If you don't work here or banging the staff, time to leave." I leaned over and said, "I guess I'm staying," with the confidence only a recently divorced man could have. It worked, oddly enough. I saw a drinking guy sit next to a woman at the bar and say, "You mind if I sit here and hit on you for a while?" That's my go-to pickup line other than Taco Bell hot sauce things. I cocktail at a bowling alley. A group of high school kids were bowling one night. A bunch of them had class of 2017 shirts or hoodies on. I got off work and walked to the front desk to clock off. One of the boys from that group walks up behind me with a bowling ball in each hand and asks if I can do him a favor. I was caught off guard and it was a little random, but I was like, sure. So he motions with one bowling ball hand to his hoodie pocket and asks me to grab his phone out for him. And I'm a little skeptical, but I reach in with my pointer and thumb and grab it and set it on the counter for him and continue to clock out. But then the kid says, "Wait, can you unlock it for me?" So I do. And then he asks me to go to the phone, dial. "Actually, will you go to the contacts now? Just put in your number for me." I feel so terrible. I'm pretty sure I humiliated the poor kid, but I apologized and told him that I'm married. He was a cute boy, and 10 years ago when I was just getting out of high school that would totally have worked on me. Well, at least he had the balls to do it. I am not a bartender, but I saw this happen at a bar. I was sitting at a table with 2 of my friends. One girl, one guy. Some guy I have never seen before comes over, places 3 beers, one in front of each of us, and proceeds to start talking to my female friend. I assumed it was just one of her friends I had never met. It took me a solid 5 minutes to figure out this guy was a stranger, and then I was blown away with how smooth of a move that was. There was a new bartender who had just started at the local ale house. Just an absolutely stunning girl. When I ordered, she kindly asked for my ID. One of the other bartenders waved her off and the interaction unfolded like so. "Oh, he's a regular, you don't need to card him." New girl: "Oh, I would just feel better if I did." Me: "It's cool if you want to know my address. It's not far from here." Cue the blushing. 10/10 smoothest I've ever been. I'm not a bartender, but I witnessed this line this weekend and I thought it was fantastic. After this girl had turned down some pretty good looking fellow, this other guy walks up to the bar like he's going to order a drink and just casually says, "Man, he's definitely taller than me, so I sure hope I can make you laugh." Didn't watch the whole thing unfold, but they were still chatting when I left. I met my girlfriend working at a bar. The dress code was terrible, all black with white suspenders and a white bow tie. She was a patron and was wearing an adorable dress with a bow in her hair. The music was super loud, EDM nightclub, so I just pointed to her hair and wiggled my bow tie and winked. About 20 minutes later I get her phone number. We've been together for almost 4 years. My first month of bartending, I had a girl quickly finish 2 Cosmos. I came up and asked her how she was doing. I'd have another one, but you'd have to take me home. Her group of friends got a nice laugh when I blushed. Not while I was at work, but was on a late train once and watched a tipsy woman chat a guy into getting off at the next stop to go to a pub that had a jazz band on tonight. I know the pub she named and I know full well there was no jazz band on that night. That lady was hot and that guy was super lucky. Or maybe she murder robbed him. I bartended a gay spa. I've seen pickups happen with no words, just eye contact and apparent telepathy. They're so gay they're gayder has text messaging. Do you want to come over and see my ceiling while I make excuses for 30 minutes? I borrowed my friend's tiny backpack, put it on, and asked a woman at the bar, does this make my ass look fat? It was literally the only time I've ever gotten a woman's phone number at a bar. Not a bartender, but tried this line at the bar. Very pretty girl standing at the bar and I walked up to her and said, can I buy you a drink or do you just want the money? She took the drink. 5 years later she took everything else I had. I once was flirting with a bartender. Real cute blonde. I had her chatting with me. When she then asked if I had a girlfriend, I said no I don't, but if I did, it would be this girl. Would you like to see her photo? She said yeah, sure. So I put my phone into camera mode with the front camera on and gave her the phone. She looked at it and saw herself and let out a chuckle as she blushed. I once saw a girl go up to a fellow in a goth club and ask him if he washed his clothes in Windex. He was supposed to say no so she could say, that's weird, cause I sure can see myself in your pants. Trouble was, he was wearing patent leather pants, and excitedly answered yes. Aren't they shiny? Her line was ruined, but they left together anyway. Dude comes up to the bar, points to a smoke and asks me to get her a cup of ice water without telling her what it was and saying it was from him. She gets the drink, looks over at the guy and they both smile at each other. Then she takes a sip and her face becomes full of utter confusion and waffdom. Guy walks over, smiles and says, just making sure you're staying hydrated. They both laugh and later on end up violently making out. Not a bartender, but was at a bar with 3 friends a few years ago and one of the waitresses was deaf. We watched a guy go up to her, sign some stuff to her. She smiled and excitedly wrote something down, handed it to him and walked away. He walked by us, showed us the number and said 4 years of sign language in high school finally paid off for once. I was a bartender for a little while. On my last day I was celebrating my last day with everyone and the hottest girl at the bar that day said, after your shift wanna come over and celebrate? Literally the only time that has happened to me in my life. I am still riding on that high. Not a bartender, but I was sitting alone at a bar and heard a guy say this to the girl next to me, you look like a night of disappointment and week of dodged phone calls. I didn't hear the rest of the conversation, but they left together. Former bartender here. This straightforward nihilistic crap works, especially in colder climates in the dead of winter. I wouldn't kick you out of bed for eating crackers. I was bartending at the Legion. She was a nice lady. I handed a cute customer 2 pints of beer. He fumbled and inevitably dropped one, spilling it all over me, looked at me with his cutest smile and said if I pretended I did that on purpose so I could use the let's get you out of those wet things line, would you laugh or throw me out? I laughed, and he spent the rest of the evening being sent to the bar by his friends to buy every single round, so that he could flirt more. We went on a date a week later, and were together for nearly 4 years. A guy sat down next to a woman at the bar. She was obviously not interested. Then he said, I may not be the best looking guy here, but I'm the only one talking to you. You should try lowering your standards. I just did. She threw her drink in his face and slapped him. Always keep your mouth open when insulting a woman. Free drinks. Fancy a drink after my shift ends? She replied, yeah sure. We're married now. This line worked on me. I'm the bartender in this situation. Guy buys a drink for himself and the girl next to him. I ring him up and as I'm handing him the receipt the girl looks me dead in the eyes and says, I was just telling him how you look like you probably have a really nice dong. I literally didn't know how to react. And as I'm standing there she kinda slaps this dude's arm and was like, tell him I'm serious. He just nods, clearly not knowing how to react either, but confirming that she had, in fact, told him that I looked like I probably had a nice dong. She hung around my corner of the club until close and then asked me straight up if I'd be interested in coming home with her, and said if I wasn't then no worries, have a good night. It was so direct and to the point that I had no issue going home with her, so I did, and we've met up a couple more times since. It's not a pickup line, but when I was working as a bartender I witnessed something pretty epic hilarious. A good mate of mine was at the bar, and he's a pretty stingy guy, so he doesn't spend too much when out on the town, and usually doesn't get pee drunk. So yeah, my mate's been at the bar all night. chatting to friends and other random patrons, and there is this total babe sitting on the other side of the bar from him that's been eyeing him all night. I have no idea if he's even aware of her or not, so she's been sitting there for ages, sort of waiting for something to happen, just sipping on her lolly drink. No dudes have bothered to approach her or anything so far. This keeps up for a bit, and then this buff scary looking guy comes to the bar, totally wasted, and asks me for a beer. He asks me quietly what the hot lady's been drinking and tells me to get her another one. He pays up and goes to the bathroom or someplace. I give the lady the drink and tell her it's compliments of a gentleman admirer, and she just looks straight at my mate. Being the total miser that he is, he just nods at her and cracks a sly grin. She walks up to him and they start chatting, and 2 minutes later they leave together. Meanwhile, the big guy comes back and sees the lady missing, and promptly orders himself another drink. You have been visited by the hangover papa. Comment, do a recover, papa, and you will never suffer from hangover again. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video, or don't. Either way, have a great day you magnificent people. People of Reddit, what is your holy crap she wasn't lying moment? A professor friend of mine casually dropped that he was a founding member of Gaelic Storm and was, briefly, in the movie Titanic. I knew he played the bodhrán, Irish drum. I had been a GS fan for years, including playing their song in high school marching band in 2001. My friend is a bit of a rogue, so I was sure it was a joke, but then I looked at my old album covers and Wikipedia and holy crap, he really was a founding member. During my teen years, I did a lot of board gaming with my friends. I was perpetually missing curfew because the game wasn't over. Fast forward about 5 years, my best friend and gaming buddy is getting married, and all he wants for his bachelor party is one last epic gaming session. My parents had just moved into a new house, so we held the party there. As usual, the game went all night, and around 6 AM, my folks came downstairs to find 6 guys still in their kitchen rolling dice. They asked, incredulously, what's going on? To which I replied, the game is still going. If you had videotape, you would have been able to see the moment in their eyes where they realized that I hadn't been lying to them about why I was missing curfew all those times. I had a high school friend who used to lie about everything. He pretended he had a girlfriend with DDT, but she went to another school, and he pretended his parents died, even though whenever we hung out we'd see them drop him off, and he pretended he had a foot-long dong. All sorts of crazy stuff. One time he was pantsed in gym class and his dong was actually enormous. Like it was disproportionately huge. It was like the man had Shaq's dong. If Shaq was white, and if Shaq has a big dong. I was chatting with a guy who was on the rugby team I had just joined back in 2007 or 2008, and the conversation turned to our girlfriends and someone piped up that the guy I was chatting with was dating a girl called Emma Watson. I asked if she ever got crap for having the same name as the actress. Nope, actually was dating the Emma Watson. So, a friend of mine evidently came down with armfuls off due to not eating gluten. See, she had something or other where eating gluten evidently made her swell a bit. So when she dropped that out of her diet she lost weight quickly. And then her right arm just sort of fell off. The skin was still in place and everything, but it fell a good 4 inches out of the socket. But it didn't hurt. She could just put it back. Still, she couldn't use it because the shoulder just kept coming apart. Anyway, she goes to the ER and says, while holding her arm on, my arm keeps falling off. The nurse looks at her like she's trying to figure out if this is a junkie or something. So she lets go and her arm just drops. A nurse's eyes bug right the heck out and she calls for a doctor. At this point my friend has put her arm back. So she goes into a room and the doctor comes in. He says now what was the problem and she tells him her arm keeps falling off. He looks at her like she's completely full of crap and he doesn't know why she's been allowed back here. When she lets go and her arm falls again, he freaks out. Finally they get her to a specialist, and so when she lets go, instead of freaking out, the guy goes ooh cool, Anyway, turns out her ligaments were way too long there, and only the swelling and fat had been holding her shoulder together. So they had to surgically shorten the ligaments and give her this weird tape stuff that holds it all together while it healed. But yeah, turns out no one in the hospital really believes you the first time you say my arm keeps falling off. I frequent a guitar forum that kind of centers itself on Les Pauls. One day a new member pops up and says, I think I found Peter Frampton's guitar. A little backstory. There are a few very famous lost guitars that float around and people will occasionally claim to find them. 99.9% of the time it's total BS. Peter Frampton's black Les Paul from the cover of Frampton Comes Alive is one. It was lost when the cargo plane carrying his touring rig crashed in the late 70s. Anyhow, this dude popped up out of nowhere, came across as both incoherent and arrogant, and presented very flimsy evidence. Long story short, about 2 months later this guy is on a plane going to meet Frampton. The guitar has been verified, and Gibson started a limited run of the newly unearthed Frampton Comes Alive Les Paul. Visiting my mother at her nursing home. Tiny little wizened lady, probably about mid-80s, maybe 4 feet 8 inches 80 pounds stuck in a wheelchair. I had brought my Jack Russell Terrier in for a visit and she keeps saying to me, my boyfriend has a dog just like that. Right, sure. Almost everyone there is confused all the time and it's common to hear weird claims like this. Forward to next week, there she is, in the common area, with an old man with his arm around her and a very fat Jack Russell Terrier on a leash. This made me very happy. My little sister ran downstairs and told me mom's dead. I told her no, she's probably just really sleepy. She wasn't lying. Mom was dead. My husband told me he used to spar with a famous kickboxer back in the day at his old gym. Sure, I get that you're in fantastic shape. Yeah, I've heard of the guy, but that was so long ago and there's no way to check that. Maybe once you got in the ring with the dude. 4 years later, the famous kickboxer emailed my husband out of the blue. He had always wondered where his favorite sparring partner ended up. I think they're planning on getting together in summer, so maybe I'll get to meet him, too. When I was 13 years old or so, I was on a tour in Israel and we visited the Dead Sea. The tour guide said very clearly, do not get the water in your eyes or mouth. Every time I take a group here, someone thinks it won't be too bad and they try a sip of the water or put their head under. Don't do that. Trust me, you do not want the water in your eyes or mouth. I was in the water for about half an hour. It's truly an awesome place. I even got yelled at for swimming too close to the Jordan side cause you can't sink, so I tried to swim all the way across, or so. And then this kid named Daniel does a belly flop and splashes the water into my and 2 other people's faces. I was crying into a towel for half an hour, and my eyes didn't stop hurting for about 5 hours. Those of us who got splashed and Daniel had our own little corner of misery in the tour bus. And the taste, I can't even put it into words. So I'm a mechanic at a dealership and we see some weird things come in. Hoarder cars, messy cars, freaking broken ass cars that shouldn't be on the road. But nothing compared to the crap storm of a car this story is about. I'm minding my own business working on a customer vehicle when I see one of our porters bringing some keys around, and he's got this kind of disgusted look on his face. I, being one of the more senior guys in the shop, ask what's up. He says the car he drove around just now was pretty messy but was the worst smelling car he had ever been in. I laugh at him, tell him to get back to work and pray I'm not the guy who has to work on it. Lucky me, I get it as my next job. No big deal. I've dealt with cars with moldy carpets, cars with rotten milk and eggs in them, cars with baby puke on the seats. How bad can it be? I get in the car and take a breath, gag, and nope out of there. Grab my undercoating respirator and return. Even this professional grade breathing apparatus does not fully block out the smell. The car is just in for a basic service, but I've got to know, man. The inside is kind of messy but nothing I'd really call abnormal. Empty McDonald's bag here, some old coffee cups there, a gym bag, some dog treats, and some old receipts and papers and junk. Nothing really offensive here. So I get it in the shop and do a light check, and get told the car has a burned out brake light. I pop the trunk and get out of the car, walk around it and open the trunk to change the bulb. Unfortunately, I found the source of the smell, dog crap. The trunk is roughly half full with just raw dog turd. It's like the car owner just picked up their dog's poo and tossed it in the trunk, unbagged, slammed the trunk closed and drove the car outside. Managed to get out of it and the service manager reamed out the customer for even bringing the car in that condition. Worst day ever. When I got knocked unconscious by a blow to the head and woke up seeing stars, the Looney Tunes weren't kidding. Maybe it was just nighttime, bro. I had a stomach virus one night, firing out both ends multiple times, sometimes back to back. Ended up going to the ER because I was so dehydrated and couldn't keep anything down. So they hooked me up with an IV of water. One of the attendees came in and said, when you told us you had diarrhea 12 times, we thought you were just being dramatic, but then we looked at your blood work and realized, holy crap, this guy totally had diarrhea 12 times. Till, attendees can gauge how many times you've crapped by testing your blood. I realized that when my father was teaching me a maneuver to break the grip of an attacker on my wrist, and I was not really paying attention. I was only 8, and probably hungry due to it being right after school. Next thing I know, he bonks me on the head and says, pay attention. This may save your life one day. So I paid attention. He taught me how to break the grip of a person grabbing you, wrenching their pinky backwards so hard, your goal is to bend it so far back it breaks. 6 years later, I am 14 and my father died the year before, so I am now living with my mother in a not so nice part of town. I was riding my bike back home at around 6 PM in the winter dark hours, and it was slushy crap streets, so I was riding my bike on the sidewalk. Next thing I know, some huge sucker reaches out of a dark alley like some horror cartoon, and latches onto my arm, attempting to drag me and my bike into the tiny dark space between two buildings. His fist on my arm was the size of a ham and like a vice, and immediately I grabbed at it, then almost on reflex, grabbed his sausage pinky, and bent it back so hard, it snapped audibly like a dry fire twig. His reaction was instantaneous after that. At first, he did not recoil fast enough and bend his arm backwards to prevent his pinky from breaking. However, once the muted crack was heard, he bellowed in angry pain and took a knee, grasping his wrist. Later that night, after the adrenaline of police statements and impressed people subsided, I realized something. Holy crap, my father was right. He was not lying. That maneuver potentially saved my life. Backstory, I'm a nurse, and as most things go in life, nurses' families do not listen to their medical advice. I'm glad they did this time. February 2 years ago, my sister-in-law was sitting on the couch complaining of a stiff neck. She was 16 at the time. I didn't think anything of it. People get those every once in a while from sleeping wrong or whatever. She played a lot of sports also. We were playing something on her PS3 and she started to say, I'm not feeling well. Her temp was 99.8. Not too high. I went home, which is literally 5 houses down from my in-laws. About 30 minutes later, my mother-in-law calls me and says her fever is 103 and is rising fast. I immediately tell her to throw her ass in the car as fast as possible and take her to a children's hospital. She gets there and I arrive not far behind. At the check-in desk, I tell them that we need to see a doctor immediately and briefly explain what happened. I told the nurse that we need to test for meningitis. She looked at me and rolled her eyes. I told her I was a nurse and she had the classic symptoms of meningitis. For what the frick ever reason, she starts telling me the statistical chance of her actually having meningitis. She checked her temp and at this time her temp was 106.7. That remains to this day the highest fever I have ever seen. The doctor comes in pretty quick and I basically start barking orders at him. I told him about the stiff neck she was complaining of. About 3 hours later, they finally get someone who can do a lumbar puncture. The fluid that fills your spinal column and keeps your brain floating is called cerebrospinal fluid. It's supposed to look like pee. Pale yellow, no blood. Hers was white at first, then green, then yellow, but it was a dark yellow, almost like that nasty snot you get after a cold. She was positive for pneumococcal meningitis. I looked at the nurse and went off on her. You should always listen to your patient and to their family. They know more than you do about the patient. She spent 6 months in a hospital. 5 months she was connected to a vent. She made a full recovery and is doing fine now. I used to have a friend who would tell what seemed like far-fetched stories of his youth and stealing cop cars, etc. One day we got arrested together, and back at the station one of the detectives looked at my friend's criminal history on the computer and said, "Holy crap mate, you have stolen more cop cars than I have driven." More holy crap, I wasn't lying. But 2 years ago I was sick with a nasty flu that wasn't going away. My wife was starting to think I was faking man flu to avoid work. Turns out I had a strain of bird flu that, once confirmed, had a mandatory notification and quarantine period away from the general public. Fortunately she didn't contract it. Me as a kid. Where are my parents? My mom's friend who was sent over to watch me. Your mom went into labor so they had to go to the hospital to have your sister. Me. No. Really? Where are they? I was a very skeptical child who had just learned the truth about Santa. But lo and behold, my parents brought home a baby and my mom had lost a bunch of weight. Strange kid told me not to come to school tomorrow. I wasn't because I was going on holiday with my family. Next day he was found with a loaded 9mm in his bag. Weird kid told another kid not to come and other kid reported it. It's not an amazing story, but I found it quite impressive at the time. At a previous job, some of my co-workers and I went out after work to have drinks and shoot some pool at a local dive bar. We started playing a few games with some of the regulars when my friend, Roger, wagers that he can beat any of the other players using only one hand. My other friend and I looked at each other thinking Roger was full of crap. He was a good player, but he couldn't be that good, right? Nope. Turns out Roger was even better playing with one hand than with two and dominates the competition. He ended winning $20 after everything was said and done. When I was a kid, I was told always to check my pecans or I'd choke like my great uncle Carl. I had no clue who Cole was or if he was even real. When I was 15, I was eating pecans like candy and I started choking. Following that, I began searching Cal and found out he was my great granddad's youngest brother, and he died at 5 years old from choking on a pecan. This happened a long time ago, but I will never forget it. Had a friend that would borrow stuff or even steal stuff all the time and end up losing things in the process, or giving it to someone else and end up lying that it was missing. One thing he borrowed was my Diablo 2 and finally I went to his house to get it back because I really didn't want to see it to go missing. I got it and opened it up to see 3 discs inside. The case is a 4-disc CD case and I swore he must have lost one of the disc. I yelled at him a bunch to find it and I wanted it back ASAP. He finally felt bad enough that he went out and purchased not only Diablo 2 for me but the expansion. I opened it up right in front of him and there were 3 discs inside. When I was 4, we had this German Shepherd who bit people. My parents said they were going to give him to the police so he could be a police dog. Asked my mom recently if this was true or if they actually just had him put down. It wasn't. He actually got to be a police dog. Good on you, Maximum. Bro. When I complained to my wife that it's like she doesn't realize the way she talks to me is hurtful, and she responded, "Oh, Henry, I know exactly what I'm saying to you." After lots of reading about emotional abuse, I now know she was telling the truth. I am in the process of moving out of our house and filing for divorce. There was a super tiny girl in high school and one day she came up to the workout room. I was working the punching bag while a few others were on different machines. This girl walks over to the leg press and throws 600 freaking pounds on it. I laughed to myself and walked over and was about to tell her she's retarded when she started pumping away like it was nothing. Never been so afraid of a girl's legs in my life. Went back to my punching bag. I was out drinking with a solider. He got to talking about his time that he spent with President Bush. He spent 6 years working for that man. I thought he was drunk and bullshitting. He wasn't. He had lots and lots of proof. He was the active duty comm guy for Bush. There is a component of active duty military that serve directly to the president. They do various jobs. He was a part of that team from 2002 to 2008. I laughed when my boss told me my healthy 31-year-old manager died. He'd been home with the flu for a few days. It wasn't until the hardened police officer of over 30 years started crying that I realized he was telling the truth. You have been visited by the Bee of Jazz. Like this video to have your ears filled with cool jazz. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video, or don't. Either way, have a great day, you magnificent people.
Here on Pod Save America, we're celebrating 8 years of 100% correct political takes. Woo!
We don't miss.
We've got those same no BS conversations you love now 3 times a week. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to never miss an episode.
Is it wrong to be upset that somebody cashed out their life insurance before they were gone when you were going to get that money? We'll get to that in a bit, but first, a story from Express Swordfish 582. Am I the jerk for calling out my husband's coworker's wife for trying to flush a maxi pad down our toilet? I'm still pretty mad at the whole ordeal. My husband's coworker and his wife are both mad at us and think I humiliated her, but I think her lack of common sense is what did it. My husband and I recently hosted a cookout at our house for his coworkers. He gets along pretty well with most of them and enjoys hosting. Coworker's wife Julia goes to the hallway bathroom and comes back. I end up going after her and notice the toilet is clogged and starting to overflow. Something large and white is stuck. I use the plunger to unclog it, and lo and behold, a very large bloody maxi pad. Julia was the last person to use the bathroom, so I come out and ask her if she tried to flush a pad down the toilet. She got embarrassed and said yes, and I told her she needed to go clean up the mess she made. There was water all over the floor with particles of her pad and blood everywhere. I asked her if no one ever taught her to not flush a pad. We have a septic tank, and they cost thousands to repair. You don't flush pads, especially not the extra large ones. It's not like she tried to flush a panty liner or something. Julia cried and her husband yelled at me, but who does that, especially at someone else's house? Husband's 2 female coworkers came to my defense and pretty much said it was stupid of her to do that. Julia half-hearted cleaning up her mess, and her husband quickly left. All of their coworkers think Julia shouldn't have done that, but my husband and his coworker are having a whole feud about it. Am I the jerk for calling out my husband's coworker's wife for trying to flush a maxi pad down our toilet? Part of me does feel bad for Julia here, but I think she wasn't using common sense. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy these hard-hitting Am I the Jerk Here stories, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is from ThrowRA No Pics Please. Am I the jerk for saying that I don't want to be in pictures at my wedding as the bride? My fiance's family never held back on jabs about my nose. My fiance said he knew they really loved me the moment they started with the jokes. They're the kind of family that loves to make fun of each other. My grandparents used to make comments about my nose that were kind of crappy, especially because my dad is Jewish, although I've never known him, and I got the nose from him. In general, I've tried to not be sensitive about it because they don't like sensitive people. Although my history with it and knowing my nose came from my dad, who I don't know, made it a bit harder for me. My fiance made this comment once, which was supposed to be joking and sweet, where he basically said he was so lucky for my nose because it was the only way he had a chance with me. That comment stayed in my head since. The idea that I'd actually be beautiful if it wasn't for my nose. I've had really bad self-esteem and would go in and out of believing I'm ugly. I started thinking about having a nose job. After we got engaged, I realized if I was going to do it, I should do it before the wedding. He was really supportive of the idea and excited for it. He made some comments about being glad I was losing the beak, something he'd never expressed before I suggested it, which confirmed to me that I needed it. My fiance loves my new nose. I hate it so much. I feel like I'm staring at someone else's face. I look like any other woman in the world besides myself. I've always struggled with depression, and I was finally in a good place before this. Now I can barely get myself to leave my room for work. My fiance is really frustrated with me. He thinks I objectively look better, and I need to get used to it. I know I'll have to, but I've been wearing a medical mask in the house because I can't stand to look at my face. He says this is me sulking like a toddler, but I can't control how I feel. He asked what I was going to do for our wedding, and I told him that I don't want to be in any pictures. He freaked out, saying my selfishness was going to get in the way of us having a happy wedding. I didn't want to let this hurt him, so I tried coming up with options like wearing my veil covering my face in the pictures, incorporating a scarf into the outfit, wearing my mask, etc. And he said if I do any of that, we might as well not get married at all. That hurt a lot. I can't stand to see myself in pictures like this, and having everybody see my nose the whole day would make this even worse for me. I'm already going to be blaming myself for the fact that I won't have my nose in pictures. I feel like I'm ruining the day for him, but what he wants will ruin it for me. Am I the jerk? I don't think OP's the jerk here. This is all about their mental health and what they're comfortable with. It's easier said than done if you have like locked in commitments, especially financially. But to me, it sounds like maybe the wedding should be pushed back or postponed. And honestly, with a partner that treats you the way OP's partner has treated them, maybe canceling the wedding is the right thing to do. Our next story is from Throwaway 636 77754. Am I the jerk for telling my husband to get over himself after he accused me of sharing his private medical information with my friends? My husband's been in and out of the hospital for 2 months for health problems. He's getting home rest and his condition is stable, not improving, but is at least stable. My female friends come over since I can't leave the house during the night, and we chat in the living room for an hour or two. My husband heard me talk about his health with my friends and seemed bothered. I told him I was just telling them what's been going on, but he said I could keep it vague without disclosing his private medical info. I thought he was being ridiculous for this and thought he'd let it go, but last night, he blew up at me after my friends left, saying that I once again went and shared private medical info about him without his consent, and despite him repeatedly asking me to stop. We had a loud argument where I told him off for policing my mouth and told him to get over himself, since it wasn't like I was sharing his medical file online or stuff like that. I'm just venting to my friends. He's sulking and refusing to let it go, saying I'm violating his privacy repeatedly and disrespecting his boundaries. But I think he overreacted. Am I the jerk? Personally, if you ask me, I think OP is the jerk. I think boundaries are boundaries, and I feel like it was pretty clear how the husband felt and expressed himself. I get that OP feels differently about those boundaries and feels those boundaries are wrong, but it should be respected. Some people just don't want their medical information, serious or not, to be a topic of discussion. This next story is from ThrowRA6546009. Am I the jerk for calling my husband insane for missing work just to teach me a lesson because I didn't iron his uniform? Days ago, I, stay-at-home mother with 3, was in the midst of doing laundry when my husband, breadwinner, works as a pilot, asked if I could iron his uniform before his shift. I didn't say yes because I was busy. Laundry, then kids' homework, then cooking, etc. I said I may not find the time to do it. He turned around and walked away, completely ignoring what I was saying. An hour later, he came downstairs freaking out, asking why I didn't iron his uniform when he asked me to. I told him I was busy and reminded him of how I didn't say yes to his request. He blew up, saying that I obviously don't care about him displaying professionalism at work. It's just a uniform. It's not like it was dirty, just needed some ironing. He lectured me about how his work is important and that although I'm a stay-at-home mom, I should still make his job a priority. He decided to miss his shift as a way to teach me a lesson and show me how my lack of cooperation and my refusal to help him out could affect the money that keeps coming in. I called him insane for missing the shift, and he got offended and called me a hypocrite for calling him insane and acting all surprised when it was me who caused the situation to happen. I mean, I could have taken some time off doing my chores to iron his uniform, but still thought his reaction was a bit much. Am I the jerk? For those asking why he didn't iron the uniform himself, because I'm the one who usually does the ironing. And he said it's on the list of my house chores list, which is true, but I don't give it priority like other chores like homework or laundry. I think OP is definitely not the jerk just because of how controlling the husband seems here. To me, like, it screams weirdly controlling, I would say maybe nearing abusive behavior. And honestly, how long does it take to iron? 10 minutes? There's no way that the husband couldn't just iron their own shirt. This next story is from Bop on the Head. Am I the jerk for reporting my daughter's substitute teacher? I, 35-year-old female, have a daughter, Sienna, 15-year-old female. I had her pretty young, and we had a really good and close relationship. She tells me a lot of stuff that happens at school, but one thing in particular stood out to me. Sienna has an individualized education program to be able to use the bathroom without a pass, as well as go to the nurse when she needs, get water and food when she needs, because she has chronic anemia and sometimes will pass out. This particular day, Sienna woke up late and skipped breakfast to catch the bus. She texted me while I was working and said she didn't eat and felt like she was going to have a fainting spell. I instructed her to ask to go to the nurse. She texted me a moment later saying the teacher was telling her she had to wait until 2 other kids came back from the bathroom. Long story short, the 2 other kids were in the bathroom for quite a while. More than 10 minutes according to Sienna, and she fainted for a few seconds. I picked her up and then I called the school and reported the substitute for negligence. I told my twin sister and mom about this, and both of them said that the guy was just doing his job, and I shouldn't have called and made a huge fuss about it. So, am I the jerk? I don't think OP's the jerk. OP actually meant to clarify that it was a 504, not specifically an IEP, but they have both of those things. I mean, if the substitute was just trying to do their best, that's completely fine, but OP should definitely reach out because if they just allow it to be passed, there's not going to be any accountability for it. I don't necessarily think like this substitute should be blacklisted from ever working in this field again, but it would be hugely beneficial, I would think, to give them the information that what they did was incredibly inappropriate considering the kids' needs and special plans, that you can't be so black and white about it. Our next story is from Professional Gur602. Am I the jerk for letting my brother-in-law eat my dog food? So my sister and her husband are living with me temporarily because of Hurricane Ian. Their home in Fort Myers is in bad shape. So I agreed to let them stay with me and my dogs. I own a nice bungalow and it's just me and my dogs. It's a little crowded, but I can deal. I have a couple of little dogs and I like to make them raw food. It's healthy for them and I like knowing what they're eating. I use cheap ground meat and I mix in chopped up vegetables, seeds, and organ meat. I also mix in their doggy vitamins. I make up big batches whenever I find ground meat at a good price. Then I make patties out of the mix and freeze them. At night, I take out a couple of patties and leave them in the fridge to thaw out for the next day's food. When I was out yesterday, my brother-in-law saw the hamburgers in my fridge and decided to grill them up and eat them. When I got home, I went to feed my dogs, but the food was obviously not there. So I asked my sister if she had fed my dogs while I was out. She said that her husband had eaten the burgers in the fridge. I kind of giggled and said, "Oops, I guess I need to thaw more out." He heard me and said that they tasted off anyway. I told him the reason they tasted off is because they were dog food. He started dry heaving and saying he was going to puke. He yelled at me for keeping dog food around people food. I yelled back that he's a guest and while he's welcome to anything in the house, perhaps it would be best if he asked before he ate my food. Him and my sister are angry at me that I didn't label my dog food. I'm kind of angry that he complained. Yes, I'd be a little grossed out too, but it's just funny. He isn't hurt or anything. There's nothing that isn't edible by humans in the food I make. I wouldn't eat it myself, of course. Am I the jerk? Personally, I'm of the opinion whether or not you're welcomed with open arms to stay in somebody's house or not, you should ask before going and eating something out of their fridge. Unless this is like one of those situations where you go over to their house so many times it's like second nature, you just have like a understanding. I mean, who stays over at a relative's place, sees a patty in the fridge and goes, "You know what, I'm gonna cook that up and eat it myself." It's kind of a jerk move. So I don't think OP's the jerk. Is it acceptable to snack on relatives' food without ever asking? Our next story is from Plus Independent 3718. Am I the jerk for uninviting my dad to my wedding because he took back the money he promised? I want to be clear that this is not about money. I know no one owes us money, but he promised and it's about his reasoning. My fiance and I are currently planning a wedding, and my mom got herself uninvited as we found out she'd made some jokes behind our back about my fiance's appearance and style, and saying that she was never going to be anything more than a stay-at-home mom. I was furious and uninvited her. A couple of people told me I was being a jerk, as it was a one-time thing she said, not thinking it would get back to us. Also, she was tipsy, maybe a bit drunk. My dad recently found out that she wasn't going to be there, they aren't married, and confronted me. He said what she said wasn't nice, but realistically people crap talk and gossip, and I should give her the chance to apologize and move on. I explained that I can't let someone who feels that way come to our wedding, and he said that I was being ridiculous. He said that he was no longer going to pay for our wedding if I was going to treat my mom like that. I decided to uninvite him as I feel he's no longer a supportive person. My fiance was privy to this conversation and is obviously hurt. She doesn't want him there either, so I feel the need to support her, But now my dad and his wife are telling everyone how we feel entitled to their money and how arrogant we are for uninviting everyone who disagrees with us. I feel slightly weird about it because obviously he doesn't have to pay for our wedding. While I obviously think that what the mom said is awful, I mean, it just seems like this was a one-time thing where something awful got out and OP took the nuclear option. And even when they tried to apologize and work towards moving past it, it was already blown up and the radiation was spewing out and there's no going back. Well, considering the dad probably feels it's unfair, I don't think I can blame them for pulling out money out of something that they feel they're getting mistreated in. And also, to be fair, they don't owe you the money regardless, even if they said they were going to pay for it. Would you guys agree with that? Our next story is from an anonymous poster. Am I the jerk for telling my girlfriend I don't want the Christmas holiday to be all about her? I, 31-year-old male, have been together with my girlfriend, 25-year-old female, for 2 years now. We both live in the London, UK together, but I'm originally from the Czech Republic. I'll visit my family in my home country next Christmas. My girlfriend also wants to come. Last night we were looking for train tickets for her. I already booked my flight ticket separately. She's afraid of flying. While looking for dates, she told me that she'd like to arrive a few days before the actual Christmas, so she can relax and sleep a lot after the long train ride to prepare for the busy Christmas days. This really annoyed me. I told her I don't want this holiday to be all about her. I just want to have a good time with my family. She doesn't need to tell me how many days she needs to prepare and sleep, and that she'll only have energy for 3 out of 7 days. I wish she would keep me out of that. This has been a theme for every holiday. She's often tired after a social activity and needs to have a day rest in between. I feel super limited by that. I just want to have a good time, not a girlfriend who's always tired. My family also thinks it's weird that she sleeps long and sometimes skips an activity when we visit to do something on her own. But now she's upset with me. She told me she's reconsidering coming at all for Christmas. She says that I make her feel like she's not allowed to take up space, that it'll only be a fun and conflict-free holiday if she pretends she has more energy than she has. And yeah, it's true sometimes that I want her to just suck it up. I'm also tired sometimes, and I don't let that limit my life. Is it so weird that I just want a peaceful holiday and for her to leave me out of comments that she's tired and wants to rest? 100% I think OP is the jerk in this situation. This might be one of the clearest posts that just straight up expose that OP and their partner just do not work well together. I'm not a very outgoing person myself. I know that if I go to a very big social event with family or a relative's family, I'm gonna be very exhausted and I'm gonna want a day off in between too if I can get it. My social battery isn't that big. So for those desires to be expressed and just met with, honestly, don't even tell me about that stuff. I don't even want to hear about it. Just suck it up sometimes. They just aren't compatible. Our next story is from Defiant Theme 4812. Am I the jerk? I want to cash out my life insurance policy so I can spend the last 9 to 12 months in comfort, but my parents, beneficiaries, are threatening to disown me. So yeah, I have a terminal medical condition, male 28, which I won't go into too much detail about. I didn't have the best health insurance and doctors, so I found out I had a big problem pretty much when it was too late. About the only thing I had of value other than some meager savings, an even smaller 401, and my car was a life insurance policy I got years ago when I was 18. It was a relatively small amount yearly and awesome terms, so why not? I always thought I could swap it over to a future wife and kids, but not happening now. So I haven't been able to work now for about 2 months, but I won't be eligible for hospice care until probably a few weeks before the end. The actual policy itself was for an eye-watering amount if I died before a certain age, which unfortunately is what is going to happen. I've been living at home with my parents rent-free since I stopped working, which is good of them. We haven't had the best relationship growing up, and they pretty much only did the minimum required by law in terms of how they raised me. No complaints, but not parents of the year material. A lot of this was due to finances. I've been putting money towards food and utilities, but not the rent they're paying, as that was a cost that they were covering by themselves, and my being here hasn't increased it. Anyway, I've been investigating cash outs, both through the company and investor groups, that will give you a bit more in exchange for being named as beneficiary. I'll probably stick with the company offer to get things moving faster. There's going to be some taxation issues, but the end result will be that my parents will essentially get an amount that will cover my funeral and possibly a really good secondhand car. I estimate that the amount I'll get will be enough for me to rent a nice condo near the beach, nice meals, maid service, some great experiences while I'm well enough, and some in-home care nursing towards the end. My parents have basically said that the life insurance policy named to them will set them up for life and allow them to buy a house and invest, etc., and probably even retire early. They're in their 50s and were probably going to have to work until they dropped. They're telling me that they made a lot of sacrifices to have me move into their house until they go to hospice, but I really don't see what that is other than the inconvenience of 3 adults in a 2-bedroom house. One of them was going to give up work towards the end to provide some home care until I qualified for hospice, but my cashing out will mean that they can keep working. I get that it would be the noble thing to help my parents out, but I don't want to. I don't think OP could be the jerk in this situation. When faced with the reality that this is all you're going to have, and you yourself earned yourself an opportunity to kind of celebrate life and have a good experience before it's all gone, I say, how can you possibly be the jerk for choosing that option? It would be noble, but this is OP's experience, and considering the hand that they were dealt, I don't blame them for trying to make it as comfortable and as awesome as they can while they can. Also, I will say the parents seem oddly giddy about life after OP. Oh, we're gonna invest and we're gonna retire early. Thanks for planning ahead, I guess. Our next story is from Throwaway22314157. Am I the jerk for telling my sister to stop taking showers with her husband in my house? I'm female 32, my sister female 28, and her husband male 32 moved in with us 2 days ago after they lost their apartment to medical debts for their child, my nephew. My husband and I are more than happy to have them stay for a few weeks till they get this resolved. However, yesterday at 7 p.m., I was in the kitchen when my husband rushed in and said that he saw both my sister and her husband walk out of the bathroom. They'd most likely taken a shower together. My husband said that it irked him, and I agreed that what they did was somewhat inappropriate. He asked me to speak to my sister on the matter, and I did. She got defensive, asking how this is affecting me or my husband in any way. I told her that it made my husband feel uncomfortable and would rather that they just take their showers separately. She started ranting about being overwhelmed by their son's health problems and not having some alone time together as a married couple, and found this activity as a bonding time to spend together. I apologized for how she felt, but requested that she just do as asked. She got mad at me and said that I was being inconsiderate and she didn't understand my husband's hang-up on what she and her husband do. We started arguing and she stormed off to the guest's room where my nephew and brother-in-law are. She's not speaking to me, but my husband said I did the right thing by speaking to her and setting this boundary. Am I the jerk? Am I and my husband overreacting to this? I think OP is definitely the jerk in this situation. I could kind of understand it if you're like, please don't, do whatever in the guest bed. Because, it's possible to leave your mark, so to say. But not only are they doing whatever in a place where it will be squeaky clean after they're done, I assume, but it's also the more green and economical thing anyways. Them showering together honestly is better for the environment anyways. You don't waste as much water. If I were them, I would end up obeying the rules by still having both of us go in the bathroom and shower one at a time with us both in there. Don't worry, stuck to your rules in that case. Our next story is from Bright Physics 8375. Am I the jerk for only inviting some of my sister's children to my wedding? I, female 25, got married to my husband, male 25, in August. We kept it small and simple and didn't want too many guests due to budget, so we only invited close family members and friends. My older sister Dawn, female 38, has 10 children. 17-year-old boy, 16-year-old girl, 14-year-old boy, 10 and 9-year-old girls, a 7-year-old boy, a 5-year-old boy, 2 3-year-old boys, and a 1-year-old boy. My parents and the rest of my family aren't religious, but Dawn and her husband are very hardcore Christians and believe that having lots of children is God's will. Obviously, inviting all of my nieces and nephews would be quite a cost. My wedding isn't child-free, but my husband and I decided it would be fairest if we only invited Dawn's 3 eldest kids. I've talked to Dawn about it and explained our reasoning, but she was really offended and said that I'm picking favorites. I told her I'm sorry, but 10 kids is a big cost on our wedding budget, and that we try to be as fair as possible. Dawn accused me of being a bridezilla and thinking I'm too good for her and her family. I told Dawn if she doesn't like it, she doesn't have to come, but that she's my sister and I really want her at the wedding. Dawn, her husband, and the 3 eldest did come to the wedding, but with other family members bringing small children, everyone was asking her about why not all of her kids were there. After the wedding, Dawn has been very off around me lately. She told me she understands how I feel about her babies and said that I'm a bad sister and a terrible aunt, and has accused me of not respecting her religion and lifestyle. My parents and other siblings have been making comments like, "Don't get too excited for XYZ. OP said only 3 people can come because there's too many of us." The comments have been getting to me a bit, and I'm wondering if I was the jerk. If you're not having a child-free wedding, I could understand why maybe the 10-year-old and the 9-year-old should have been allowed. But overall, 10 kids, it's just, how do you even expect you to be able to bring 10 kids to a wedding? I don't think OP's the jerk because does nobody else see the optics of how you take care of 10 kids at a wedding? How do you take care of 10 kids at home? They must have like a well-paying job and some nanny work going on or something. Our next story is from Unlucky Aside 3033. Am I the jerk for telling my mom her dream for my wedding stopped being possible the day my dad died? My dad died when I was 7 years old. He was my favorite person, my mom's favorite person at the time, and I kind of think he was the person who could complement our personalities enough for us to be super close. Even as a little kid, I kind of knew that. It broke the 2 of us when he died. But then she found someone else. She found Luke. She married Luke when I was 9, and he became her person. Luke, upon realizing my dad had been the parent I was closest to, tried to fill that space, and was unwilling to listen when I said that that space was reserved for my dad. It caused some tension. Over time, I let some things go. They would call themselves my parents or my mom and dad. I always called him Luke. I always told people close to me about my dad, and would make sure it was known Luke was not dad. Our relationship, now that I'm several years out of their house, is amicable but not close. I don't hate them, but my mom and I still don't mesh well, and Luke still wants to try to fill that role my dad had, and I still don't want him to. Ever since I got engaged, my mom has been more present. She's told me how she always dreamed of this day, etc. Over time, she brought up how she and Luke couldn't wait to see him walk me down the aisle and give me my father-daughter dance, and how they were excited to be the mom and dad of the bride. I told her none of that was happening. She told me it was always her dream though, that from the time she found out she was expecting a girl, she couldn't wait to watch me on my dad's arm and in his arms for a dance. I told her that was possible when dad was alive, but not when he was gone. She told me it was still possible. There was still my dad, Luke, and that he deserved it. They both did. I told her I was walking with my fiancé, and no father-daughter dance would happen. I told her he was not going to be listed as father of the bride anywhere because he is not my father. I ended up telling her to leave, and I went back to less contact. Then my mom showed up unannounced and started to tell me all about this dream again and what it meant to her, and I told her clearly, without hesitation, that her dream stopped being possible when my dad died, because he wasn't there to do that stuff, and that Luke was never going to be filling my dad's role for me. I told her she might be able to switch them out easily, but I was not. She left in tears, telling me I'd punished her for moving on, and punished my dad for not being Cal, my dad. That she and my dad deserved better than that, and I was spiteful. Am I the jerk? I think OP's not the jerk, and I think this is one of those situations where, because from the get-go they were trying to force this new dad replacement figure, there was never a chance for it to grow naturally. Maybe if Luke came in and was just supportive and loving, without trying to force titles, without trying to be Dad 2.0, maybe it would have gotten to that point. But if you're not going to allow that to possibly grow naturally and you're going to try to force it, you shouldn't be too surprised that there's going to be resistance the whole time. OP's definitely not the jerk. And our final story of the day is from Information Primary 31. Am I the jerk for tipping and embarrassing my boomer father-in-law? I worked as a server in university, and my daughter worked at Starbucks and a local restaurant when she was in school. I know how servers earn their money. My father-in-law invited us out for supper for my mother-in-law's birthday. We went to a nice Greek restaurant in his neighborhood. The meal was fantastic, and my father-in-law said it was on him. Cool. My kids are well behaved and know not to go crazy on their grandparents' money. I've known my in-laws for almost 20 years now. I know he doesn't tip, so I always bring cash and tip whenever we dine out with them. So after the meal, as we were leaving, I checked the bill and dropped 20% on top of his cash, more or less. I guess he accidentally left too much money once and made a big deal about getting his change because the server came running out with the tip I left. My father-in-law knew how he paid, and it didn't include a $50 bill. He blew his top, saying I disrespected him. By doing this, I was implying that he was cheap after he took out my family to a nice restaurant. I was just trying to do right by the server. I wasn't trying to be a hero or a jerk. I just know that we took up a table for almost 2 hours and she deserved a tip. My wife is mad at me for upsetting her father. My daughter gave me a hug and said I was right. Am I the jerk? I don't think OP's the jerk here because the fact of the matter is these servers live off of tips, and it's undoubtedly an awful thing to do to not tip unless your service was that bad or you're that strapped for cash. Am I the jerk for calling my sister's husband a piece of crap because he's representing my ex in our divorce? I asked my ex for a divorce 2 months ago, and I found out a week later that my sister's husband was going to be his solicitor. I wasn't completely surprised as my ex has helped his career a lot, but I was still hurt when my sister told me. I've avoided him since finding out, but my parents invited everyone over for dinner, and I missed them, so I went. I tried really hard to bite my tongue, but he kept referring to me as my ex's wife, and told me that if he was me, he would stay married because I was going to lose a lot if I divorced my ex. I ended up telling him that he was a real piece of crap in front of everybody, including his daughters. My sister got angry at me for saying that in front of her daughters, but I was so mad I told her I didn't care because he was a jerk. So now she's pissed at me. Am I the jerk? I think OP's not the jerk. It's definitely not a favorable situation to be in. Would you guys agree with me when I say I think OP should be careful about what correspondence they have here? Because whatever information they discuss or give away could be something that's used against them, whether it's issues that have been going on in the relationship or anything like that. Or am I kind of overthinking this? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Our next story is from Pizza Party Nope. Am I the jerk for not going out to get a special pizza? My brother brings over his girlfriend to a pizza and movie night. I get the $10 Costco pizza for everyone. The only toppings they have is pepperoni or cheese. I get one of each. We also have some wine in a can, Coke and bottled water. Other than that, it's bring your own beer or wine. The girlfriend gets there and acts like the pizza's disgusting and asks if we can order anything else. I said no. She asked my brother to go get her this pizza she likes. A medium cost $24. I told my brother if he goes, take her with you, you're not coming back with a special pizza just for her. She makes him leave 10 minutes into the movie because she was offended that we didn't go out of our way to make her welcome. My brother's been calling me all sorts of names and calling me cheap. I don't think it was my responsibility to cater to one person at the party, and it's rude to get a pizza just for yourself. He called me trashy, and I said the only trashy one at the party was his girlfriend, and not to bring her around again until she learns some manners. Personally, I think both sides were jerks. To be honest, this whole event doesn't really sound like that formal or very super well planned. So if the girlfriend gets there and they realize they're just not that into that pizza, I don't think there's anything wrong with them asking, hey, is it alright if I go grab a pizza for myself? Because what's the big deal? Who really cares? I think if you have an issue in that situation, you're just trying to be a victim or feeling overly insecure. But for her to act like everything there is just disgusting and then forcing him to leave after everything, that also felt over the top and not necessary. I mean, overall, just look at OP's rules. Bring your own beer, bring your own wine. But if you get there and you realize you don't really like that pizza and you want to get your own, don't you dare think about bringing your own pizza. OP really went and died on this Costco $10 pizza hill. Our next story is from an anonymous poster. Am I the jerk for telling my husband I never wanted our daughter after he refused to take care of her? I, 27-year-old female, have never really wanted children. I told my husband this many times over the early years of our relationship, and once we were married, I tried my best to really stress that. He, 26-year-old male, never seemed to mind this and always agreed that he didn't want children. This was going well until I got pregnant about a year into our marriage. I knew I did not want the baby and assumed my husband wouldn't either, but when I told him, he was excited. He ended up convincing me to go through with the pregnancy, and so I did. Flash forward to today, and our daughter Ria is 15 months old. I really do love her, but I'm exhausted. My husband works full-time and I'm a stay-at-home mom. I'm with her almost 24/7. I never have a break. I do everything with her, as he hardly sees her with work, and she's usually asleep by the time he gets home, but instead, he snapped at me. Apparently, he'd had a very long day and he needed to lay down. I was shocked, literally never been so angry in my life. I went and put Ria into her crib before I responded to him. I feel horrible, but essentially what I said was that I never wanted to be a mom. I never wanted our daughter, he did. So why is it all on me to care for her? Why can't he just make a bottle and read the baby he wanted a darn book? He was immediately furious with me. He couldn't believe what I had said. He hasn't talked to me since. So, am I the jerk? I think OP's not the jerk here, and more than anything, it's not about whether you wanted the baby or not. It's that you're tired and you're one half of the parenting of this kid. It doesn't matter if they worked a full 8 hours lifting heavy boxes in a hot warehouse. If they come home and they got a kid, they should help out at least a little bit. Notice how in the end, after the argument, he's only upset at half of the argument. He's only addressing half of the argument. He couldn't believe what OP said, very conveniently latching on to the fact that OP said, well, I never wanted the kid in the first place. But they're just going to look past the whole argument and why it happened, which is, why can't they, a person who wanted the kid, ever help out? They only latch on to being offended from what OP said about not ever wanting the kid initially. And yet again, nothing to do with responsibility. Our next story is from Thin22. Am I the jerk for sometimes hanging out in states of undress with my boyfriend's roommate? I'm pretty much a practical nudist, meaning that I love to wear as few clothes as practical. Naturally, in social settings, I try to be more careful. My boyfriend and his roommate have a pretty sweet apartment downtown, so we spend most of the time there. He's a really nice and chill guy, and on days my boyfriend and I don't want to get intimate, we just hang out in the living room, drinking, smoking, and watching movies. Sometimes I end up just hanging out in a towel after a shower. I explicitly checked with the roommate that this was okay, and he didn't mind. Unfortunately, now he has a new jealous girlfriend who doesn't hang out with us sometimes, but she feels like she needs to police what I'm wearing in the apartment of my boyfriend. We got into a bit of a stupid text message exchange when she found out, and she's clearly jealous and insecure. It doesn't help her self-esteem, I guess, that 9 times out of 10, people are gonna say I'm the hotter person. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder and all that. I'm not self-centered, it's purely a comfort thing. It's not remotely sexual for me, so I think I'm in the right holding. Our next story is from Baby Sing Wo. Am I the jerk for not babysitting during an emergency? I, 25-year-old female, have a brother, 34-year-old male. He has 2 kids, one a few months old and the other's 3 years old. My brother and I haven't had a good relationship. We're just starting to get to know each other again. I don't know his kids very well. His mother-in-law retired and she lives with him and his wife to help take care of the kids. He called me at 1 a.m. the other night asking if I could come over and watch the older kid because the baby was sick and they had to take him to the ER. I asked why his mother-in-law couldn't watch the other kid, especially since the kid was sleeping. He said mother-in-law needed to sleep to take care of the kids the next day. I said, no, sorry, I had work in the morning and there was someone there to watch the kid. I hung up and went back to sleep. Now my brother's pissed because he had to stay home while his wife took the baby to the ER and had to go through everything alone. I feel bad, but not really. The baby just has a cold, by the way. If there was a legitimate emergency, I don't see any mother-in-law who's staying over that was there for the sole purpose of helping with the kids that wouldn't offer to stay up and watch the kids as necessary just while this emergency's going on. And also, it doesn't fall on OP's shoulders just because they're related or just because they've become a contact recently. I mean, if there was no other option, maybe you could argue OP was a jerk. But in this situation, they're definitely not. Our next story is from Roberts 2003. Am I the jerk for refusing to let my husband eat from my plate at the restaurant? My husband and I have a totally different taste when it comes to food. That's perfectly fine. However, lately and whenever we go out to a restaurant, we'd both order different dishes, and then he suddenly asks to eat from my dish and would throw a fit if I refuse. He's done this several times, and I snapped and told him to stop asking and order from the same dish if he wanted it so bad. Last night we went out for dinner and ordered different dishes. Before we made the order, I asked if he was sure about the dish he picked, and he said yes. The food arrived and each of us had our plate and started eating. Literally minutes later, he asked if he could eat from my dish. I looked at him like, "Are you serious right now?" And he went on about how he couldn't resist the looks of the dish and really wanted to try it. I refused and said no. I kept eating and he kept pushing till I blew up and he got quiet all of a sudden. He then got up and walked out. He was furious with me and picked an argument at home when I got back. He said that I acted petty and that all he asked for was a few bites from my meal and I chose to make a scene and yell and embarrass him instead. We're not speaking to each other right now because of what happened. I feel crappy about it and I think I could have just let him have some of the food instead of choosing to die on such a silly hill. I think if this is one of those situations where every so often when you go out you get your burger and your fries and your partner takes a few fries, if you blew up in those kinds of scenarios, maybe it is a silly hill to die on. But this is like a long-standing situation that continues to grow because they just keep doing it. It's a huge annoyance. You clarify with them before you ever start that it's not going to happen essentially, and they just don't get it. It's like trying to teach a toddler to not stick their hands in your plate of food. I imagine in a lot of marriages it's pretty normal to kind of share plates all the time, but if you're the kind of person that doesn't want to share your food, you shouldn't have to walk around with a jerk label for that. Our next story is from Bad Coworker. Am I the jerk for making coworkers pay me for my time? I, male 22, work a couple of different jobs. I don't have kids, a girlfriend, a boyfriend, or a life really. I go to work, come home, play with my ferret, play with my actual ferret, and that's about it. I'm always willing to switch shifts with people, but I found a way for it to benefit me. I accept money in return for switching shifts. One lady wants to go see her family for Thanksgiving. I have that weekend booked off. She asked me to switch. I said I have a vacation planned and it would cost me $400 to switch my reservations, so she paid me $400. It's win-win. But my roommate thinks I'm a jerk for booking the holidays off when all I plan to do is get high and play Zelda. So what OP's actually doing is they go and they book holidays off. They don't actually have plans, they just book those days off. And then they lie to their coworker and say, "Oh, well, I've got a reservation, it'll cost me $400, which they just end up pocketing that $400. I don't know, cause it's not like they're forcing them to, and OP would otherwise just enjoy their time off regardless. I don't think OP's the jerk on the basic premise of this, but I've gotta say asking $400? Is that not an amount to be shameful to lie about, taking from another person? I mean, just the fact that they lied about the $400 fee, that alone makes me feel iffy on jerk or not jerk. Our next story is from Responsible at 8847. Am I the jerk? Boyfriend's birthday is the same weekend as my sister's wedding. My sister's getting married on a Friday night, and my boyfriend's birthday is the same weekend, that Sunday. He's turning 29, and this would be his third birthday we were together for. Usually for his birthday, we drive to the beach and spend the day there. He was hoping to do the same this year. However, for my sister's wedding, my family planned to rent a house right near the venue for a long weekend, so we didn't feel rushed. We got a house for Wednesday night through Sunday morning. Obviously, my boyfriend's invited to the wedding, and would be staying with me in the house my family rented if he chooses to. And obviously we would get cake and go out to dinner etc. for his birthday while we were at the rental house. He wants to leave the rental house on Saturday a day early so we can drive home 3 hours and then drive to the beach the next morning for his birthday, an hour-and-a-half drive. I want to spend the whole weekend with my family and I don't want to leave early. My sister's getting married. She's my best friend and I don't want to miss out on anything. I feel like Saturday we're all going to be a little hungover. We'll probably take naps and spend the day talking about everything that happened at the wedding. The house has a pool and a hot tub, pool table, fire pit, etc. So we wanted to spend the day hanging out, relaxing, and reminiscing on the wedding. I don't want to get up that day, pack up my stuff, and rush home just to pack again for the beach and have to wake up early the next morning to drive to the beach. He feels like by Sunday the wedding is over and now it's his birthday, so I should be focusing on him instead of my sister. I said his birthday happens once every year compared to my sister's wedding being a once-in-a-lifetime event. I offered to go to the beach the next day, Monday, or the next weekend, etc., but he only wants to go on his birthday. He's turning 29 years old, and I feel like he should understand how important this event is to my family and to me, and he shouldn't want to drag me away from it. He broke up with me because I refused to leave a day early. I'm so frustrated why he can't see how important this is to me, and how excited I am to be there and spend time with my family. My parents and I also split the cost of the rental, so for me to leave early would be a waste of my money. He doesn't care about that because he didn't have to pay, even though he'd be staying there with us. I didn't ask him to pay his share because he's unemployed and doesn't have the money for that. I think OP's not the jerk, and I agree wholeheartedly with them that this is a once-in-a-lifetime event. It sucks that it coincides with his birthday, but you can set aside another day in the near future to really celebrate it and have a whole fun day with it. If that's not good enough for them, I think they're just being overly selfish. And honestly, maybe it's for the best that they broke up with OP. I think maybe they dodged the bullet for OP. Our next story is from Double Leadership 5372. Am I the jerk for telling my friend she should work less if she wants more time with her husband? About 7 months ago, my friend Tori, 34-year-old female, began to vent to us about some of her marital problems, namely that her husband Jack, 35-year-old male, doesn't have time for her. At first we let her vent and just listened to her and gave her support. I know that Jack is a stay-at-home dad that works part-time from home, and Tori's pretty big into her career. At the time, I didn't question how things were when she got home because I just wanted to listen to her. Since then, she's had the same complaint every time we see her, and some of our friends started to offer her advice, like tell Jack how he was hurting her feelings and tell him what she needed from him. It sounded like good advice. This year, our kids are in the same kindergarten class, so Jack, myself, and another friend have been taking turns carpooling the kids. Whenever I drop their kid off and take them inside, I would always see Jack finishing up cleaning, laundry, cooking, and other household chores. Tori also has 2 nights a week she either comes to one of our houses after work, or she goes out with her coworkers after work. Yet, when we see her, she still has the same complaint about Jack not having time for her. This last time I saw Tori, some of her friends had started to talk down about him to her about the whole situation. I asked Tori if Jack is still doing most of the childcare and housework while working from home, and she said yes. I asked her if she gets paid overtime for working so many hours that they need the money, and she said no. She's on salary, but she wants to get to the next level. I told her it sounds like she's been misrepresenting the situation, and it doesn't sound like Jack doesn't have the time for her, but she may not be making time for him. And if she wants time with him, she should cut back on her hours so she's home at a reasonable time. And maybe not go socialize 2 nights a week while he's at home. Tori started to cry and tell me that I was shaming her for having her career, and our friends agreed. I said it wasn't like that at all and that there's nothing wrong with her having a career. But if all the other advice hadn't been working after so many months, maybe she needed to look at how she was also contributing to the problem. Now they're both upset and barely talking to me. Was I so wrong to tell her that? Am I the jerk? I think OP's not the jerk, and I think it's a very valid thing to bring up and ask about. I feel like in a lot of situations like that where things aren't necessarily going well in a partnership, it's overall a really good question to think about and ask in regards to, am I doing something that's causing issues here? When there's an issue with the relationship and one side is not considering that they might be the problem, well then it's not a great surprise that you're struggling to find a real answer. It's essentially the same thing in the more like 1950s nuclear family role where some family man is working some proper 8-hour job and then a couple nights a week also going for drinks after work, and then coming home and wondering why there's no time for the relationship to really feel like a relationship. I mean, it sounds to me like John is no slouch, and running a household like that and keeping everything on top, you can't really work overtime hours and then expect for there to still be plenty of time to hang out. Our next story is from Flurzelnot. Am I the jerk for getting mad at my friend for referring to me as her gay best friend? I, 24-year-old male, have had this friend who we'll call Carrie, 24-year-old female, for around 10 years now. I came out to her as gay when I was 16, and at the time she was very respectful and supportive. But over the last couple of years, I've been feeling kind of dehumanized by her. Every time we go out together and she meets someone new, usually a guy she's interested in, she always wants me to act like a wingman and calls me her gay best friend when she goes over to talk to them. I've told her many times I don't like being called that, 1, because it makes me feel like an accessory, and 2, it means she's outing me to random people who I don't know and could act maliciously towards me. She would always stop calling me that for a while, but pick it right back up. The last time it happened, we were at a cheap bar, and she was interested in a guy there. She wanted me to talk her up to him, and then came over and started to talk to him herself. Well, he ended up asking who I was and what our relationship was, and before I could say anything, she chimed in, "Oh, he's my gay best friend." I kind of lost it at this point because it had been going on for too long, and I had a lot of pent-up frustrations with it. I yelled and told her, "I've told you over and over not to call me that, and you keep doing it. I feel like you see me as an accessory and you're using me to fulfill your Yas Queen fantasies. You're risking my safety every time you out me. I don't think we should talk anymore because you clearly don't respect me enough not to do something I told you repeatedly I don't like. If you can change the way you see me, maybe we can hang out again, but I need some space from you." Meanwhile, the dude's just standing there awkwardly, but he ended up agreeing with me. I've been getting texts from her and mutual friends saying I was a jerk and needed to apologize because I was overreacting. I ended up just blocking all of them because I can't deal with it. I have, however, started to feel bad. My boyfriend agrees with me, and as I said, so did the dude she liked, but am I the jerk? OP is definitely not the jerk. If they keep calling you something and you tell them, "Do not call me that," and they cannot respect that, then it's clear that they can't respect you. Whether they want to try to downplay how severe it is calling you whatever, you told them you don't want to, and that's straight up disrespecting you. And I agree with OP's concerns. Sadly, there's a lot of people out there who still feel very strongly about gay people, and you end up in some cheap bar, you tell the wrong guy the wrong thing, maybe they've been drinking, in good old gun-toting America, who knows? Our next story is from Throwaway Baby Luigi. Am I the jerk for telling my colleague that she basically called her newborn daughter Luigi? I'm an Italian woman who works for an Italian company that has a close working relationship with a few American companies. More specifically, I'm the Italian liaison of a kind of big department in one of these companies. So basically everything that my American colleagues decide comes through me, and I relate it to my Italian colleagues. In the years I've worked there, I've made good friends with some of these American colleagues, and this past summer, one of them, S, female, early 30s, invited me to her house in the US. I had been in the US many times before that, but always for work, never for leisure, so I was really happy. It's the 4th of July and S has organized a nice party. I meet other people who work for the same company, but whom I didn't know. Amongst them, M, female, mid-late 20s, with her newborn baby girl, Gigi. I'm not big on children, so I mostly ignore the baby, but I talked to M for a while and with other people too. At some point in the evening, M tells me that her husband is Italian too, and they wanted to choose an Italian name for their baby to honor his ancestry, and they went with Gigi. I knew this name was used for girls in the US, but I didn't know someone thought it was an Italian name. So I tell her that while Gigi exists in Italy as a name, it's not a girl name. And in Italy, there's a law that says you can't name a child with a name that's traditionally used for the opposite gender, and neutral names don't exist. She's like, "What do you mean?" And I tell her that Gigi in Italy is a nickname for Luigi, and that if she comes to Italy and introduces her child as Gigi, Italians will think she has a little boy named Luigi. At this point, poor M starts wailing, sobbing that I'm just being mean, I'm making fun of her, I'm jealous of her, saying that her daughter is not named after a stupid video game character. I tell her that Luigi, and Mario too for that matter, are completely normal Italian names that have existed for centuries or even thousands of years before the creation of video games. This does not calm her down at all. M is having a nervous breakdown, and someone calls her husband, who was at work, to come pick her up. They leave shortly after, and I realize I've inadvertently ruined the party for everyone. Am I the jerk for telling this girl her baby's name is not what she thinks it is? Considering M flaunted the reasoning for choosing that name, and how that name would not actually hold up to that reasoning if scrutinized, I think OP's not the jerk for clarifying that their provided reason actually doesn't make much sense. And I mean, it's hard to say whether or not they were being a jerk without hearing the way it came across. Like, phrasing probably does matter a lot. Like, if OP were to say, if you took that baby to Italy and told someone their name Gigi, they'd think you'd have a little boy named Luigi. Then maybe you'd be a jerk for laying it on that way. But if you were saying it out of concern and just as a heads up, I don't think you're a jerk. Also, I learned something new here about Italy. I had no idea it was like that. I didn't know they had a whole law about it. Our next story is from Obstucked. Am I the jerk for wearing a white dress to my sister's wedding? I, 28-year-old female, was invited to my sister's, 32-year-old female, wedding on October 4th, 2022. For months, my sister planned for her wedding, and about 4 months before the wedding, she let us know her maid of honor, bridesmaids, and all other things to do with guest roles, etc. Well, I was one of her bridesmaids. My sister didn't want to buy all of the bridesmaids' dresses, as she wanted us to contrast and feel comfortable in our dresses. But one thing she let us know was that the bridesmaids were to wear white dresses. A few weeks later, I went bridesmaid dress shopping. I really care about my sister, so I put a lot of thought and time into choosing my dress, hoping that it would be okay for her wedding. I found this beautiful lace corset, long white dress. This dress was expensive, around 1,500 British pounds, and the boutique had a no-return policy unless the dress was broken or ripped, meaning once I'd bought it, I couldn't return it. So I decided to be the smart person and have my sister come round to the boutique to see me in the dress the next day. My sister was overjoyed. She exclaimed that she loved the dress and it was perfect for her wedding. She insisted that I should buy it, so I bought it for 1,500 pounds. I was the first bridesmaid to get their dress. All of my sister's friends seemed almost a little too laid back. A week before the wedding comes, and I wake up to texts and calls from my sister, friends, and family. Most of the ones from friends and family were letting me know my sister had the talk. I opened my sister's texts and see, change of plans, I don't want the bridesmaids wearing white. White is for the bride and all the other bridesmaids are now wearing teal. Please buy another dress. Thanks, sister. My heart literally sank. I didn't have enough money to buy another dress after the money I spent on that dress. I let my sister and family know this and attended the wedding, but everyone was giving me dirty looks and stares, especially the groom. My sister was infuriated with me afterwards, and my entire family's ignoring me. So, am I the jerk? I think OP is definitely not the jerk here. Maybe there's a commentary to be had on the necessity of buying a 1,500-pound non-returnable dress for a bridesmaid situation, but that's neither here nor there when they were told explicitly that it was fine, perfect, beautiful, so they go and they get it, and then are immediately told, hey, actually, sorry, forget everything I told you. That's not OP's fault. And our final story of the day is from Mammoth Middle 2910. Am I the jerk for a dry wedding and telling someone he has an alcohol problem? 25-year-old female, am getting married. My fiance, 25-year-old male, and I decided on a dry wedding since we don't drink and see no point in spending money for alcohol. We were debating about getting a cash bar, but then decided to no alcohol at all. There will be a wide range of other drinks, not just juice and soda provided. We informed our guests via invitations with something along the lines of, you don't have to be worried about choosing a driver or paying a taxi since everybody will be able to drive. So a friend, 26-year-old male, called me and asked if I was joking about the dry wedding. I denied it. He asked 2 more times and I still denied joking. Then he asked what was wrong with me and how was he supposed to have fun without alcohol and how he should function that night, and that it was not alright to choose a dry wedding. This is where I might have been the jerk. I told him that I was not obligated to provide alcohol to him just because he's not able to have fun without it, and that if he needs alcohol so badly and cannot function without it for even one night with people he knew, that he might be having an alcohol problem and should consider a therapy to treat it. He flipped out on me and I took his invitation back until he apologizes because he used many slurs on me. Our friends are divided about me being the jerk. Some say I was right, others say I wasn't right. So Reddit, am I the jerk? How can you be not right about deciding on how you want your wedding to be? If you're having a wedding and you're hosting it and you want a dry wedding, how are you the jerk? Are they saying OP's the jerk for telling somebody that if a person cannot function at a gathering without alcohol that they might have a problem? Because honestly, I agree with OP and I agree with that sentiment, and I think OP's not the jerk. What do you guys think? If you're having a wedding, should there be some form of achievable alcohol? Whether it's a cash bar type scenario? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Am I the jerk for not allowing my wife to wash the dog in the kitchen sink? So we have a 4-pound Chihuahua. We also have 4 full bathrooms in our house. We were discussing giving the dogs a bath and a walk. My wife suggested that we can wash Romeo in the kitchen sink because he's so small. I said that's disgusting because our dishes go into that sink and food-related products. She disagrees. I said, dude, if I ask Reddit, you're going to be roasted. I will not wash the dog in the kitchen sink. Am I the jerk? It might be grody to some, but I don't think it'd be too weird for washing them in the sink. And by the way, hey, I'm Steven, and if you love these hard-hitting Am I the Jerk Here stories, then why not subscribe? That said, our next story is from Throwaway Family 5. Am I the jerk for refusing to stop using my nephew's nickname? Just getting the ages out of the way, I'm 22-year-old male, my nephew's 7, and my brother's 23. I have a special nickname for nephew. I call him Blip. I call him that because he was a tiny baby when he was born, and when I first held him, my dad said, "He's barely a blip on your radar." That was a joke because I'm pretty tall and my nephew looked extra tiny when I was holding him. Since then, Blip became my nickname for him. I still call him that, and he doesn't like it when anyone other than me calls him that. The issue happened earlier today. My siblings, they're technically my step-siblings, but I consider them siblings, and I were visiting my dad and stepmom. I got there at the same time as my brother. I walked in and said hello to everyone. I said, "Hey Blip," to my nephew. My brother walked in after me and said, "Hey Blip," to my nephew as well. My nephew didn't like that and politely asked my brother to not call him that. That started an argument between my brother and I that ended with him asking me not to call my nephew Blip anymore. I refused, and my brother called me a pompous jerk. The family's pretty split on this. My dad and older sister, my nephew's mom, think I should be allowed to have a special nickname for my nephew, but my stepmom and younger sister think that if they can't call him Blip, then I shouldn't be allowed to either. So, am I the jerk for refusing to stop using my nephew's nickname? I think what matters here is keeping what the nephew wants in mind, and really trying to take a step back and understanding why the brother is feeling this way or acting that way. I think it's coming from a place of jealousy from the brother that OP has something special or cutesy and they want to be able to have that too, but they have none of the history there with that. The nephew clearly stated their wish for everybody but OP to call them something else, and that should be respected because the nephew wants that. OP shouldn't be punished for it, and nor should the connection between OP and their nephew around the name Blip. Wouldn't you guys agree with me? Our next story is from Throwaway Unction 93. Am I the jerk for threatening to leave my daughter's wedding because of her rules? I'm 48-year-old male. My daughter's 26-year-old female wedding was yesterday. She moved back to our home state of Utah with her fiancé after living in Boston for college and dental school. She does not seem happy to be back here and said that she only moved back because her husband's 28-year-old male company transferred him here. She knows that in our area, families run large. She's one of 3 kids only because my wife, 47-year-old female, became sick after our youngest, but it's not uncommon to have families of 8. When she started planning her wedding, she started worrying about venue capacity and having to spend money on babysitters. For couples with small kids on her list, she made it clear that she could not accommodate kids 4 or under at this wedding. That caused a lot of ire, and we got phone calls asking why. My daughter's rationale was that she thought older kids would enjoy a party more. My daughter's younger sister, Ashley, 24-year-old female, has been married for 2 years and begged her sister to invite her husband's brother and his wife to the wedding too. Ashley's brother-in-law, 41-year-old male, and his wife, 33-year-old female, have 5 kids, 4 of whom are under the age of 4. When they RSVP'd, they indicated that they'd only be bringing their 8-year-old daughter. I know Ashley's husband's brother well, as he funded my brother's new business and employs Ashley's husband, my son-in-law, in a job that allows Ashley and him to be full-time parents to their kids. However, that side of the family took a while to warm up to Ashley, as they're wary to newcomers. So the day of the wedding comes, and everybody arrives with the kids they RSVP'd for, and then Ashley's brother-in-law arrives early with all 5 of their kids in tow. The nanny they have for their kids are not there. My daughter's angry when she hears of this, and their explanation is that their younger kids were upset, and they wanted to be in these wedding pictures too. An argument ensues where my daughter says that they had on-call nannies and just for whatever reason decided this was the event they didn't want to leave their kids for. I look over and Ashley's getting upset, and her brother-in-law and sister-in-law won't budge. The toddlers are getting anxious and starting to loudly cry, and I finally tell my daughter to just let them in or we'd be here forever. She asked why I was taking their side, and I finally say that she either lifts the child-free policy for family or just cancel the wedding because I was done with her rules and leaving. My daughter says, "Really, Dad? Way to take sides." She then stormed off, and there was a minute where she considered walking down the aisle with her future father-in-law. She ended up relenting, but says her wedding is marred by this event. Am I the jerk? I was afraid that this would become this standoff and Ashley would face ire from her in-laws. Our next story is from No Philosopher 716. Am I the jerk for calling my sister's wedding a knockoff of my own? I've always been the favorite among my siblings. As the baby of the family and the only boy, I got doted on a little extra. This extra doting increased when I expressed an interest in dance and actually discovered a talent for it. This makes sense in my mind. My schedule required more time and money devoted to it since I now had to be taken to classes and showcases, needed the proper attire, etc. There were a few years of tension between my sisters and I, especially during our teen years, where it seemed like they blamed me for what was going on or expected me to apologize for our parents' choices. Something I adamantly refused to do. Tension seemed to ease some when we went our separate ways. My sister stuck around in our hometown to get jobs while I moved to a city about an hour away for college. I met my now husband there, and despite what my parents tried to talk us into, we got married in a tiny ceremony at the local courthouse where only immediate family was present. We had a party with our close friends and family later to celebrate, but the ceremony itself was just like we wanted. A small part of an intimate and peaceful day focused on my partner and I. My oldest sister got engaged a couple of months ago, and my parents jumped at the chance to start planning an over-the-top wedding. I've been around for some of it, and a lot of what's being offered to the new happy couple is what was suggested to my husband and I when they were trying to convince us to have a big wedding. This didn't bother me at all. In fact, I was happy that my sister was getting what seemed like the wedding of her dreams. Unfortunately, it seems she's still holding a grudge over what happened when we were kids, and has made multiple jokes about how she's the favorite now and that this is payback for all the things that she missed out on when I was being chauffeured to dance practice. I took the first few in stride, but it's getting tired now that it's been repeated so many times. I recently told her that the jokes were getting old, but that still didn't stop her. I finally had enough last night, and after a few drinks at a little weekend family get-together, I told her that her wedding was essentially a knockoff of mine, and that I doubted our parents would be putting this much effort in had I gone through with the extravagant plans they wanted me to a few years ago. She left the room in tears, and I've gotten mixed reactions from family over what I said. Am I the jerk? I feel like OP was baited into stooping to their level. Honestly, I don't know if I really blame them with all the prodding, but I definitely feel like this was one of those situations where you probably just should have took the high road. Honestly, maybe the whole thing is a greater symptom of OP actually having been the favorite child with special treatment. This might legitimately be the first situation where the parents are doting on the other kids as much as they had doted on OP all of their life up to this point. Either way, I think signs point to OP being the jerk here. Our next story is from Foundtown Pound 123. Am I the jerk for calling the police on my younger sister? I was saving all year for a birthday present for my son, who's turning 14 this year. I was able to get him a bike, and he's been wanting one for a while since he grew out of his old one about a year ago. His birthday is next Friday, and he's been extremely excited. The bike was kept in my parents' garage, and my sister, who's also 14, decided to take it out for a joyride and managed to get it stolen. I told her she had to find it in 24 hours or I'd call the cops. My parents thought I was just trying to scare her, but I really wasn't. I'm a single parent and saved for months just to get it. My sister couldn't find it, so this afternoon I called the police, and they've told me they probably won't be able to get the bike back, but my sister will end up getting a slap on the wrist. My parents are mad at me because I have the potential to ruin my sister's life with this. Am I the jerk? I think OP's not the jerk here because, considering the parents' reaction, it just does not seem likely that the younger sister would have any kind of punishment here. And let's be real, considering they're 14 years old, I doubt the law is going to come down very hard on her. But she definitely needs some kind of way to learn that what she did here was awful. And using the legal system in that way is probably the only way they would have really have been held accountable. Or at least have their eyes opened to how awful it was and the ramifications for doing so. Our next story is from ToastWJelly657. Am I the jerk for asking my mother and father-in-law to choose between their two daughter-in-laws? Right before I was about to leave for my mother and father-in-law's house, I got a phone call from my husband. Husband was extremely upset and asked me if I'd left for his parents yet. I said no, and he told me he needed to make me aware of a situation. A few hours before, his father called him and shared with him screenshots of a dating app profile containing my name and photos. Before I could say anything, my husband reassured me he knew it was fake. A few things that tipped him off. 1. The screenshots from my profile said less than a mile away, when referring to the distance of the user. 2. It was my sister-in-law who found the account. My straight, female, and married sister-in-law just randomly decided to go on Bumble and somehow fell upon my profile, even though we live over 100 miles apart. When I got to mother and father-in-law's house, father-in-law rushed out to talk to me. He told me I had every right to be upset, but asked me to be the bigger person and not cause any more unnecessary drama. When I got to sister-in-law, initially she denied everything, but after about 2 minutes, she couldn't keep her story straight. Instead of apologizing, she just started bawling her eyes out. She blamed the whole thing on pregnancy hormones and tried to play it off as a joke. My mother and father-in-law both pulled me outside to try and get me to calm down. I asked them why they were taking her side. They told me there were no sides and they were just trying to keep the peace. After they said that, I lost it and told them keeping the peace is just an excuse used by enablers. I told them that they had a very important decision to make. If they chose to stand by sister-in-law, they'll lose me as a consequence. They told me they were afraid to lose their grandchild, and I responded with, "You're going to lose a set of grandchildren either way. It's either going to be the ones in front of you now or the future grandchildren me and husband will have." My husband and I are on the same page, and we've both agreed to cut contact with his family unless some kind of just consequence for sister-in-law happens. I definitely don't think OP's the jerk here. It's kind of easy to try to argue, oh well, you shouldn't punish the grandparents here, the father and mother-in-law. But the heart of the issue is they're not acknowledging what sister-in-law did, and like OP kind of said, they're pretty much enabling it. If they can't even look you in the eyes and recognize that what they did was wrong and agree that some punishment is necessary, I mean, what's stopping you from just outright saying they're supporting that behavior then? Our next story is from Inksy617. Am I the jerk for telling of my existence to my siblings despite my stepmother's wishes, therefore causing a big fight between them and then refusing to help stepmother divert the blame? Where do I even begin? I'm 18-year-old female. My dad married my stepmom Rose when I was about 2 years old. He died when I was 6 because of cancer. At the time, my little brother Austin was 2, and she was pregnant with my sister Alyssa. She promised my dad that she would take care of me when he's gone. After my dad died, Rose left me to foster care. She told me she can't take care of me right now, but after her baby's born, she'll be back for me. But she didn't come back. As I got older, I reached out to her, so did my social worker. She refused to allow me to see my siblings. I did this every year, and she refused every year. After turning 18, I reached out to Rose again, and she told me I'm a stranger. Her children don't even know I exist, and they have each other. They don't need me, and she wants to keep it that way. She told me to go look for my mom's relatives if I want family. that her and her children are not my family. It wasn't a pleasant meeting. A few days later, I said to myself, screw it. I do exist. I'm a real person. I'll go and tell my siblings myself. I talked to Austin's best friend, found her on social media, and told her everything. Had lots of pictures and documents as well. Once she was convinced, she invited Austin and Alyssa over, and I met them and told them everything. I had a lot of pictures, including some of me and him together when he was a baby, also of me and my dad and Rose as well, also a few with me with my dad on his final days, which they said Rose had shown them very similar pictures, but I wasn't in any of them. It was very emotional, but they were angry. Especially Austin, because he always felt like something was wrong but couldn't put it together. Rose had always told them it was because their dad had died. Anyway, they called their grandma, Rose's mom, and she confessed as well. Told them she wanted to tell them the truth, but Rose had threatened that she would cut off contact if she did. They eventually went home and confronted their mom, and all heck broke loose. Rose was initially furious with me, even called the police. They dismissed her after talking to Austin and Alyssa, called me and said some very nasty things about me, my mom, and my dad's mom for some reason too. They're both passed away. Anyway, I talked to my siblings a few more times, and a couple of days later, Rose called me again and told me she's happy to let me see my siblings and have a real relationship. She lost the war with Austin and Alyssa and invited me over. I went there and had a good day with them. Then she asked me to help her make amends with the kids, to tell them that her not telling them about me was a mutual decision between her, my social worker, and my dad, because they all believed it would be best. She wants this so that she can move on and for the kids to stop blaming her. So far, I've refused. Am I the jerk for what I did, telling my siblings the truth, and what I continued to do, refusing to help her blame my dead dad for this, basically? Absolutely not the jerk. It's great that OP finally was able to punch through. Sadly, it was so long, so late compared to what it should have been. OP has nothing to feel bad about, nothing to apologize for, and hopefully they can grow together with their family. Also, it's hilarious that they try to call the cops. For what? There's not a charge in the book for what OP did. Our next story is from Teban23. Am I the jerk for taking in 2 children from a bad home without my husband's approval? I, 28-year-old female, have been married to my husband, 28-year-old male, for 5 years. And we've been together since high school. We have 1 daughter together, Erin, 10-year-old female, who is severely autistic. Our family situation isn't ideal and has put a strain on our relationship with both each other and our child. My husband works in the Navy and is usually gone for 6 to 9 months at a time. This means I'm left alone to look after Erin, which is extremely difficult as she's essentially nonverbal, has ARFID, etc. I love my daughter and I wouldn't change her for the world, but it can still be very stressful, and my husband doesn't always understand that. I don't have many friends and live far away from family, so life can feel very difficult and lonely. When my cousin, 37-year-old female, got in touch to reconnect, it felt like an answered prayer. However, I found out that she was battling alcoholism and neglecting her 2 children, Mia, 16-year-old female, and Corey, 6-year-old female. I reported the incident to CPS and got emergency custody. Their father's not in the picture, and at this point my husband was very supportive. The girls and my daughter became very close. I have never, ever seen my daughter love or trust someone as quickly as she did with Mia and Corey. Mia is a very maternal soul, and Corey, although young, is fascinated by Erin. I've never seen a child so young be so inclusive and accepting of my daughter and her needs. I truly believe these girls were sent to us. I now have full custody of them, and their mother's still drinking. I may not have given birth to these girls, but they're as much my daughters as Erin. They're the first friends Erin has ever had, as other children tend to be intimidated by her and her needs, and seeing them all get along so well warms my mama heart. My husband doesn't feel the same. When I originally told him that I applied for full custody, he was angry and told me that that was not my decision to make, that it's his house too and I shouldn't go adopting children wherever I find them, and hung up. I can understand where he's coming from, but I'm not asking him to adopt them. I'm asking him to respect the fact that they need us and that I'm not going to give up on them like their parents did. When he came home for Christmas last year, he completely blanked them. and pretended they didn't exist. He would also frequently say to our daughter that she was the only child he was ever going to love or need, right in front of them, which was just cruel. On top of that, he barely spoke to me the whole time either. His behavior really hurt them, and they're terrified of Christmas. My husband and I rarely speak, and there's a part of me that wonders if we're better off separate, but I know the girls will think it's their fault. I feel like I'm the jerk for bringing these girls into his life, but I would have also have been a jerk if I'd done nothing. Am I the jerk? I don't think OP's the jerk for bringing them in under the emergency situation, but when OP shifts this to a more permanent solution, without ever respecting or understanding or concerning the husband and their wants and needs, then yeah, I think it does make OP the jerk. It doesn't make OP a bad person, and honestly bless them for looking out for these kids and also fostering a situation that's good for their biological child. But if the husband doesn't want the kids, they have every right for that, and it might cause a rift in that relationship. Our next story is from Flashy Focus 4824. Am I the jerk for asking my daughter-in-law to stop making social media posts that make me look bad? I have a son, Ryan, male 22. Ryan has a wife, Holly, female 22. They got married and moved in together around 4 months ago after dating for 3 years. I'm really happy for them. There's just a small problem though. Holly has recently started making posts on social media with jokes about how horrible mother-in-laws are all the time. When seeing them, I thought I did something to upset Holly. I asked her about it, and she insisted that I hadn't upset her and that she just posts them because she thinks they're funny. I asked Ryan about it, and he said that Holly never seemed upset at me and told me I'm overthinking it, but Holly keeps making these posts. The rest of my family's even been asking me if everything's okay between me, Ryan, and Holly because they've seen the posts too. The last straw was when Holly made a post about arguments with monsters-in-law. Now everyone in my family thinks I argued with Holly when that didn't even happen. I asked Holly about it again, and she said that once again, she just posted it because she thought it was funny, not actually anything personal to me. I told Holly that she's making me uncomfortable, and she's making the family think I'm being horrible to her. Holly said that's not her problem, and that people need to learn how to take a joke. I asked Holly to please stop making these posts because people aren't going to interpret them that way. Holly said I'm being unreasonable and told me I can't tell her what to do and said I'm a bossy jerk. Well, I think when you're 22 years old, you can very often still be a very childish 22, and I feel like it's pretty apparent Holly is. I kind of see their side where they're just posting stuff that they think is funny, but they don't realize the consequence of what they're posting is making somebody, I wouldn't say get harassed, but they're gonna kind of poison the well of their family's opinions about OP because, well, how else does it look? It might cause a flare-up, but I feel like if I was in OP situation, I would have some write-up explanation paragraph to leave as a comment on every single one of these posts, explaining that it has nothing to actually do with OP and that they haven't fought and that they've even asked these kinds of jokes to stop being shared. It might cause an argument, sure, but it might also help save OP's public opinion amongst their family. This next story is from Specific Maine 5699. Am I the jerk for canceling the family vacation because my husband gave our kids tickets to his widowed cousin's kids? Me, female 33, and my husband Chris, male 36, planned a 1-week vacation to an out-of-state ski resort with our 2 kids. His cousin Martin, male 38, lost his wife to cancer 6 months ago. She left behind 2 kids nearly the same age as my kids, 6 and 9. My husband is devastated for his best friend's loss. They're so close that he sees them as a friend. Understandably so, he tries to help Martin and kids, but in my opinion, he's been doing a little too much for them lately. He suggested that we take Martin's kids with us to the resort to get their mind off the grief a bit. I apologized and said it wouldn't, since we barely have budget to cover for our kids. He insisted and then tried offering compromises, but I still said it wouldn't work. He was obviously pissed, but dropped it eventually. 2 days before the trip, I found out that my husband booked 2 tickets for Martin's kids instead of our own kids. I was the one paying, but he insisted on handling the booking and making reservations. I was stunned. I called him out on it, and he apologetically talked about how Martin needs some alone time away from the kids, how the kids need a breather, and how they need this vacation more than our kids do. I flipped out at him, asking if he was seriously okay with prioritizing other kids over his own. He said it wasn't about priorities, but doing what's needed to help those kids out. I asked how his own kids will react once they find out, but he said, "I'm sure they'd understand." I said no and decided to cancel the vacation altogether. He freaked out on me, saying that I can't do that and make him look small in front of his cousin and family, since they praised him for this nice gesture. I refused to negotiate it, but he called me horribly selfish and cruel towards grieving kids, and said that he'll make sure our own kids know how I'm behaving towards the other kids by robbing them of the fun they so much need and deserve. We haven't been talking, and he's so pissed and keeps throwing a fit after fit about it, claiming I ruined it for everybody when I canceled. I feel bad for the kids, I do, but I don't think what he did was right. Am I the jerk for canceling? I don't think OP's the jerk. This is obviously a terrible thing for those kids, and you want to help out however you can, but canceling these plans or giving away your plans to them is just unfair. If that husband really wants to do something, have them stay away from the vacation, have them do something with the kids and take them out on the town or whatever, and all of a sudden I bet, what's that? They don't want to stay back from the vacation? No surprise there. Guess they don't care enough and they're horribly selfish and cruel. Our next story is from ThrowRA311-33434. Am I the jerk for publicly uninviting my fiance's best friend from the wedding over a joke he made? I wonder if I'm overreacting, but we'll see here. I, female 30, used to be a S&X worker. Now, I'm not proud of myself for what I did, but I don't go hard on myself either because circumstances were impossible at the time, and I did what I had to do to support my family and myself. My fiance, male 33, is completely aware of every single aspect of my past, and he doesn't judge me at all for it. His friend, his best friend, however, tends to throw in some backhanded remarks about my past, and says he's just joking. He's prone to making jokes about people's personal lives, and apparently, everybody's okay with it. They call it good sport. Last night, my fiance took me to dinner with his family, and his best friend was there. We had dinner and started talking about the wedding, which will take place next month. My fiance said something about the budget being tight, and his friend said, "Not so sure about this whole wedding thing since you might find yourself paying for S&X later on, despite having the legal rights to it." I was blown away, truly blown away by what he said. I really wanted to let it go, but since my in-laws laughed, I blew up at him and called him an idiot. He was like, "Relax, it was a joke, didn't you get it?" Well, it's your problem then. My fiance tried to calm me down after I stood up, but I got more pissed and told his friend publicly that he was uninvited from the wedding, took my stuff, and went home. My fiance came back and was flipping out at me, saying it was a joke, and I had no right to uninvite his best friend from the wedding like that. I pointed out how his friend's joke wasn't really a joke, but he said that I should quit being oversensitive and taking stuff too personally and seriously. We argued, and he said it's his wedding too and that I was being controlling and moody. I broke down crying, and he accused me of using tears as manipulation to get the upper hand in the argument. I packed and went to stay with Mom. My future mother-in-law tried calling me to tell me how I'm trying to drive a wedge between her son and his friend by uninviting him from the wedding. I refused to speak to her on that, but my fiance and her are clearly upset and think I overreacted. I think OP's definitely not the jerk, and I would take this as not only enough evidence to question inviting the friend to the wedding, but also enough to question the wedding itself. Because clearly the fiance is on a different side than OP, and I think OP's more than justified. And our final story of the day is from Redford Junction 3654. Am I the jerk for not picking up long-distance relationship boyfriend from the airport? My boyfriend and I are in a long-distance relationship. He typically comes to visit me once a month. I admittedly haven't gone to see him since I don't love spending time in his town. Recently he came to visit. I told him that I'd meet him at my home and offered to pay for his Uber. When we met up, he told me that he was disappointed that I haven't ever picked him up from the airport, that it made him feel a bit unloved because I haven't gone to see him at his home. I told him it was a lot of work to drive down to the airport, and it was out of the way from my office and home, and that it was most convenient for him to take an Uber, which I'd offer to pay for. He seemed really saddened by and anxious about that, and said that it was important to him to spend as much time as possible together when visiting, because it only happens once a month. I told him I was sorry that he was upset, but that it wasn't fair of him to get mad at me for not meeting needs he didn't communicate until now. The conversation ended soon after that, and he went home. Am I the jerk for not picking up long-distance relationship boyfriend from airport? Our next story is from AITA No Sister. Am I the jerk for telling my dad that if something happens to him and his wife, I wouldn't take my half-sister? I'm 26-year-old female. My mom passed away a few years ago. During that time, we discovered that my dad had been cheating on her with a girl my age. His whole family disowned him and cut contact with him, except for me. I guess that at that time, I wasn't ready to let go of both my parents at the same time, but over these last 5 years, I've been able to gradually let go to the point that I only see them, twice or thrice a month. It's like I have no family left. Don't get me wrong, I also blame the girl for what happened, but the responsibility towards my mom and me was my dad's, not her. They eventually had my half-sister, 4-year-old female, and for what I've heard and know, my dad and his wife are living paycheck by paycheck, on a budget and in a rental home, since everyone in the family changed the will, both my grandparents and my mom. My dad didn't get the house because it was an eventual inheritance from my grandparents, but since she died first, I'm solely the benefactor from both sides, since my paternal grandparents skipped my dad. Now, 2 days ago, I went to visit him because it was his birthday, and he said he and his wife wanted to talk to me. I was like, okay. They said that they wanted me to be the legal guardian of my half-sister in case something happened to them, mainly because I'll have the means for it. My dad's wife's parents are able to care for her, but to an extent only, and that I'll have the needed money to take care of an innocent child. I said no, not for the money, but because I just don't wanna. I'm not close to my sister, and currently I don't see nor want myself taking care of a child, much less the reminiscent of my mom's last heartbreak. I said that I was willing to pass a monthly check, like a child support payment, but less than that since she's not my kid. But that was the only thing I was willing to do. My dad cried, saying that she was his baby and I was able to be a good sister like I was raised to. But I just laughed and said that he was no one to talk about goods and wrongs, and he and his wife should have thought of that before cheating. His wife called me a monster and kicked me out of the house. I left. Later that night, I sent my dad a text informing him of my decision to cut ties with him completely, and that from now on will be no contact unless it's an emergency. He's begging me to reconsider, but I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I don't think OP's the jerk. If it's not your kid, it's not your kid, and if you don't want to take care of somebody else's kid, half-sibling or not, you don't have any legal responsibility to do so. And especially considering OP's background with who the kid and the mother are to OP, personally, I especially don't blame them. Honestly, considering all the circumstances, wouldn't you say that it would be more shocking if somebody was open to being legal guardian? Our next story is from Gina Stun. Am I the jerk for kicking out my boyfriend's homeless friend? So my, female 22, boyfriend, 24, has this friend, female 25, who moved in 4 months ago because she had nowhere to go. Now, I didn't mind having her as long as she respects our boundaries and the rules around the house. But that's definitely not it. She's very loud, comments on everything, and just does inappropriate stuff in general, and excuses it for being a Latina, and that's just how they are. She doesn't help at all, besides maybe cooking sometimes, but doesn't clean up the mess she makes, and she invites people over whenever she wants. She changes in the living room in front of us, literally took off her underwear, and I asked her to change in her room, but her excuse is she was trying to feel like home. And then she suggested I should do it too, as it'll strengthen my bond with my boyfriend. I talked to my boyfriend about how I'm kind of uncomfortable with this whole situation, and he told me not to overthink about it and that she's just very unbothered and cool. She always interrupted our time together and would sit between me and him during a movie, or take my space while I take a toilet break, and she cuddles him in the most unfriendly way. And when I asked jokingly if she was trying to take my man, she would excuse it on her ethnicity, and that's how they grew up. So I knew I had to ruin this Friday night they had for them. I went up to them, and she was all over him as usual. I called my boyfriend, and when he was about to get up, she said how it was their favorite part, and he could leave later. I insisted, but she kept pulling him, so I went and pulled him to our room, discussed how what she's doing is really upsetting, and I no longer want her living with us. And he agreed I had the right, but that she has nowhere to go and that I'll have to wait until she finds a job, which she's not even trying to get. While talking, she came and tried to open the door, which was locked. So she started knocking, and we just ignored her until it got louder, and then started saying how I ruined the only time that she gets with him, which is obviously not the case. I had enough at that point, but my boyfriend suggested he talks to her first. So he went, and they took too long, like almost 2 hours. And I went to check on them and heard her telling him that he shouldn't accept someone who ruins a friendship as a partner, and that's a big red flag, and that he should kick me out. But this place is actually my property that I inherited from my aunt, and at that point, I knew I had to kick her out. I didn't even ask what the conclusion they came up with was, and waited in the living room until they came out, and I just told her to look for another place and gave her 2 weeks max. She's been crying since yesterday, refusing to eat and not coming out of the room, and my boyfriend saying I went overboard and I just hit a sensitive spot of hers, basically telling her to leave when she has no family or anywhere to go. So, am I the jerk? I think OP's clearly not the jerk, and I think if anybody was actually desperate for a place to stay, they would be extremely respectful of somebody's rules. At least if they cared about staying there. And I mean, I'm not one to judge anybody's relationships, but it would be really hard for me if I was in OP's position to feel like the boyfriend wasn't cheating. I mean, there's just no way, trying to use their culture as a justification or not, that they should have allowed them to be that close to them, considering both their relationship and OP's expressed discomfort. OP's not even getting respected here. Should they kick both of them to the curb? Sure seems like they got a lot of history together. Our next story is from Astrid901. Am I the jerk for telling my ex's family where he was after he asked to see me 2 years after he disappeared? My ex and I were together since we were 15, until he just disappeared one day without any explanation. His family have spent thousands trying to track him down without any luck, and there's been radio silence from him for 2 years. He finally broke his silence and called me a month ago. I was really angry at him, but he kept telling me he missed me and wanted to see me, so I agreed to meet up with him. His family have always been like a second family to me, so I've stayed in contact with them, and the closer it got to the day I was supposed to see him, the more guilty I felt for not telling them, so I did. His dad and grandfather ended up going with me to see him, and my ex was really upset with me for not coming alone. We talked, and then they talked to him privately, and now he's back, but he's still upset with me even though he seemed to have resolved whatever issue he had with his family that made him leave. Am I the jerk? I think the one thing I've always heard the most is in situations where somebody goes missing, the most valuable thing you can have is at least closure, just knowing what happened and why. So after 2 years of nothing, out of the blue, suddenly being able to give that family that's been desperately searching for years closure? I don't think I could blame them for that, even if it does go against the wishes of the person who ran away. Plus, somebody turning up out of the blue and asking to see you alone is kind of scary, so I wouldn't have even blamed them of having another person come with them. By the way, if you're enjoying these stories, make sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons down below so you never miss any of my daily videos. Our next story is from Interumza. Am I the jerk for telling my sister that she can find somewhere else to stay if she can't take seeing my daughter? I, 27-year-old female, have a 5-year-old foster daughter named May. She's been with me for around 8 months now, and I love her to pieces. I'm considering adopting her even. My sister, 31-year-old female, Kate, recently suffered a miscarriage, and it took a real toll on her marriage. She's getting divorced from her husband and has been staying with me because she can't bear to live with him right now. Kate, however, has been a horrible guest to May. Every time May asks her for something or talks to her, Kate will burst into tears or yell at her, Kate is a great sister to me, and I understand that she's grieving, but that doesn't mean that she can lash out at May for simply existing. I've told her off multiple times for yelling at May, but it all came to a head when I confronted her this morning. May had asked Kate if she could move so she could get to the snack cabinet. Kate snapped at her to wait for a darn second, brat. I overheard from the living room and made Kate move out of the way and told her to apologize to May. Kate burst into tears, saying that she just couldn't take having May here as a reminder of what she's lost. I told her she is a grown adult and should know better than to bully a child for her own problems. I told May to go to her room real quick, and Kate and I got into a huge argument, and I ended up telling her if she couldn't take seeing my foster daughter, she could find somewhere else to stay. She left to our parents' house and told them everything. I've been getting messages from her all day now. She tells me I'm a horrible sister and said that she was grieving and asked how I could put someone else's kid over hers, which I think is a disgusting thing to send to anyone. Personally, I think she's being insensitive to me and my daughter's relationship. According to my mom, she's been crying for hours and won't stop talking about how I'm such a monster for not thinking of her feelings. Am I the jerk? I just don't think she has a right to yell at my kid because she's lost hers. I don't think OP's the jerk at all here, and sometimes it sucks to not really get the response you want in a situation like this, but maybe the important thing to focus on is that she is grieving, and instead of letting it just continue to upset you, maybe the best foot forward is just trying to direct them towards some kind of therapy option. But I think OP's totally on the money with she's a grown adult, and despite her having her own problems, that she can't lash out at a kid. That kind of behavior definitely should not be around May. I just would hope that for OP's sister's sake, that they could actually get some help in moving past these feelings. Our next story is from Square Original 1311. Am I the jerk for putting dirty dishes away? So I, 16-year-old female, can admit that when it comes to chores, I've never had too many responsibilities. I have to take the dog out for a minimum of 15 minutes a day, keep my room clean, and put away the dishes. My mom, 39-year-old female, always does the dishes. Recently, my stepdad, 42-year-old male, fixed our dishwasher, and we've been using it instead to make things easier. The first time we used the dishwasher, I started putting things away and found a glass had broken. No big deal. Second time, some of the things had visible food and such still on them. I put them in the sink, assuming they would just get redone, and I'd put them away the next time. I'd been doing this for about a week, putting a few utensils, maybe a cup that had visible food, when my mom finally talked to me. She said I needed to do my chores right and stop putting things in the sink just so I can go back to my phone quicker. I said that the only time I ever put things in the sink was because they were still dirty. She said that was garbage and I needed to stop, or else she would take my phone for a bit. The next day, as I was putting away the dishes, I saw that some forks and spatulas were still somewhat dirty, and then a mug, my mom's favorite, had some dishwasher gunk inside. Doing as my mom told me, I put everything away. When she came to the kitchen, I sat at the dinner table and watched as she grabbed the spatula and noticed it was dirty, but just sighed and put it in the sink. After, she went to grab her mug, and when she saw it was full of dishwasher gunk, she looked over to me and asked what I thought I was doing, and I kindly said that I just put away all the dishes. She blew up and said that if something was obviously dirty, I should put it in the sink and not put it away. I pointed out the flaws in her argument. After that, she took my phone for the day. I don't think I really did anything wrong, but I want to know, am I the jerk? I think if OP's job is solely put away the dishes, that they're not the jerk. If their job is do the dishes and they're actually putting stuff in the dishwasher and they're coming out dirty, then they would be the jerk, but it doesn't seem to me like that's the case here. If their job was put away the dishes, I don't really see how you could make OP the jerk. You certainly could make the mom the jerk though for not being willing to listen to their kid. Our next story is from Waka Laka Time. Am I the jerk for putting my husband's fancy knives through the dishwasher? So I, 28-year-old female, have on occasion put my husband's, 28-year-old male, dirty knives through the dishwasher despite him asking me not to. These knives are extra sharp for cooking, and apparently the dishwasher will blunt them. I am terrified of knives to the point where if I see them on the work surfaces, I will begin to panic. My husband's aware of this, and I never use these particular knives as I know I'm not allowed to dishwasher them. I can't face cleaning a knife by hand. If I have to use one, I'll use one of my old knives that I put through the dishwasher. Now, my husband will use his fancy knives and leave them dirty either in the sink or on the worktop. They can be there for days, and just the thought of them being out terrifies me. I can't face cleaning them by hand, so I put them in the dishwasher to get them out of my sight. He is free at any point prior to the wash cycle to remove and clean them by hand. He thinks I'm the jerk for putting them in, despite him asking me not to. I think he's the jerk for leaving out dirty knives despite him being aware of my fear. We're actually a really good team and barely disagree on anything, but this seems to be an obstacle we cannot agree on. I need internet strangers to tell me who's in the wrong, if anyone. Please and thank you. I think both sides are kind of at fault here. This is a bit of both sides having expressed their disappointments with what the other is doing, and then both not doing anything to fix either side. This is a real chicken and the egg, am I the jerk here story. This next story is from Rival X Games. Am I the jerk for calling my grandparents out in my wedding speech? So just for some background context, my parents eloped because my mom was a teenage mom and her parents were not chill about it. So to stand in solidarity, my dad agreed and told my grandparents, the ones this post is about, that they weren't going to have a wedding and only have 2 witnesses. Jump 30 years and now I was getting married. My entire life I was told this story from every angle, so I felt that with bringing both sets of grandparents together, it would finally close this off and put a nice ribbon on the situation. My grandparents say they're coming and everything seems great. Jump to about a month before the wedding, and my grandparents tell my dad, not me, that they would not be coming and instead would be going to Scotland for vacation. The only explanation they gave was that this may be their last chance to go. Note, this is not the first time they've gone to Scotland. So when it came time to be giving my wedding speech, I gave the obvious thank yous and whatnot, and then said, we thank those for coming, and for those who couldn't, thank you for at least staying in the country. My uncle, their other son, let them know this was said, and now they're giving me the cold shoulder, and my uncle thinks I should apologize. My family and my wife have agreed with me that it was a tame thing to say, and I could have been a lot worse. What do you guys think? Am I the jerk? I think it might be slightly petty, but I don't think OP's the jerk because this isn't like they had some Scotland vacation planned ahead of time. This was clearly something where they knew the wedding was coming, they said they were going to attend, and they didn't even tell OP that they were canceling. I don't know if they're just like too ashamed of themselves to have even mentioned it to OP. But considering all of that, I don't blame OP. And besides, only people who are in the know would know. Our next story is from Ambitious Mammoth 937. Am I the jerk for causing a family rift over a water bottle? My son, 9-year-old male, is very particular with food and drink. He doesn't like the food touching each other on a plate, and under no circumstances will he allow anyone to drink out of his bottle. I used to be the same way with my food, and I still don't like anyone drinking out of my bottle, so I get it. I grew out of the food issue, I assume he will too. Anyway, moving on, my brother, 30-year-old male, has a daughter, 2-year-old female. We were both visiting our parents. My son comes running into the kitchen crying because my brother had given his daughter my son's drink bottle because he didn't bring hers. So I told my brother that my son doesn't share his bottle, so he can't give it to her. There's a shop just down the road that sells bottles. He could have easily have gone for a short walk to get one, or God forbid, use a cup. My brother then bends down to my son and tells him that his daughter can't drink because of him. I saw red. I told him that he is completely out of order, and he can't blame my son and tell him that he's causing this problem because he forgot to bring his daughter's drink bottle. We argued. I went to take the bottle back. He snatched it away from me and threw the bottle over a large fence. Am I the jerk for the way I reacted? Should I have just let her have the juice bottle? He's not the type of person to let this go, and I will absolutely suffer for this for years to come. No over-exaggeration. Also, my niece had been in the house for approximately 5 minutes. I wouldn't have let her dehydrate. Absolutely not the jerk here. I'm still the same way where I probably wouldn't share a drink or a bottle with just about anyone. I mean, maybe if you waterfall a drink of mine or something, sure, but I'm right in the same camp as this 9-year-old where, unless you're giving this bottle to them to drink and then immediately washing it with some soap, it's kinda gross. I think the only person I would share a drink with would be a partner of mine. Is that weird? Our next story is from Frustrated Broke Leg. Am I the jerk? Blamed boyfriend for making me late because he wouldn't help. My family and I got into a road accident a few weeks ago. Everyone's fine, but I broke my leg in 2 places. The doctor gave me the okay to go back to school. I'm a 17-year-old female in a bunch of AP classes and have a lot of books I have to carry with me. It's hard going between my locker to class because it's hard to manage a heavy backpack with crutches and a bulky cast. Last Tuesday, one of my classes ran late. I was with my boyfriend Josh, who shares both classes with me. Josh is a heavy guy who prides himself on being unathletic, because why need sports when you have video games? We're running to the next class. I can't keep up because crutches and a heavy backpack make it freaking hard. I asked Josh if he could help me carry some of my books. He said he can't because he can't carry my books plus his. I end up late to class by 10 minutes when Josh was on time. Miss Sanchez, my teacher, was chastising me for being late, and I snapped. Well, if Josh wasn't so out of shape and would help me, I wouldn't be late. I got detention for talking back to the teacher, and my friends and classmates think I'm a jerk for fat-shaming Josh. Josh says I'm unfair to him because I know he's out of shape and can't help me. I'm just sick of being let down by him all the time. Am I the jerk? Or should I try to be more understanding? I think OP is wholeheartedly the jerk. I'm personally of the opinion that I don't care if Josh is fat and proud of it. Like, I don't care if this dude is huge and is outwardly like, I shovel as much food into my mouth as I can and I don't want to lift a finger. It's not his responsibility to carry your books, whether they're heavy or you have a lot of them or not. And to call him out like that in front of everybody in this class and somehow try to pin this on him, it's just crazy to me. Honestly, the way OP acted, I completely forgot until I re-looked it over just now that Josh is apparently OP's boyfriend. That's a cold, cold way to act and talk about somebody that you say is your partner. Our next story is from Throwaway 27 Cousin. Am I the jerk for what I said to my cousin after I upstaged her at her wedding? I'm 22-year-old female. My cousin, 23-year-old female, got married weeks ago. Between the two of us, she was always the prettier one. I don't care really, I never cared about how I look. The only time I actually make some effort to look good is for special occasions like weddings. So for my cousin's wedding, I put on some makeup and got a cute dress. When the wedding started and we saw her, well, I think it was the excessive use of makeup, but she didn't look pretty at all. Since she got back from her honeymoon, she hasn't been talking to me at all, which was weird because we were always close. I finally got tired, so last night when we met at our grandparents' home, I asked her what's wrong with her, and she snapped at me and said I upstaged her in her wedding. I got angry and asked her what she wanted me to do, and she said I did it on purpose because I never care about my looks, but I had to make myself look pretty in her wedding. This is where I might be the jerk because I was angry. So I told her, what do you want me to do? You look like a freaking clown. I would have looked better than you if I came to your wedding wearing my pajamas. She called me a jerk and left. I understand why OP blew up considering the cousin was coming at them like that, but I think both sides were jerks and I think both sides went too far with this. Unless OP's wearing white or some priceless, extremely extravagant dress, you can't say somebody's upstaging them because they wore makeup. But I also think OP just went a little too far with the arguing. This next story is from Comfortable Form 1351. Am I the jerk for telling my dad and his family that my son's name is none of their business? My wife Bryony, 29-year-old female, and I, 30-year-old male, had our little boy last week. He's our first child. When Bri was pregnant, we had talked about names and she knew I would love to name our child, we didn't know the sex, after my mom, who passed when I was 8 years old. My mom's name works as a unisex name, and we both loved a nickname for it, so we decided to go ahead with that as his first name. We didn't announce the name until he was born, though we told my maternal grandparents beforehand. My dad and I are not all that close. We've had our differences over the years, and one of those has come up again. How controlling he is. It was always there, but came up after he and his wife Jana had my half-sister. There was a whole argument about me being present for the birth because Jana's kids were going to be my siblings. how he saw it as a great bonding moment and important for me to witness. There was also stuff like, don't mention mom around Jana or her kids, don't speak to my maternal family members if Jana or her kids are in the house, don't skip college and go for an apprenticeship, that's not what our family does, don't move out at 18 if you're staying in town. He also tried to dictate mine and Bry's wedding. So fast forward to now, my dad brings the whole family over to meet my son, and as soon as they hear the name, it becomes clear they are not happy. My dad and his stepson tell me, unless we'd name a future daughter Jana, then my son's name should not be after my mom. Jana tells me how uncomfortable the name makes her. Her daughter, not my half-sister, but her daughter from a different relationship, tells me the name takes my son right out of their family and places a wall up. My half-siblings say it's weird for him to be named after someone who isn't part of the family. This is all coming at me, and I had to get loud for them to stop. I told them my son's name is none of their business, and if they don't like it, they don't need to be part of his life. Cue arguing from everyone, and I make them leave. My dad called back the next day alone and told me I was a jerk for saying my son's name was none of their business and that they didn't have to be in his life. He said I'm doing everything to make them feel like they don't matter and they aren't family to me. He demanded I change the name. I told him to go to heck and stay away from us. Am I the jerk? I think OP is clearly not the jerk. Put your foot down here over this situation because they don't deserve to dictate your life or your son's life. And our final story of the day is from UIUC Throwaway Blah. Am I the jerk for telling my friend's girlfriend I thought she was a little fat? My best friend Nick, 22-year-old male, his girlfriend Marta, 22-year-old female, and I, 21-year-old male, were hanging out in his basement after smoking a bowl together. She asked him unprompted, "Babe, do you think I'm fat?" Nick, being the dutiful boyfriend, responded, "Of course not, babe." She then turned to me and asked, "OP, do you think I'm fat?" Now here's the thing. I strive to be a very candid person. I will not hesitate to speak my truth, because I believe it's almost always better to be frank with people than to tiptoe around what you actually feel. In my experience, avoiding the truth often leads to confusion and/or pain. Of course, I don't want to be a jerk, so if I'm going to say something that I think could be taken poorly, I try to be as nice as possible while also remaining candid. Back to the basement. I don't find Marta very fat. I definitely wouldn't call her obese or anything, but a little chubby? Yes, I knew if I told her this directly, she'd probably get upset. So I asked her in response, "Do you want my honest opinion?" She said she did, so I gave it. My exact words were, "I'd like to preface this by saying that it in no way affects how I view you as a person. I don't think that weight is a good measure of who someone is. That being said, a little bit, yes." She got really quiet, and it was kind of awkward. I was about to leave anyway, so I went home soon after. Later, Nick texts me saying I really upset Marta and I owe her an apology for what I said. I don't think I did anything wrong. The way I see it, she asked for my honest opinion, and I gave it. Just because she didn't like what my opinion was doesn't mean I was wrong to give it. Fishing for compliments doesn't always go the way you want it to. I've gone to other impartial friends, both men and women, to get their opinions, and they've been pretty split. So I'm asking Reddit, am I the jerk? I'm conflicted here because it's very clearly a situation where they wanted a very specific answer. They're obviously fishing for compliments. Would it have been better to just try to dodge the situation altogether rather than give any answer? I don't know, but at the end of the day, I feel like you can't deny that they did ask OP. OP asked, do they want the honest opinion? And they said yes. It might hurt and it might affect her and it might not be what she is fishing for, but it's exactly what was asked. You know, I see people in the comments saying that OP's using a radical honesty ideology to cover up just being blatantly rude, but I don't think that's the way OP went about this at all. If somebody was actually doing that, you know those kinds of people that would storm in and be like, a little bit, yeah. And then people blow up because it's out of the blue and rude, and then you get the casual response of, well, what, I'm being honest. OP tried their best to address the exact question in as respectful of a way as they could. OP shouldn't have to lie or try to create some diversion to the question because somebody asked them a loaded question. Am I the jerk for telling my pregnant wife to stop acting like a child? I, 35-year-old male, and my wife, 33-year-old female, are currently expecting our first child in December. I live in chronic pain right now due to a slew of health issues. I also work a job where I'm on my feet constantly. I can't get a new job right now due to personal reasons, but I plan to as soon as possible. My wife quit her job right after we found out we were expecting. We always plan this. The problem is, she's gotten really lazy. I understand pregnancy's hard, but it's gotten to the point that she won't even make food or clean the house sometimes. She's been whining and complaining constantly since the moment she took the test. She sounds like a child. I'm hungry, I'm sore, my head hurts, I'm sick, I can't poo, etc. I understood that these things are normal during pregnancy, so as much as it annoyed me, I bit my tongue. The second I'd get home every night, she'd want me to do something for her. She expected me to cook and clean as soon as I got home every night. The straw that broke the camel's back happened a couple days ago. I had just gotten home from a 10-hour shift and was having a flare-up. I just wanted to have a bath and relax because I was in so much pain. I told her I'd had a terrible day and to just DoorDash something. I rarely let her do this because those fees are freaking ridiculous, so I thought it would be a treat. But she said that she can eat only home-cooked meals and that everything else makes her sick. This is where I may be the jerk. I yelled at her and told her I've had the worst day and she needs to stop complaining and be an adult for once. She started crying. I immediately apologized over and over again, but she left anyway. A couple hours later, my mother-in-law called me a misogynistic runt and a slew of other names. I hung up because I don't need that. Now the beans are spilled and all the women in our family are mad at me, and my wife still won't freaking speak to me. So, am I the jerk? Would you guys agree with me when I say that outright OP definitely a jerk move for blowing up like that? But at the same time, understanding that people are under pressure or they're stressed, and OP said that they immediately started apologizing, and that this situation goes from OP being the jerk to everybody being the jerk the moment the mother-in-law called and started going right for OP's head. With both sides being described here as maybe not having the best communication or teamwork skills, OP having chronic pain, the wife obviously being pregnant, would you guys agree when I say that all around every side is a jerk and that there's some serious communication that needs to be done here? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Our next story is from AITA Angie. Am I the jerk for leaving my sister and her husband on the side of the road? I came from a very sex-positive household. My parents taught my sister and I about sex, sexuality, and their non-vanilla lifestyle from a young age. They were very affectionate and touchy with each other in public, and didn't, and still don't, seem to care about others' opinions. They lived a very non-conventional lifestyle and weren't afraid to flaunt it. On one hand, my parents never treated sex as a shameful subject. Therefore, I received a very comprehensive, inclusive form of sex education. On the other hand, I think I was introduced to many topics at a very young age. In many ways, my sister Angie turned out like my parents. She proclaims that she's sex positive and has no qualms with openly discussing sex in great detail at every opportunity. She believes that if a person's uncomfortable, they must be a conservative virgin or prude who clearly hates all form of self-expression. Her words. My wife Zara isn't a huge fan of PDA. Other than hand-holding or occasional kisses on the cheek, she isn't comfortable with doing much in public. We're also not the type of people to discuss our sex life with people, much less family. Angie doesn't like Zara. She believes that Zara is too conservative or prudish for our family. She often makes fun of Zara for looking embarrassed when she's discussing in excruciating detail about sex. Zara barely says anything, but Angie still manages to make fun of her. I don't speak to Angie much. Recently, Zara's brother passed away. Angie's husband Bill knew his partner and wanted to pass on his condolences. Zara, Angie, Bill, and I all wanted to attend his wake. Instead of taking separate cars, Angie suggested that we all go together. To be honest, I was not a huge fan of this idea. It was a 2-hour drive from where we lived to our destination. Also, we were planning on leaving very early so that we could help set up, and we were planning to leave late. We still managed to do it. At first, everything was alright. Understandably, no one was speaking in the car and it was very quiet in the car. Most people were keeping to themselves or sleeping. Midway through the drive, Angie and Bill start making out in the back seat of our car. When I say making out, I mean full on making out. They were pushing up against the car door and making all sorts of noises. Zara and I were extremely uncomfortable. I pulled over and started yelling at Angie. I told them that I was disgusted by their behavior and that they're acting like horny little teenagers. Angie said that they were grieving. I yelled at them to get out of my car. At first they were protesting, but I was so angry and so tired of them already, I told them to find their way home by themselves. My parents think that I went too far with them and that Zara needs to loosen up in order to be part of this family. Obviously, Angie and Bill are still extremely pissed. I think OP and their wife are both not the jerk here. I have no qualms with being sex positive, but everybody has their own personal comfort and limits, and I think anybody needs to understand that openly making out in the back of somebody else's car is a bit past that cutoff of doing without knowing whether or not it's acceptable or okay. I mean, if you ask me what sex positive means, it means understanding that it's not a shameful thing and understanding protection, consent. It's not this crutch that you can use, therefore you can get away with doing whatever you want in public shamelessly. Imagine being told essentially, unless you can deal with watching us stick our tongues inside each other's mouths, you're just too prudish for this family. I'd be like, you know what, maybe I'll just keep my distance then. Our next story is from Marfid Meal Help. Am I the jerk for wanting my son to be treated equally and able to enjoy family meals with cousins? My son is 9 and has avoidance/restrictive food intake disorder. We're working with many therapists in all areas, but it's slow developing. He has very few safe foods, and they're all super processed junk food. He used to have more foods, but when it changes or tastes different, he'll no longer eat it. He ate one sour grape 7 years ago and still cries at the thought of eating another. It's bad. Anywho, we used to have family meals with my wife's extended family relatively often, a few times a month maybe. We stopped when we realized eating in groups was making our son worse. Recently, we've had a huge milestone, meaning he can eat in public again. He's super excited about it, and we've eaten out a few times since. McDonald's mostly, but still in public. Anywho, my wife called her sister and asked if we could join their family meals again, maybe just once a month to build his confidence. She said yes initially, and my wife told her we'd bring his food up so he could eat comfortably. My sister-in-law then backtracked, saying that wasn't going to be feasible. She claimed it was too unfair on the other kids to have to eat proper meals while he gets to snack on junk food, which we obviously understand, but the youngest of the children is 8, and I feel like at that age, it's easy to explain that he has additional needs, which I mentioned to her. My wife got upset and left me to deal with the conversation. I told my sister-in-law straight that this wasn't him being treated better. It was a serious medical condition, and it wouldn't be that hard to explain to the rest of the children that he has a different diet to them. She got increasingly upset, claiming that her children shouldn't have to be forced to watch him eat nicer food. I then told her my son shouldn't be forced to miss out on family meals, at which point she hung up. She later messaged my wife to inform her I was rude and wouldn't take no for an answer. My wife said I should have just accepted it when she hinted at not wanting him there, but I disagreed. I think he's just as deserving as everyone else. She got annoyed with me then, and now I'm just wondering if what I said was really that bad. Am I the jerk? I think everything that's gone on here from OP's side of things definitely makes them not the jerk. If anything, I feel like it would be better for those other kids to be exposed to people like OP's son, who have conditions that maybe they don't immediately understand, but it's like a learning opportunity for them to become empathetic and understand that other people are afflicted with different things. I don't know, maybe I'm overly optimistic as to how an 8-year-old would handle these things. I mean, at the end of the day, one kid is getting a bunch of McDonald's and the other's getting some not as enjoyable meal. I will say though that I think OP is the jerk if they continue to try to force the issue, if straight up the sister-in-law just doesn't want to do it. This next story is from New GF Throwaway 11. Am I the jerk for asking my new boyfriend to spend less time with his late wife's family? I, 30-year-old female, have been dating my new boyfriend, 33-year-old male, we'll call him Bill, for about 5 months. Bill lost his wife Meg in a car accident last year. They were together for 10 years, married for 5, and had a son together. Bill's son is now 3. I feel like Bill and I are really clicking, and I like where our relationship is heading. He's met my family and gets along with them. My one problem is Bill still spends a lot of time with Meg's family. He plays softball with Meg's uncle and has gone to Meg's grandmother's house for dinner with his son a bunch of times. He brings his son to see Meg's mother pretty much every week. Bill has never said no to coming with me to my family's house, and he's asked me to go with him to Meg's family's house. I haven't gone with him to Meg's family. It feels weird. Well, the other night I asked him if he could spend less time with Meg's family. He got very quiet and asked why. I said it made me feel like we couldn't move forward if he was still always seeing Meg's family. He said I was ridiculous and that he was going to separate his son from his grandparents and that he views Meg's uncle as one of his best friends. We got into a big fight, but I still feel he spends too much time with them. Some of my friends agreed that I'm ridiculous. Am I the jerk? I think OP is the jerk here because I don't really understand what the issue here is. Are they insecure that the old family is going to steal Bill? Is OP afraid that Bill's going to cheat on them with Meg's family? I mean, these are people that Bill is associated with and gotten to know for 10 years. I mean, they probably considered them as family for a decade. And now because they're in a new relationship, you expect them to drop what they consider to be family? I think it's pretty freaking ridiculous, and I think OP's definitely the jerk. By the way, if you're enjoying these stories, make sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons down below so you never miss any of my daily videos. That said, our next story is from Confident Bug 459. Am I the jerk? I yelled at a student's dad and told him to freak off. I, female 18, look exactly like my sister, female 22. Whenever we meet new people, they always assume we're identical twins. We most definitely are not. My sister just finished her degree and is now a teacher. I'm working at a restaurant that has skimpy uniforms. I'm having a quick vape on a break and some guy walks by with his kid. I see his kid grab his dad and say something. The dad walks back to me and says that I should be ashamed of myself for doing this kind of work when I work with kids. I tell him he's mistaken and he's thinking of my sister. He says he's met me before and he knows that I don't have a twin. No crap, Sherlock. I tell him that it's not really his business, but we're sisters, not twins. He says he's going to go into my school and report me for this. I've had enough. My break was over, so I raised my voice, told him to go ahead, and told him to get freaked. He looked all shocked. I told my coworkers and they all think it's funny. I told my mom, and she says I should have handled it better because it could affect my sister's job. My dad says I was polite twice, and that's enough. My sister's pissed at me and isn't looking forward to going to work after Thanksgiving. Question: why was this guy in a place that's considered inappropriate for kids with their kid? Second of all, this has been kind of a trend I've seen recently where people expect people who work with kids, whether it's a preschool, daycare type thing, or a straight up teacher, to, when they're off the clock, always still be in teacher mode. Always be dressed up in some colorful dress with ABC 123 on the skirt, nicely done hair, teachers being patron saints outside of the classroom. I think even if this was the teacher that works with kids and off the clock they're doing a second job at Hooters or something, that there's nothing wrong with that at all because they're trying to survive. Shoot, even if they were just doing it for fun, there's nothing wrong with it. What matters is, are they doing good and are they respectful and appropriate in the classroom? Our next story is from an anonymous poster. Am I the jerk for coming home early from meeting boyfriend's parents? My boyfriend and I went to see his parents for the first time this weekend. It's Canadian Thanksgiving. We were supposed to stay Saturday, Sunday, and fly back afternoon Monday. I'm riding this Sunday night, already back in my own bed. My boyfriend's parents greeted us at the airport and brought us home. They then proceeded to ask me if I had drugs in my bag, and I was pretty shocked because who asks that? I said only Tylenol, and they nodded and showed us to our rooms, which meant I got the guest room and my boyfriend was to sleep in his old room. His parents were serving dinner, and during dinner, I was asked to pay for my portion of the Thanksgiving dinner, $30. I was pretty shocked and angry because who does that? I've never been asked to pay for someone's ingredient fees when I guessed at their place. I didn't answer, and then confronted my boyfriend in his room and asked why I was asked to pay. He said it's something they ask of their friends as well. When they have a barbecue, they ask people to pay their portion. Honestly, I'm shocked they have friends. I reminded him that he's eaten in my place dozens of times and was never asked to pay. He claimed if they asked he would have, but they never did. because it's rude to do that to a guest. But his mom came and got me and escorted me to my room. I was fuming and looking for tickets home and texted my boyfriend to say I was going home tomorrow. He called me and begged me to stay, saying his family already don't like me for not agreeing to pay for dinner, and I'm just making it worse. I ignored him and rebooked an early flight, which was very expensive, and got a cab to the airport in the morning. I told my friends this, who had confirmed they've never been asked to pay for a meal while they were a guest. And if they were struggling, why even invite me over? Is this normal practice? Their house was pretty big. I don't think it was a money thing for them. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'd want to hang around very much around a family that is that penny pinching. If you are an invited guest, there is no way that you're supposed to pay unless you are told up front before you come over. If they're having a barbecue grill and they have like a bunch of food that they got, maybe a $5 fee, sure, tell me up front. I don't mind pitching in for that. You know, you're saying, oh, we're going to have a big Thanksgiving dinner. You want to help pitch in and pay for the stuff? Sure, then that's a little bit more acceptable. You can't drop a $30 fee on their head when they're there, though. That's so tacky. Our next story is from No Conference 1519. Am I the jerk for refusing to leave the house during my wife's book club? My wife has a weekly book club with her friends, and I'm really happy that she takes the time to enjoy our hobbies and connect with friends. The issue is she volunteered to host the club in our home, and I'm not allowed to be there while they're meeting. While I don't mind busying myself for an hour once in a while, they meet weekly for 3 to 4 hours at a time. She says there's a no men rule because the women share private things with each other, which I understand and respect, but I also don't think it's fair for them to expect me to get kicked out of my own home for most of my weekend, especially since I work 6 days a week. We both work, but I work more days, and I only have that one Saturday off. I also prefer to spend the extra time playing video games, so it's not like I can just take my computer to Starbucks with me. I've offered to put on headphones and stay in the bedroom, but she still says the women will still feel my presence. I've asked if the women could take turns hosting, but she says all of the women have reasons why they can't host, including, which I thought was kind of irritating, some of their husbands not wanting to leave the home for so many hours. I've also asked if they could meet at a coffee shop, and even offered to help pay for them to rent a meeting room somewhere, but she said they felt more comfortable in a home. This has been going on for 2 months now, and last week I told my wife I couldn't keep this up anymore and she had to find a solution herself because I've given her so many options already and gave her the heads up that I wasn't leaving this weekend. I think she thought I was bluffing, but come Saturday I stayed home. Out of respect, I stayed in the bedroom when everyone came over, but they knew I was there and I could tell the meeting got cut short because of that. My wife and I had a huge row afterwards and here we are now. She's not talking to me and I'm pretty pissed, but I'm not sure who's really in the wrong here. I don't think OP's the jerk here. OP's try to give every concession that I think is more than reasonable, which is I will be completely out of your way, headphoned up, you won't hear me, you won't see me, it's like I won't even be there, and that's not good enough. I mean, it gets to the point where you start wondering just what is going on here, because it just seems a little too restrictive. Like, what are you doing that I cannot be around at all for? Like, no chance. It's probably more of a gossip meeting than it is a book club. Our next story is from Throa 334356. Am I the jerk for not wanting my husband to walk his sister down the aisle? My husband Mike, 37, is the eldest in his family. He's pretty close with his sister Beth, 28, and they spend almost all week together. Beth had issues with her father growing up. She went no contact with him after he took her first car and damaged it. She only remained in contact with Mike since everybody else judged her for going no contact. She's getting married to her fiancé of 3 years. From what I understand, she and her dad are slowly getting reconciled, but she made it clear that she wants him to take no part in the wedding. She asked Mike if he could walk her down the aisle and he agreed. I have to say that I was taken aback and it felt a bit odd for me because her dad is alive. They're on speaking terms again. He's gonna be there at the wedding, so the logical thing to do is have him walk her down the aisle. The role isn't for her older brother, but her father. Not to mention how father-in-law will feel about it. I brought this up with Beth, and she had an attitude and implied that I was just saying this and objecting because of how I feel about the situation, not how our traditions should be practiced. We got into an argument and I went home. Mike thinks I'm being unreasonable and possibly causing him to miss something so sentimental, and that if anything, he feels honored to be asked to do this for her, and said that I should stop worrying about what others might say. Now we're having this conflict, three of us, and cannot seem to reach a solution. I mean, I don't know about their traditions, their beliefs, but personally, I feel like it comes down to what the bride and the groom want. If the bride wants a specific person to walk them down the aisle, whether that's their dad, their brother, their grandfather, their mom, a sister, a friend, I don't think it matters. What matters is what the bride wants. At the end of the day, in my eyes, the only goal is getting married and celebrating it how you want to. So I think OP is the jerk. This next story is from my throwaway account. Am I the jerk for not giving my stepsister my college fund, although I won't need it? I, 18-year-old female, have a stepsister Lily, female 19. We both finished high school, different school system here, this summer. We both want to attend university the next year and are currently doing other stuff and still living at home. Lily is my stepdad's, male 58, daughter. They moved in with mom, female 52, and me 2 years ago. My ex-boyfriend Daniel, 19 of 3 years, and I planned on applying to the same pretty prestigious and expensive uni and want to study the same subject, so we still would have been able to be close to each other and continue our relationship. Daniel, Lily, and I all attended the same school, and at our prom night, I caught them making out in the back. I was, of course, devastated. Daniel tried to apologize to me and to work things out, but I don't think he can make up for this betrayal. And I ended things. Since then, him and Lily are together. I sometimes hear them screwing at our place. None of my business anymore. We luckily don't share a room. Daniel, however, still plans to apply to Uni A, while I don't because of him being there. I found another great uni that'll accept me. I know because it only depends on the GPA and isn't as expensive. Therefore, I'll only need a small part of my college fund. My mom set this fund up with my dad, and because they both earn pretty good money, it has enough money for multiple years at whatever uni I'd like. Meanwhile, Lily has almost no money saved up for college because her parents didn't set up a fund in time. Now the issue, Lily now wants to attend Uni A to keep the relationship with Daniel, but doesn't have enough money without taking a large loan. Therefore, she asked me for almost my whole fund since I won't need it anymore. I don't want to, because I have other purposes for my money. But she and my stepdad are calling me a selfish brat that isn't capable of sharing. My mom says it's my money and I get to decide what to do with it. Daniel recently also started texting me and pressuring me into giving Lily my money so they can stay together. Am I the jerk for not giving Lily the money, even though I don't necessarily need it, but she does? So I think OP is clearly not the jerk here, and it has nothing to do with being cheated on, them being in a relationship, whether or not OP likes Lily or not. The bottom line is it is OP's money, and they don't have any reason to give it away to somebody else unless they specifically want to. Unless OP's feeling mighty generous and wants to spend thousands of dollars to cover Lily's education, they don't owe them anything at all. Our next story is from Throwaway 82937U. Am I the jerk for buying more souvenirs for one of my grandsons? I have two sons, Samuel and Alex. Samuel has a son, Adrian, 9, and Alex has a son, Neil, 11. Samuel earns a lot more than Alex, and this summer he decided to send me on vacation as a gift for my birthday. While I was there, I bought a souvenir for Neil, but since Samuel was the one who sent me to this vacation, I decided to buy several more souvenirs for Adrian. After I got back, I gave their souvenirs to my grandsons, and I could tell that Neil looked upset. Later, I heard Neil and Alex talking, and Alex explained to him that I gave Adrian more gifts because his dad gave me the money for this vacation. Neil didn't say anything to me, but he looked a little sad the entire time. Later that night, Alex told me that I'm a jerk for not treating them equally. I think OP is the jerk here because they're not buying souvenirs for their son who paid for the vacation. They're buying souvenirs for their grandkids who have no actual attachment here. They're 11 and 9 years old. They themselves didn't pay for this trip. Why should they be treated differently? And take a step back and look at the optics. You're gonna treat one grandson better because the father's more well off and buys you more stuff? Sorry, Neil, you're only gonna get one gift for Christmas. Your father just couldn't afford to get me nice enough stuff this year. Our next story is from Physical Emu 1347. Am I the jerk for telling my nephew that he was fat? I, 30-year-old female, was having dinner at my sister's, 40-year-old female's house. During dinner, I asked my nephew, 14-year-old male, how he was liking high school and if he made any new friends. He shrugged and didn't seem enthusiastic about giving me an answer. My sister started pressuring him to answer. She then started teasing him about having a crush on someone and asking what their name was. My nephew got very upset and snapped at my sister, saying that he didn't want to answer because he didn't have any friends. And even if he did have a crush on someone, no one would want him because he was fat. My nephew is 256 pounds. He likes to play video games and spends most of his free time laying on the couch, eating chips and gaming. Now, my entire family is very large. My brother-in-law is 450, sister's 270. They never pay attention to what they eat and eat when they want. I used to be 300 pounds, but started dieting and exercising and I'm now 225. I understand the struggle with binge eating and how difficult it is to lose weight. So after hearing the anger and disgust in his voice, I told him that he was right. He was fat. I told him he had two options. He could either start watching what he ate and start an exercise routine to lose weight, or he could keep overeating and stay fat. If he wanted help in losing weight, I could offer him advice, but if he decided he didn't want to lose weight, then he needed to learn how to own being fat. Because unless he made some drastic changes, he'll just keep getting bigger. So if he didn't want to make those changes, then he needs to start learning how to accept being fat and how some people won't like him because of his weight. The choice was his to make. My nephew got up and stormed off when I finished talking. Later that day, my sister called me and told me that my nephew had been crying because of the stuff I had said, and wanted me to apologize for being mean to her son. I didn't think I said anything cruel or unreasonable, but I figured I'd check. Am I the jerk? So I completely understand what OP was trying to do here, but I don't think it was the right time to do so. I think the kid was kind of opening up a little bit and saying basically how it feels and how they're being treated in regards to their weight. So OP immediately jumping in there and saying, well, you're fat. Here's what you can do about it. If you want to change it, you can change it. If not, you're going to just keep getting bigger. Let me know. It just wasn't the right time. OP should have revisited it after the fact, reached out to them privately and discussed it, not in a public forum. If after the fact, when the kid was by themselves, if OP reached out and said, hey, I know exactly what you're going through. It all starts with wanting to improve, wanting to change, and then laying out the whole spiel. That would have been infinitely better. But in this situation, OP was the jerk. Am I the jerk for driving my sister to her gender reveal appointment despite her husband's disapproval? I'm male, 33. My parents are deceased. I have a younger sister, female 25, who's married and expecting. I'm also married, but I don't have kids due to health issues on both sides. I'd visit and check on my sister from time to time. I'm not on great terms with her husband, male 31, but we're civil to each other. She started calling asking for my help more often since she got pregnant. I have no issue with this, but brother-in-law thinks I'm being too involved in my sister and the baby's life. Last week, I got a call from my sister asking if I could take her to the doctor's office. It was a gender reveal appointment. I asked why her husband didn't take her, and she explained that he was supposed to drive her, but he had to attend his mom's birthday, and asked her to reschedule, but she refused. I took her to the appointment, but brother-in-law called and was furious, saying I shouldn't have gotten involved because now I'd caused him a precious moment in finding out if he was going to have a girl or a boy. Basically saying that I took this experience away from him and calling me weird for being too involved in my sister's marriage and sticking my nose in it to the point where I was making the doctor think I was her husband. I told him the reason the doctor thought I was her husband was because of his absence and lack of commitment as a father. He blew up at me and I hung up on him. My wife said that she gets that I want to help my sister out, but said that I might have gone too far and should have respected brother-in-law's boundaries. I think OP's not the jerk here, and I think OP was just being a good sibling. They're helping out whenever they can. The bottom line here is if there's anybody that the husband needs to take this up with, it's their wife, not OP. The wife was solely the one that was dead set on getting to that doctor's appointment and not canceling. It's not OP's fault that they were willing to drive their sister to a doctor's appointment. Am I the jerk for using a spray bottle to train my nephew? My nephew is a rainbow baby. My sister had a lot of trouble conceiving and he was kind of a miracle. She was 42 when she finally managed to give birth. She was on bed rest for the last 3 months of her pregnancy. My nephew's now 6, and while I love him, he is a monster. He throws tantrums when things don't go his way. He screams if he loses playing a game. He refuses to understand why you can't ride my 7-year-old Saint Bernard. And he thinks any food is his. My husband's diabetic and he loves cookies. I found a bakery that makes amazing sugar-free cookies, but they're expensive. I budget for them because my husband deserves his treats when he gets home from work. My sister was visiting, and my nephew was running around like a squirrel. He tripped and started crying, so my sister picked him up. He saw the cookie container on the counter and started asking for some. I said no, that they were special cookies for his uncle. I offered him a regular cookie or some fruit, but he got all upset that he was being denied. My sister asked if he could please have a cookie. I relented and gave him one. He took a bite and said it was yucky and threw it on the ground. I was a little upset. A little while later, he came back and asked for another cookie. I said no. My sister said to just give him one. I told her no, he wasted the last one. He started screaming that he wanted a cookie. I stood my ground. He eventually went away. Next time he came, he didn't ask. He just went for the container. I grabbed the spray bottle I used to keep the cat off the counter. I gave him a couple of squirts and said no. He got startled and ran away. My sister said her son isn't an animal to be reprimanded with water. The next time he came into the kitchen, I put my hand on the spray bottle. He didn't even look at the counter and he went away. My sister called my parents to tell on me for treating her kid like that. They're mad at me for not giving in to the poor baby. I think OP's not the jerk here because I feel like it's pretty obvious this kid was not respecting OP's house or their rules, and their own sibling wasn't going to discipline their child. It might be stooping to the same level as how you'd treat a cat, but it's effective and it's not like a couple squirts of water in the kid's face is gonna harm them at all. What do you guys think? Are you the jerk for spraying a rowdy nephew that won't listen to you in the face with some water? I'd like to know what you guys think for sure in the comments down below. Our next story is from R Nevermore. Am I the jerk for calling the police on my fiance? Last night, my 35-year-old male, fiance, 38-year-old female, left in the evening to give a friend's son a ride back to his home. She implied she'd be home before 9. She left at around 7:45. 10:15 rolled around and she still wasn't home. I texted and she apologized to me, saying that her friend's son was actually in the next town over, maybe 30 minutes away, and she was coming home now. 11:45 rolled around and she still hadn't come home, so I called her to no answer. Texted her, no response. I was getting very upset. 12:30 rolled around and still no response and no answer to my phone calls. I was extremely angry. 1:30 rolled around and my anger had completely transformed into worry. Not answering my calls and texts not read. Around 1:45, I called the police. I've always heard that the first 24 hours of someone being missing is the most important, so I didn't want to delay. I asked them to let me know if there had been any traffic accidents involving her car, and the operator told me that they would put out the word and send some cops to check along the route she would travel. I called all the hospitals in the area to check if she'd been checked in, and I waited outside watching the road for her car for 3 hours. Partially because I didn't want the kids to hear me on the phone with hospitals, and secondly because I was sick with worry. At 7 a.m., she came home. She apologized for being out and said she had no excuse. She was driving home and felt tired, like she was falling asleep at the wheel, so she pulled over to the side of the road to sleep. When she did that, she found out her brand new phone had stopped working. She says she napped anyway because it was the responsible thing to do, and then came home at 7 a.m. to bring the kids to school and get to work on time. I immediately called the police and told them that she had come home safely and gave them the case number and told them to stop searching, which they did. My fiance brought the kids to school and left for work. I set out to start cleaning. Cleaning de-stresses me sometimes, and I got a call from a policeman asking where she worked. I told him and asked why, and I was informed that it was their policy to check on the person's wellness after a missing person is found. I asked them not to go by her work, but to give her a call instead. He said he couldn't promise. My fiance is relatively new to her job. A police officer showed up and asked to speak with her. She's now enraged at me for calling the police and sending a cop to work and making her look bad. She's saying I overreacted and that she wasn't missing and that I was punishing her for doing the responsible thing and not driving while drowsy. She's saying that she's never going to leave the house again except for work, but she's afraid I'm going to call the cops on her again. So, did I overreact? Should I have waited 2 days like she suggests? Absolutely not the jerk. And whether or not OP has previously agreed, never listen to that advice. Thank God I don't know from experience, but I can tell. After the fact, if something did go bad, you would never forgive yourself for not doing something sooner. It would be so incredibly hard to move past. And this is a completely legitimate reason to get worked up and worried and call the cops. They went totally missing on their way home at night. That circumstance is probably up there on the common ways that people even disappear. By the way, if you're enjoying these stories, make sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons down below so you never miss any of my daily videos. Our next story is from Happy Single Dwarf. Am I the jerk for telling my sister-in-law that I'll call the cops for child abandonment the moment she steps out of the house? Me, 25-year-old male, my brother Jack, 27-year-old male, and his wife Jill, 25-year-old female. It all started when Jack and Jill got pregnant. Their lease almost ended and my parents invited them to stay at our house. The day they came, Jack asked me why I hadn't moved out of my room yet. I was confused, like, what the freak? And he told me that he and Jill will be at my room and I go to the guest room. I refused, but my parents got mad and we got into a fight. I lost and ended up in the much smaller guest room. Then Jill had a problem with my cooking. I eat scrambled eggs with mozzarella and avocado every day for breakfast, and she couldn't stand the smell. She asked me to stop. I refused. My parents got involved. I had to stop. There were problems with other food too, and I had to stop cooking them. I was told I must be more accommodating because she was pregnant. Like, that's my problem. Then Jill started to boss me around. We were alone for 8 hours while my parents and Jack worked. She obviously thought I'd be her personal maid. I refused. She threw a temper tantrum, and like always, and I again had a big fight with Jack and my parents. I was told that she had a high-risk pregnancy and was on bed rest, and I'm a jerk for not helping her. I told Jack that he knocked her up. It's his responsibility. I stood on my ground, and in the end, Jill's cousin came to help her sometimes. Then Jill gave birth to my nephew. I congratulated them when they came home, and that's it. I don't like babies, so I mostly keep to myself now, but that doesn't stop Jill to ask for favors. Please watch the baby while I take a quick shower. Please watch it while I make myself some food, etc. I always refuse, and we always have new fights over and over again. It all came to a head last Friday when she asked me to watch my nephew while she goes to the pharmacy for baby formula. I refused. She got mad and we had a fight. She grabbed her purse to go anyway, and I told her that the moment she walks out that door, I will call the police for child abandonment. I was serious and she knew it. She broke down and screamed what a horrible human being I am. Then she ran to her room. She had a complete mental breakdown. When Jack and my parents came home, we had the biggest fight yet. Jack accused me of hating Jill and my nephew upon other things. I told him I refused to bond because they'll weaponize him against me. My parents told me enough is enough, that they can't believe they raised such a selfish human being, and that either I help or I move out. I'm thinking of the second option. Am I the jerk? I work from home and pay 50% of all household expenses, including mortgage. Jack and Jill don't contribute anything for expenses. This overall just sounds like, from all angles, kind of awful. If OP really is paying for half of all of the house bills and necessities, including the mortgage, they're not responsible to play babysitter for somebody else that's staying there. Just because OP is related doesn't mean that they have to help out. If this was just a roommate who was renting that room and paying for half of everything, would they be expected to have to take care of the baby sometimes, watch the baby, watch what they cook? I don't think so, and therefore I think it's unfair to expect that from OP as well. And besides, OP was already forced to give up every other concession. They already got shoved in a small tiny room. Our next story is from Throwaway679991. Am I the jerk for refusing to pay for fixing the babysitter's laptop? I, single mom of 2, hired a babysitter after I started working a new job. I used to do work from home for 2 years. My kids are 8 and 6, the babysitter's 17. She brings her laptop with her to study, which is perfectly okay with me as long as she keeps an eye on the kids. Yesterday I came home and the babysitter showed me her laptop that got broken by my youngest. I was shocked and asked how this happened, and she said that she left the laptop in the living room and went to make the kids lunch, but my youngest grabbed it and ran with it until he dropped it and broke the screen. I said that was horrible and apologized to her, but stated it was her fault for leaving the laptop within reach of children. She said she thought my kids were old enough to know not to touch other stuff. I explained how they might have thought it belonged to us since it was in our house. She asked if I could pay for it to get fixed, but I refused and insisted it was her problem, not mine. She ranted about having exams soon and not having enough money to get it fixed. We argued, and I had to tell her to go home after she persisted. Later on, I got a call from her dad basically blaming the whole thing on me and demanding I pay to get the laptop fixed, but I still refused. Now she's refusing to come again unless I pay her for the laptop repair, even though I paid her in advance to watch the kids. Now, I'm not a parent myself, so I don't necessarily know exactly what you can and can't expect from a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old ITA throw language. Am I the jerk for refusing to stop speaking Chinese around my stepfamily? I, 16-year-old female, grew up speaking both English and Chinese, Mandarin, but I'm just gonna say Chinese to keep it simple, at home. My dad is white but lived in China for a while, so he understands pretty well. And my mom's learned English but is still most comfortable with her first language. I'm fluent in both, but I'm close with my mom's family and have a lot of friends from immigrant families, so I use them interchangeably. My parents got divorced a few years ago, which sucked. I mostly live with my mom but spend weekends and some school breaks with my dad. Everything was okay until my dad started dating Jane. I don't have a lot in common with Jane, and she's kind of pushy and invasive. Like, she has to always be involved in everything, whether it's anything to do with her or not. She has a son, 10-year-old male, that's okay, but not happy about stuff either. It got worse when they got engaged and moved in last year. I thought at least I could just avoid them most of the time during the weekend, but Jane won't leave me alone. The big problem right now is that she doesn't like it when I speak Chinese at their house, because she can't understand it. She complains when I Zoom my cousins or watch Chinese dramas on my phone. She says it's because she can't tell if I'm being appropriate, but I tell her my dad understands me and it's his business, not hers. She whined about it to my dad, who asked if I would just speak English when I'm at their place to keep the peace, and I said that I would always talk English in conversations with her, but I'm not going to stop speaking and listening to Chinese when it doesn't involve her, and I'd stop coming over if that wasn't okay. My dad said that was fine and he'd talk to her. It caused a fight between them, and she started loudly speaking over me or my shows in English instead, so I've stopped talking to her at all. And I speak to my dad in Chinese and my stepbrother in English, which makes her big mad. She thinks I'm crap talking her, but I don't talk about her at all, and my dad would tell me off if I was. It's stressing my dad out though, so maybe I'm being the jerk? Definitely not the jerk here, and I'm sorry, but if this is stressing your dad out, that's your dad's problem with Jane, not OP's fault at all, not OP's problem. Jane is literally so insecure and so nosy that they would rather try to put their foot down and force you to speak English and watch only English stuff so they can snoop and know everything, rather than just try to be comfortable around OP. Honestly, I think it would be super cool, and it would be an opportunity for her and her son to kind of pick up some basic Mandarin. Our next story is from Loquacious Box 8284. Am I the jerk for lying about a food allergy? I'm vegan, have been for over 5 years. I'm lucky to live in a major city with a plethora of entirely or partially vegan restaurants, but when I visit my family in rural Pennsylvania, my options become non-existent. Attitudes towards veganism here range from ignorance to outright hostility. I try to avoid eating out with my family when I'm home at all costs, but sometimes it simply isn't avoidable. For example, my sister's wedding rehearsal dinner. My sister had her dinner at the foremost fine dining establishment in this town. It's a big old tavern that bills itself as a French-influenced steakhouse. Menu fare is every imaginable cut of steak drowned in butter, with some chicken and fish drowned in butter, plus sides of veggies and mashed potatoes that are, yes, smothered in butter. The 1 or 2 vegetarian dishes are buttered and drowned in creamy sauce. Given that my little brother used to wait tables here, I know that they frown upon substitutions and don't use much veggie oil for the sake of quality. I've had 2 negative experiences here too. I tried to explain my vegan diet my first time here in depth, yet my sad little plate of steamed broccoli was drizzled with butter, and my iceberg lettuce salad came with ranch. The second time, a chef came out personally and promised me that his tomato pasta dish was vegan, only for me to find that they'd swirled Parmesan cheese into the red sauce to disguise that they'd accidentally sprinkled it on top. That incident broke my trust completely. For my sister's dinner, I called ahead and told the chef that I have life-threatening food allergies to meat proteins, dairy including butter, and egg. Finally, they took me seriously. I was served a dish of plain pasta with salt and pepper with fruit, which sucked, but I appreciated the consideration. For those allergies though, they had to scrub down the entire kitchen, clean the fryers, check the ingredient lists of their products, etc. That prep apparently cost them an extra 2 hours. And I didn't realize this. They charged my parents, who were paying for the rehearsal, an extra several hundred for their time. My sister and parents are livid. I already sent my mom the several hundred needed to cover the extra cost, but they're upset at me for lying and humiliating the chef and restaurant, whom they have close ties to. My sister's wedding is this weekend, and something tells me that it's gonna be tense. Personally, I think that if this restaurant is gonna continue with their ignorance and inconsideration, they got what they deserve. Am I the jerk for ensuring my needs are met? I think OP is the jerk here. I think whether or not it's a place that OP personally picked out or a place that OP just continuously gets invited to, at the end of the day, it's a steakhouse. OP is fighting so hard to show up this for not catering super well to vegan options. It's just not really what they do. So for OP to go and lie about a life-threatening food allergy that is very serious for a lot of people, make the workers' jobs there 10 times harder, and then after the fact say they got what they deserved. Congratulations, you made a steakhouse bend over backwards to give you a vegan option. The only part where I don't think OP is the jerk is when they asked for something and they got something that they were lied to about. That, if you did have a food allergy to something like that, could have been lawsuit worthy. If there was anybody to truly complain about, it would be complaining to the people that keep bringing you to this place and telling those people how they just cannot reasonably accommodate you. Our next story is from Date Plates. Am I the jerk for asking for matching plates for my girlfriend? I've been dating Mia and she's my world. Mia has OCD and likes to eat off matching plates and cutlery. She finds patterns too distracting and it upsets her. My sister hosts Thanksgiving and has a bunch of different theme plates, none that match well. I told her I want to bring Mia, but I was wondering if she could use different plates or even paper plates of one color. My sister's personality trait is to be that quirky, vintage thrift girl, and her husband is the kind of hipster douche. I told them on how to make my girlfriend feel welcome in the family, and that having paper plates isn't that big of a deal or cheap white plates. The argument was heated and it got to Christmas, and my mom, who hosts Christmas, said she's not giving up her Christmas plates either. It came down to be that I know my girlfriend's anxieties and OCD would be triggered in this noisy chaos that our holidays are. I told my mom and sister that I would spend Thanksgiving and Christmas with my girlfriend, and both said that's best. I was upset by their response to not making her feel welcome. I didn't think asking for paper plates was that big of a deal, and I know many people that do that on the holidays. While maybe this isn't necessarily the hardest thing to accommodate for, if it's something they just don't want to, I don't think they can be jerks for not wanting to get special cutlery or plates because of the issue. Honestly, I really appreciate OP doing their best to look out for their girlfriend, but I feel like this issue is one that needs to be worked on and improved if they want to be a part of a greater family event like this, because it's just not always going to be possible to cater to a situation like this where you have 20 matching dinner plate sets or you use nothing but paper plates. Honestly, I also kind of don't blame them, because I've had some family that have special like Christmas cutlery and stuff. I don't know, maybe I got some old mom or grandma energy in me, but I kind of like the vibe of pulling out special plates and cutlery for a certain season, really submitting to being festive. Our next story is from Throwaway 695096765. Am I the jerk for giving my brother and his wife 2 days to return my piano? I, female 32, developed an interest for piano after meeting my late husband, who was a piano teacher for 7 years. He taught me to play it and he helped me buy one, used one but still a bit expensive, 2 years ago. I play it every day. After his passing 6 months ago, I just find comfort spending time playing. However, my brother and his wife, who came to stay with me for 2 months after losing their apartment, always complain about the piano noise, although I only play at daytime. Sister-in-law and I started arguing more frequently, and my brother told me to only play it when they're out, but I refused. Yesterday I was out with friends for the day, and then I came in the evening and found my piano was gone. Turns out my brother had moved it to a friend's garage, I don't know which friend, while I was gone. I blew up at him and yelled that he had no right to touch it or move it. His wife said they did this as a last-ditch effort to get some peace and quiet in the house. My brother reassured me that he'll give it back once he finds his own place, and I get to live alone and play the piano all day long. He was sarcastic in his last line, and I couldn't take it. I told them to pack and leave my house because they were no longer welcome after this. He freaked out and tried begging me to take it easy and be more rational, but I threatened to call the police if they refused to leave. He took his family and left. The piano still isn't back, and they're saying they'd give it back if I agreed to let them move back in, basically wanting things to go back to how they were when they were complaining about the noise. They believe that what happened was a misunderstanding, and every one of us mishandled the situation, so they want to start new. I lost it and told them they have 2 days to return it, or I'll call the cops on them. Mom's pressuring me to take them back, saying it was my fault for not having any consideration for them as my guests to begin with, but I refused to take them back and put my foot down on the timeline I gave. Now I'm being called irrational and cruel to kick my brother out, watch him struggle, and refuse to let him move back in, and choosing to escalate this to the authorities when I could just let them move back in and I get my piano back. I don't blame OP at all. I think OP is clearly not the jerk here, and it is such antagonizing BS for them to say, chill, 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 I think every one of us mishandled the situation. No, they need to own it, apologize, give the piano back, and then they probably need to drop to their knees and start begging even harder for a chance to even move back in. For the mom to hit them up and say, oh, it's your fault. For them to say, oh, everyone handled this wrong. No. They stole from OP. They need to get it back right away and maybe still figure out a new place to live. But that's just how I feel about it. I'm not gonna lie, with the way the mom hit OP up, I'd probably want to go call the brother and say, you know what, mom tried to blame it on me. I don't know if you were lobbying her to do that, but now I'm giving you a day and a half. And the next time somebody tries to blame my missing piano on me, that time will continue to drop. Our next story is from Unclean Food, AIT. Am I the jerk for telling my sister that her food is disgustingly inedible? A few weeks ago, my apartment flooded. Unfortunately, this has left me without a place to stay for a few weeks, and many things I have to pay to replace and repair. It's been a crappy few weeks to say the least. My sister told me I could stay with her for a few weeks until everything gets sorted out. To be honest, I'm not the closest with my sister, but I didn't mind sharing a space with her. She was nice enough to give me a place to stay for no charge, so I can't really complain. My sister, and I mean this literally, is a terrible cook. It's not only that her food lacks any seasoning, it's almost always inedible. She cooks with expired ingredients and doesn't believe in throwing anything away. It's unhealthy and disgusting. I'm honestly afraid of touching things in her fridge or eating anything in her fridge. This wouldn't be much of a problem if she let me cook my own food and buy my own ingredients, but she believes that it's rude for guests to cook their own food and hates me for touching her stove. Every time I suggest cooking my own food, she gets really angry and starts yelling at me for no reason. I was getting tired of eating instant ramen noodles for all meals, and ordering food is expensive. My girlfriend kindly brought me home-cooked food after I told her about my situation. She made me kimbap, Korean rice rolls, some rice and kimchi, fermented cabbage. It was more than enough food, and I was so happy that I could finally eat some real food. I was eating rice and kimchi for lunch, and the second my sister entered, she told me it looked like I was eating dog food. She even complained that I was making her apartment smell like dog food. I I thought this was ironic. She keeps rotten food for weeks, and I'm apparently the one who's stinking her house up. I was going to ignore her and wear my headphones, but she was mumbling stuff about how I was eating food and that I was ruining the sanctity of her home. I was tired of listening to her complain about my girlfriend's food. I told her verbatim that I wouldn't have to rely on my girlfriend if she didn't make food that a stray dog wouldn't touch, and that she should stop being a selfish, inconsiderate witch and let people touch her stove. Her food is disgustingly inedible. She got incredibly angry and hasn't spoken to me since. My girlfriend told me I should have chosen my words more carefully. I agree with OP's girlfriend. I hesitantly say that both sides are jerks. What OP said was just too far over the line, and I think maybe OP was kind of putting up with it a little too easily. I mean, I know the sisters willingly giving up their space and it's really nice of them, but I think at some point OP needed to put their foot down and say, hey, I just am not vibing with this cooking, and then maybe just focus on trying to bring stuff in if they don't want you to touch their stove at all. Our next story is from Super Secret 235. Am I the jerk for wanting my neighbor to remove her Ring doorbell? I've been living in my apartment complex for 2 years and it's been wonderful. Recently, a young woman moved in across from my apartment. We introduced briefly, and apart from the noise made when she was having movers bring in her things, she's very quiet and polite. However, there's one thing that bothers me. She has a Ring doorbell on her door. Recently, I saw her leaving and asked her why she had it and that I was worried that she could see in my apartment. She said she had it for packages and, due to no peepholes on the doors, just extra security. She showed me that yes, it can see my door a bit, but assured me she's not on her phone all day checking it. I expressed my uncomfortableness and asked her to remove it. She told me that she was sorry I was uncomfortable, but she wasn't spying on me and had a right to have one up. She wasn't breaking her lease and she'd seen other people in the complex have one. I told her, I don't care about other people. I want it gone or I'll be reporting her. She told me not to bother and called our property manager regarding it because I got a visit from her asking to leave her and the doorbell situation alone. Am I really out of line for this? As somebody that endlessly values having security cameras, let alone a doorbell camera, OP is a major jerk. I'm sorry if they can see into your apartment when you open your front door, but if anybody's standing there, they can see into your apartment. Do you have like bags and bags of drugs sitting by the front door or something? And our final story of the day is from Local Lab 2499. Am I the jerk for yelling at my pregnant sister because she ate my dinner? I, female 18, live with my mom and stepdad, and my older sister Lily, female 24. Lily's around 6 months pregnant with her first baby and moved back in after her boyfriend dumped her. After a long day at uni lectures, I came home and made myself dinner. After putting it on a plate, I left in the kitchen whilst I went to the toilet, and I got distracted because the family dog needed to be let outside to go pee. By the time I got back to the kitchen, Lily had eaten my dinner. I told Lily that that was my dinner, and she just stared at me in silence. I went to go make some cup noodles and told Lily this was annoying. Lily said she was hungry and said she's eating for 2 and told me to shut my mouth. I started yelling at Lily and told her she should be apologizing after eating my dinner, and that maybe she should learn how to cook for herself if she's so darn hungry. Lily started screaming at me like a demon to the point where I didn't understand what she was saying and grabbed my cup noodles and threw them out the window, leaving me dinnerless and cup noodleless. Lily stormed out and went into her room. I told my mom and stepdad what happened as they were very confused by the commotion. My mom told me I escalated the situation by yelling at her and by my comments, and I should apologize to Lily. And that she's probably just hormonal. I don't think Lily's owed an apology. I think she was just being a jerk. But what do you guys think? I think OP's definitely not the jerk. Whether you're pregnant or hormonal, I think you still have enough resolve in your mind to understand that somebody else's food sitting in the kitchen is not their food and that somebody else probably prepared it for a reason. Maybe when OP flared up they were a little extra, but I don't think it makes them the jerk. And I do think OP is owed an apology. You can't use pregnancy as a crutch for taking other people's things. Am I the jerk for opening my husband's safe with a crowbar to get money for an emergency? I, female 31, am a stay-at-home mom with 2 kids. My husband dedicates most of his salary towards the kids and household, but has a safe that he puts money in on a monthly basis. I didn't make a fuss over it because he said that it saved money for an emergency. I asked for the password countless times, but he refused to give it to me and said that in case of an emergency, all I needed to do was inform him. He went on a 2-day business trip. Our son got sick and I had to take him to the hospital. The problem is, he needed medication, but I didn't have any money except what was in the safe. I called my husband, but he didn't respond. I texted him explaining the situation, but he refused to cut his trip short and come home. I asked how Jay was supposed to get money for medication. He suggested that I either A, wait for him till he gets home, or B, borrow the money from the neighbors. I just had it. I hung up and went to the garage to grab a crowbar, then took it to the safe and opened it. I took the money I needed, which was about $60, and went to the pharmacy store to get the medication. My husband came home a bit earlier, and when he saw what I'd done to the safe, he flipped out and started freaking out at me. I said I had no choice, and all of his suggestions were unreasonable and illogical for me to even consider. He yelled, saying I breached his trust and his boundaries and should never have touched his safe, much less used the crowbar on it. We had a big argument, and he kept saying I had no respect for him, his income, and instructions. Then he completely refused to speak to me and is threatening to move the safe since he no longer trusts it around me. Was I in the wrong for the steps I took? Should I have tried another alternative? I just can't blame OP in this situation. Some might try to make some kind of argument where like if you keep your finances separate, it's their money, blah blah blah. But this just seems like some weird insecurity, financial abuse thing where they're like, it's okay, I'll stash all this money away, it'll just be in the safe, if we need it for an emergency, it's there. Well, if he's not around and there's an emergency, you still can't access it. If in that moment you can't get access to it, when would you ever? I just can't blame OP. Is there any way that OP might be the jerk? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Our next story is from OK Mathematician 887. Am I the jerk for labeling my food as having hot sauce to deter food thieves at work? Simple as that. My lunches were being taken while I was working, so I photocopied the label for one of my husband's hot sauce bottles and put it on my food, with a label that said it was one of the hottest sauces in the world. I got called into HR for contaminating the fridge. I asked how I did this with a sealed Tupperware container. They said one of my coworkers grabbed it by accident and was about to eat it when they noticed the label. I asked them to produce my container and my coworker's container so we could determine how this mix-up could possibly have happened. Now, I don't want to hurt anyone, and my husband's tolerance for hot stuff is beyond insane, so I did not actually put hot sauce on my food. The HR lady asked me to wait a minute. She came back and said there had been a mistake, and that the person who took my food had not brought in a container that day. So I asked if I could file a complaint for someone taking my food. She looked pissed, but she had hauled me in, and I wasn't going to let it go. I received a copy of my complaint, but now my boss has asked me to drop it. I don't know who was stealing my food, but it must be someone they don't want to get rid of. My husband says I should just let it go, but he hasn't had multiple lunches go missing. Am I the jerk? Absolutely not the jerk. I can already imagine you have something nice, whether it's leftovers, something you prepared for yourself. Even if it's something cheap and easy, it's something that you like. You go to get it for lunch, and some jerk took it, and you have nothing for the rest of your multi-hour shift. That sucks, and putting a hot sauce label is honestly like the lower end of what you could have done. Also, considering the reaction, I bet a lot of people, me included, are willing to bet it might be the boss. Our next story is from Sarah Nee. Am I the jerk for putting my family in a difficult situation because I can't tolerate an extra person in the bus? I, 19-year-old female, was going to travel to a different state for a cousin's wedding with my family. Initially, they decided to go through train since none of us wants to drive for 7 hours and attend a wedding tired. But I have severe motion sickness and I refused to travel by train. We're going with our uncle's family to make it a small family vacation as well, so my dad and him agreed on renting a bus so I would be more comfortable. I had some issues with this too because I don't like to travel with a lot of people, especially when all of them are so fond of talking. The noise is not worth it at all, but I still agreed because of my family's happiness. Now, a day before, I'm informed that we have to take a teenage relative with us because her parents don't want her to travel alone, and she's also invited at the wedding. My parents have no problem with it because they believe we can easily make some room for her in the bus. However, I honestly think one more member will make the environment more suffocated than it already is going to be. I told my parents I won't be traveling with them if she accompanies, and they said they can't back out now after they've told her parents they'll take her with us. I've decided to skip the whole wedding and the vacation and stay home. This has put my family in a stressful situation because they think their vacation would be incomplete without me and they don't want to leave me behind. My mom got overly emotional and said she won't be going either. Dad asked if he should book a bigger bus, and I declined because it's not about the bus. I really didn't mean to see them unhappy or stressed when they should be excited for the vacations, and I can't help but feel guilty. I feel like I've ruined their trip. So, unless this teenage relative has some serious background with OP that we just don't know, maybe because OP's not mentioning it, I think OP is the jerk. Especially when the dad's going out of the way to offer to book an even bigger bus to try to make things more accommodating. I mean, I understand that it's not OP's fault that they have issues traveling by train, but that means everybody else is compromising by taking the bus. And I think that also means that OP should be a little compromising and work with them, so everybody can get to the wedding and have a good time. Our next story is from the Smiths Row. Am I the jerk for refusing to let my husband drive my son to school with his step-siblings anymore? Context: my ex-husband and I have custody of our 11-year-old son. He's diabetic, and since his diagnosis is relatively new, we're still working on managing things for him so he could continue to live a normal life, just like other kids. His stepdad is responsible for dropping him off and picking him up from school, since his step-siblings attend the same school. The issue began when my son started asking me or his bio dad to take him to school instead of his stepdad. He said the reason for that is because his step-siblings open his lunchbox and take all the additional snacks that he needs in case he has a hypoglycemic episode. That's what we call low blood sugar. His step-siblings would take his lunchbox from him and take the snacks and only leave him with a sandwich and water. His stepdad thinks there's nothing wrong with sharing, although I explained to him about 1,000,000 times now how important his snacks are. He promised that he won't let his kids touch my son's lunchbox from now on, and I believed him. Days ago, my son came home and told me his step-siblings took his snacks from his lunchbox again. I was enraged. I asked if his stepdad saw them. He said yes, and he scolded them when he refused to let them have the snacks. I lost it. I blew up at my husband and told him that my son won't be riding in his car again with his step-siblings after what they'd done and after he allowed it. I told him that my son's father will be driving him to and from school from now on. He lashed out at me saying I was driving a wedge between the kids and teaching my son to grow up being selfish and self-centered and antisocial, and also making my son distant from him and getting him to favor his bio dad. I refused to discuss it. Now he's acting all hurt and disrespected, saying it wasn't worth ruining the kid's relationship over some snacks. So, question here, is he dumb? Is the stepdad like extremely low IQ? Does he have like a really hard time understanding basic concepts? I'm asking because this guy can't understand the importance of these snacks. These aren't some extra fruit roll-ups. These aren't some gushers that he gets special because his mom loves him more than the step-siblings' dad loves them. They might have a legitimate life-threatening emergency. This dude doesn't understand that, and then he goes and argues something that's so stupid, such as you're teaching him to be selfish by not giving those snacks up. It literally could be essentially life-saving medicine for this kid. OP is clearly not the jerk. And this husband is so dense it legitimately pisses me off. Also, how dare a kid favor their bio parent over a step-parent? Just another stupid argument point. Our next story is from Seyahav. Am I the jerk for yelling at my wife after she woke me up to help with the kids? I'm male. My wife, female, Sonia, is a stay-at-home mom of our 2 children, a 7-year-old male and a 5-year-old female. I really try to help with the kids when I get home. I know being a stay-at-home mom is pretty tiring, even though she has part-time off from school, but helping with homework, making food, and taking care of the kids can be exhausting. When I get home, I make dinner, wash the dishes, and stay with our children for a while so she can have her moment too. These weeks have been pretty exhausting. It's a very important month professionally. In November will be the delivery of a 6-month project that my team and I are idealizing. Last week was the final touches and review of the entire project, so I went out to work at 8 a.m., got home at 5 p.m., took care of my kids till 9 p.m., and was actually working till 3 or 4 a.m. to get maybe 3 or 4 hours of sleep. I have trouble sleeping, so if I slept 12 hours in 5 days, it was a lot. I was exhausted. I wasn't even driving because I didn't trust my senses to drive. I couldn't vent to Sonia because she was stressed too. Our children had the flu. I was dragged to the hospital by my coworkers after nearly passing out for only walking. The doctor demanded that I take a week's medical leave because I was already on the verge of a burnout. When I got home, I spoke to my wife and she seemed to be understanding. I asked her to give me a day off from everything, as I would try to get as much sleep as possible that night to come back better. She said fine. I offered to also give her a day off because I know she was tired too. I went to sleep at 9 p.m. and woke up to Sonia nudging me to take the kids to school. I walk with them. I talked about what we talked about yesterday, and she said, yeah, but that's your part of the morning and I have other morning plans, yoga class, gym, and house cleaning. I asked her 3 times more to do this for me as I was still exhausted, 6:30 a.m., but she just said, you're still a father, tired or not. It could be tired or not, but I ended up losing my mind and screaming, I just need a few hours of sleep. Please respect what I asked of you yesterday and let me sleep, man. She was in shock and said, okay then. She took the kids and I slept until 4 p.m. There were several messages from her saying that I shouldn't have yelled at her for asking me to take responsibility as a parent and that it was toxic behavior of mine. Well, we haven't talked much more than necessary for 2 days. Am I the jerk? I think OP's not the jerk because the doctor literally said, hey, you need to take some time off. If the doctor's saying you need to take some rest, you probably really do need to take some rest. OP went to their wife and said, hey, can you just handle everything for me for a day? She said yes, and then immediately expects you to still do that stuff that she agreed to take over, whether or not she was hoping that you'd still do some of it regardless. Not the jerk, and for OP's sake, I hope they get some sleep. I haven't been the best with sleeping regularly or consistently either, and honestly it freaks me out all the time hearing about how important sleep is. You know, how it literally cleans your brain, how a lack of sleep can have a correlation to developing things like dementia down the road, how regularly sleeping helps your overall health and metabolism and things. Sleep is the one thing you should not skimp out on. Our next story is from Puzzle-Headed Rush 413. Am I the jerk for refusing to sell my starter home for under market value to my mother and sister? I, 34-year-old female, bought my starter home in my earlier 20s for $120,000. It's not a huge home, it's roughly 1,000 square foot 2-bed, 1.5 bath townhome, but it was perfect for me at the time. I upgraded it and made it my home for 12 years. I've decided it's time to move on to something bigger. Here's my dilemma. My mother, 65, and my sister, 30, got wind that I was planning on putting my house on the market. My home was valued at approximately $400,000. Even with their combined income, neither could afford a mortgage that size. They want me to sell them my home for the $120,000 I bought it for. I plan on using the equity as the down payment on my new home, and that's roughly around $600,000. My mom and sister are pissed. They keep trying to convince me to sell the home for undervalue so they can finally have some stability in their life. My other dilemma is I've never had a good relationship with either of them and moved out of state to get away from them. Both of them are pissed at me and have dragged the whole family into the drama. Half are on my side and half are on their side. I need outside opinions at this point. If OP was really well off and honestly just didn't really need the home, maybe you could argue that OP maybe should seriously consider it. But this is clearly a situation where OP's not only not the jerk, but would be making a huge mistake to do anything but sell it for as much as they could get. How much would you want to bet that you sold it to them for $120,000 and that they'd go and immediately flip it for hundreds of thousands of more dollars? This next story is from Ordos Deluxe. Am I the jerk for leaving my sick wife to deal with 2 toddlers on her own? I, male 36, and my wife, female 35, have a 3-year-old daughter. I have long-standing issues with my wife's sister-in-law because I think that my wife constantly panders to her and caters to her every whim, often at the expense of me and my daughter. Recently, we had a huge fight about her saying something offensive to me in a public setting in defense of sister-in-law at our daughter's expense. And up until this point, she's tried to do better. We've both been floored with the flu for the past 10 days or so, negative COVID tests. She seems to have had it slightly worse than me, so I've been tagged in to do all the chores, childcare, and cooking while she's tried to get as much rest as possible. This has now trickled into a week I booked off work on holiday, which doesn't bother me in itself, because I'd rather make sure they were both okay. I am, however, starting to feel really run down myself now. I'm tired, I've had limited opportunity to rest and catch up on sleep, and I'm sore. Today, my wife woke up at around 9:15 a.m. I'd been up since 6:30 with daughter, and said she was feeling a bit better. I said that's great, and maybe she could hold the fort while I went for a nap. She said that what she was actually thinking was inviting sister-in-law's youngest round for a playdate to keep our daughter occupied. For reference, she's 3. This isn't an uncommon thing to happen. Sister-in-law often brings her kids to us, and for reasons I still don't understand, our daughter is never invited to spend an afternoon with them in their house. I said that I really wasn't feeling up to it today. My wife said that I wouldn't have to do anything to entertain them, to which I was skeptical about, so I agreed. So about 15 minutes after she arrives, I'm asked to get them drinks and snacks and then play games and occupy them. Now I'm aware that I'd have needed to do this for my own daughter, but going from 1 to 2 toddlers is such a huge leap in terms of the demand on your time and energy. Add this to the fact that I was feeling lousy and it just wasn't a good mix. I'm off work this week, and on top of my illness, I didn't sign up for extra childcare duties. After about 2 hours, I told my wife that I was going up to my mom's house to get a sleep. The whole way up, she was phoning and texting me, absolutely furious that I'd left her to deal with it. I'm literally lying in my mom's spare bed writing this now, but my brain is too wired to sleep. Am I the jerk? I know it's crappy leaving her while she's sick to deal with 2 toddlers, but after so long holding the ball, I've reached my limit. I don't blame OP, this doesn't seem like much of a partnership here. To me, it seems like their partner really is trying to milk OP for as much as they can. Everybody needs a break at some point, whether they're a parent or not. I mean, depending on your situations, you might not be able to take those breaks, but this is definitely a situation where you could and should have been able to have a break here or there. I think maybe a proper sit down and some open communication is hugely needed here. And I think if the wife doesn't hear you out, there's some serious issues here. Our next story is from Safe Translator 4967. Am I the jerk for moving out while my parents are on vacation? I, female 20, have 3 siblings who live at home. Male 22, male 15, and male 12. My older brother doesn't work and doesn't go to school. My middle and youngest brothers are in middle and high school. I've been taking care of them for about 6 years now. My parents both work. I am the one who cleans and makes food and takes care of the dogs. I have access to a car that I share with my brother, but he takes it to go see his friends and hook up with Tinder randos. So I've had to bring home groceries on the bus because, oh yeah, I also do the grocery shopping. I've tried talking to my parents about it, but they say that my brother's finding himself and the younger ones have to concentrate on school. I'm in my 3rd year of college and it's wrecking me. My boyfriend, 24, has talked to his parents and they're letting me move into the apartment over their garage. He'll be paying the rent for the apartment. He lives at home rent-free, but he also graduated and has a great job, so we talked about it and it's fair. We're committed to each other, but we're way too young to think about moving in together or getting married. I'm not saying that this is too young for anyone else. We just know what we want in life, and until I get my nursing degree and get a job, we aren't ready. My parents went away this weekend for NASCAR in Vegas. It's their 3rd vacation this year. I don't begrudge them their holidays, they both work hard. But I'm tired of being an unpaid nanny and dog sitter. So I grabbed my laptop, clothes, and a few other things that I'd been gifted. I waited for my older brother to get home, and I left. I told him I was going out for milk, but my boyfriend was waiting in the car around the corner. He started texting me about 20 minutes later, saying he needed the car. I didn't take the car. I left all the keys on the counter, even my house keys. My grandparents pay for my education, so there's literally nothing my parents can hold over me. I let them know that I wasn't coming back, and I let my parents know after the last race that I'd left him in charge of the younger kids and bailed. They drove straight home instead of spending the night partying and driving home today. Everyone is mad at me for being so immature and thoughtless. I just don't care anymore. I talked to my grandfather, and he says that I'm right, and my brothers can look after themselves. My mom keeps calling and complaining that the house is a mess. I was only gone for 9 hours before they got home, but my brothers are pigs. My older brother says I'm a jerk because my parents are making him do everything that I used to do. I can't find it in myself to give a crap. Am I the jerk? Definitely not the jerk, because OP was being treated like an unpaid nanny, dog sitter, do my bidding person. You either give in and you live like that for just about the rest of your life, or you cut it off and you get out of there, and maybe you can repair the relationship down the road, but they're going to try to manipulate you and call you the worst for not doing everything for them. I also agree with OP though. A 22-year-old and a 15-year-old at home, they can take care of themselves for a few days, and their 12-year-old younger sibling. I don't know what the parents do for work, I don't know what their pay grade is, but if they're too good to clean up their own house, or they're too good to give their 3 kids some chores equally, then hey, they better buck up for an actual nanny. Our next story is from Throwaway 681074. Am I the jerk for ignoring our daughter when she tried to get our attention like that? I have 2 daughters, one of them is Abby, 22, and the other one is Anna, 16. When Abby was 16, she suddenly started to act weird, like screaming and yelling for no reason. We were very worried about her, so my husband and I put her in therapy, and we did everything we could to help her. Anna always tries to do whatever Abby does. For example, when Abby turned 14, she joined the basketball team. When Anna turned 14, she did the exact same thing. There's many more examples. When Anna turned 16, she started to act exactly like Abby. It was clear that she was only doing this to get our attention, and there's nothing really wrong with her, so my husband and I decided to ignore her behavior, hoping she would stop acting like this, which after a month she did. However, now she's giving us the silent treatment. I was talking to my sister about this, and she told me we're jerks for ignoring her when she tried to get our attention. I think OP is the jerk because although your natural instinct may be to not want to give in to somebody who's clearly doing something for the sake of trying to get attention, you should be able to recognize as a parent that your kid is doing some kind of, essentially a call for attention or help in some way, and a dialogue is, I think, encouraged, should have been had, not ignored. Our next story is from Particular Bar 9216. Am I the jerk for spending my daughter's tuition money? Our daughter is 20-year-old female, and she recently decided to go back to college after taking a year off. She dropped out of college a few months ago saying it wasn't for her. We adamantly advised against it, but she ended up moving with her boyfriend and started working in his family's restaurant business. There was still a little north of $30,000 set aside in the account I set aside for her tuition money. My wife and I have been wanting to remodel our kitchen for a while, so we decided to go ahead with that money. Well, now my daughter has decided to go back to college because it didn't work out with her boyfriend, and she didn't like any of the jobs she had following that. She was shocked that we had used her college money towards the house, even though we had this conversation before she left. She asked if she could have access to her college tuition account before she moved in with her boyfriend, to which we explicitly said no and said that it was saved for her tuition only and nothing else, and that if she left, we would use it for something else. She said she thought we were bluffing and didn't actually mean it, and that we need to help her pay for college since we're still paying for her younger brother's yearly tuition. I told her she needs to work part-time and go to a cheaper place like community college rather than a state school. She's been angry over this and ignoring her mother's phone calls. Her mother said maybe we can still help her out financially, but we're nearing our retirement age and a little behind our retirement goals, so I don't want to take away from our savings just because my daughter made some bad choices. I feel like I've given her good alternatives and even offered to let her stay at our house free of rent so she can just focus on paying for college. Am I the jerk? I think OP's not the jerk here. They sat down and had that conversation. I mean, they seem like very loving parents. I imagine that convo was something along the lines of, listen, we love you. We set that money aside solely for college. If you're turning that down right now, you're telling us you don't want to go to college, we're going to use it for something else. Well, exactly that happened. It sucks for the kid, and you wish the money was still around so they could go to college, but that was the decision they made. Our next story is from Help PPNE. Am I the jerk for calling my girlfriend a hypocrite and saying I can have a relationship with her dad if I want to? Me and my girlfriend Corey, both 27, have been together 5 years. I've known her family a long time, and I formed a good relationship with her dad. We both golf and watch sports together. I consider him a friend. Like 3 years ago, it comes out, third party, that Corey's mom was having an affair. Her dad moved out, and her mom went nuts. I stayed out of it, but I refused to accompany Corey to her mom's house. I don't mess with cheaters and let her go alone unless it's a big holiday or an important event at her mom's. This whole time, Corey was pushing her dad to reconcile with her mom. She begged him to try counseling and talked about forgiveness. I don't know what happened, but Corey's dad eventually gave in and went to counseling. They reconciled 2 years ago. Then it became this weird situation where Corey's mom seemed to enjoy bringing up her affair. She would post on social media how forgiveness and the church brought them back together, constantly talking about power of prayer. As a man, I could see her dad hated it. In my opinion, he was only sticking around for the sake of the family. In February this year, Corey's dad left in the middle of the night. According to Corey's mom, her dad told me he left a note. He moved in with a woman he'd been seeing. They're now divorced and Corey's dad's living with this woman. I've maintained my friendship with him. I told him I can't really blame him as he was in a no-win situation. Corey, on the other hand, has been a nightmare. She's blocked her dad, bashes him to friends and family, gets mad at me for carrying on a relationship with him. She also goes to her mom's house regularly to comfort her mom. None of this she did to her mom whenever she cheated years ago, instead saying that they worked past that together. Last night I called her a hypocrite in front of her brother, saying that she never blamed her mom, instead preached forgiveness. Never cut her mom off, never forced me to stop talking to her dad. She never went over to her dad's rental alone to comfort him, only push him to reconcile. She then demanded I stop talking to her dad. I said I'm an adult who doesn't let others dictate their relationships, that me and her dad don't discuss her in any form. We talk baseball. So no, I wouldn't stop because she wants to be a hypocrite and not hold her mom accountable for what happened. I recommended therapy for her but was called a jerk for this. I don't think I need to apologize, as calling her a hypocrite is accurate. Am I the jerk? I kind of feel like everybody in the story are all kind of the jerks here. I don't really think I see any party that's not at least flawed in the story in some way. Both the parents for cheating on each other, the girlfriend for having hypocritical tendencies and taking sides, not owning up to it, and OP literally said, I don't mess with cheaters, but is still going to hang out with Corey's dad who, whether it was revenge or not, also cheated. And our final story of the day is from Bamato4832. Am I the jerk for not letting my daughter buy clothes? My wife, 37-year-old female, and I, 37-year-old male, have 4 kids, 14-year-olds female and male, a 12-year-old male, and an 11-year-old female. We generally agree on parenting them, but a recent incident had me and my wife disagreeing, and I want to see if I was in the wrong. A few weeks ago, I was at home with our 12-year-old because he was sick with a stomach bug. While I was making him soup, I got a call from my twins' high school telling me that they wanted to speak with me and that my daughter had received 3 days of in-school suspension for a bullying incident. Because of my son's sickness, I spoke through them via phone and they told me everything that had happened. My daughter and a group of her friends was picking on a boy for wearing a crop top. The boy told the teacher. She asked them to stop. When they didn't stop, she sent them to the office. After talking to the boy, he admitted the bullying was going on for a few days, and they kept bothering him when they asked him to stop. My daughter and son came home, and my son's face was bright red. I told my daughter to go to her room and then sat down with my son to see if he was okay. Apparently, the boy she bullied was a close friend of his, one of his football teammates. The boy was talking to my son and their other friends and said something about how he thought it was cool that some men used to wear sports crop tops. The boys told him that if he thought it was cool, he should try it. The boys went out and bought some jerseys from the thrift store and made them into crop tops. I then spoke to my daughter. She didn't show much remorse and was dismissive of me. Last year, she also got in trouble for bullying someone because of clothing. She's also gotten in trouble for racism at school. a very white area. We're white. Her and her friends were saying racist stuff in class. When my wife got home, we discussed a punishment and agreed on not buying her new clothes for a while. She has plenty of good clothes already. This weekend, we went to visit my brother. My brother lives about 3 hours away in a small town, and we don't see him often. This week was the town's annual fair. At the fair, they had booths from the local businesses. Our oldest son went to the booth with antique sports stuff, and then the book booth to get books on sports history. Son loves reading those. Our 12-year-old got some plushies and toys, and our youngest was looking at video games. Our oldest daughter went to the clothes. I stopped her and told her the rule was still in place. I said she could buy books, a video game, candy, etc., but clothes were the one thing she could not get. She was bugging my wife, and my wife eventually told her she would reconsider it. She then talked to me, and I told her that I wasn't changing my stance because I'm letting her buy other stuff, and I thought she was being entitled. My daughter didn't buy anything, and my wife thinks I was too tough on her. When I called my mom for advice, she also agreed with my wife. Am I the jerk? I think both parents are the jerks here. Considering all of this behavior that the daughter's doing, all they're doing is simply restricting them from buying clothes? That's really what makes them the jerk, let alone the fact that one parent is going back on an already slap on the wrist level punishment. I think that's an open and shut case here. They need to do some more serious work with their daughter before this behavior really sets in and that's who they are, if it's not already too late. Am I the jerk for doing the same thing to my sister-in-law that she does to my son? So background, I, 32-year-old female, have a brother Dave, 35-year-old male, who's married to Sarah, 29-year-old female. They don't have children yet. I have a son who just turned 4 and a 3-month-old daughter with my husband, 39-year-old male. My husband and I live in Belgium most of the time, but we travel back to visit my family about once a month in England. At home, we speak both English and French to our children. My husband's Belgian. And right now, my son is in this very sweet phase where he'll sometimes mix up the two languages and say a couple words in English and a French sentence or vice versa. This has never posed a problem to us, and even the staff at his nursery have reassured us that it's very common and they tend to grow out of it once they start at school. My sister-in-law has decided that this is a problem, so when we're visiting my parents and she notices my son doing this, she'll correct him. But she does so really rudely, whereas my husband and I will just gently correct him. Anyways, we're visiting at the moment, and she's now decided that instead of correcting him, she's just going to start ignoring him when he does this. I sort of noticed her doing it when we arrived, and I thought it was odd, but assumed that maybe she was just stressed. Her job is quite intense. But it only really became an issue yesterday. My husband was talking to my dad outside, and I was feeding my daughter in the other room, and I'd left Lewis with Sarah and Dave. When I came back downstairs, Lewis was crying, and I managed to understand that he tried to ask Sarah for a drink. He has a special cup he uses that he was holding, so it was obvious what he meant, but that she'd just ignored him. I asked her why, and she explained that she wasn't going to reply to him unless he said the sentence correctly, and that I shouldn't be ignoring my son's obvious speech issues. For context, it's not that she didn't know what he wanted. She told me that she understood exactly what he was asking for, but that she was deliberately refusing because he hadn't asked correctly. This really pissed me off, but luckily my husband came inside at that moment and pulled me away, so we could calm down and settle Lewis. That night at the dinner table, Sarah asked me to pass her something, but she said it in bad English. She is English, I just mean that she asked for it in slang. Think, pass us the peas, will you? I had a bit of an epiphany, and I just decided to totally ignore her. She asked again, and I did the same thing. My brother asked why I was ignoring his wife, and I said that I'm not able to reply if she can't speak English correctly, and that it's wrong of him to ignore her obvious issues with grammar. Everyone's pretty pissed off with me, and I admit that it was incredibly childish, but she was needlessly being a jerk to my baby. Should I just apologize? I think OP has nothing to apologize for here. I think they're not the jerk because they're just a kid. They're just practically still a baby. Let alone the fact that this isn't something to shame a kid over. But treating them this way is just gonna be really weird, I feel, for them. Like, God forbid you leave this kid wondering what's going on and why they're ignoring them. Would you guys rather have OP had told the sister-in-law off? Or do you think it's better that they just kept their focus on Lewis and calming them down? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Our next story is from Proud Buyer 8918. Am I the jerk for dumping the truth on my sister? My parents had 2 girls, me, 17-year-old female, and my sister, 14-year-old female. I've always felt like my parents saw me as a babysitter, as a third adult in the house, and have expected me to be a 40-year-old kid/teenager. Whereas my sister was their baby, they spoil her rotten, they adore her, she's never wanted for anything, and they do everything to make her happy. I was expected to help take care of my sister for as long as I can remember. She's not special needs, was never sick, wasn't even a preemie either, but that was the dynamic that was set up. I remember I would come home from school, and Mom would have me help feed my sister. She would have me watch her, and then while she was in and out of the house, I would be told I needed to play with her if my sister was upset. She'd miss me a lot, and my parents would insist I dedicate my time to her once I was home. We would go out as a family, and she'd want something and they'd get it for her, but I would be told to act my age if I wanted something. She would get to hang out with friends whenever she wanted, would have really amazing birthday parties and sleepovers that I was never allowed to have. I also never got to attend sleepovers at other friends' houses. There were times my parents would take her to do really amazing stuff, and I was left behind. Over time, my sister started to get annoyed by my pulling back when I was around 15. I kept to myself. I'm moody around them, I don't engage in the family. I take the punishments rather than do chores since she has none assigned to her. My parents hate that I won't be the little housekeeper they wanted. My sisters told me I'm a brat and ungrateful for not helping our parents who are amazing. Over time it's gotten worse. Then she heard me making plans to leave with my friends in a couple of months. She was so pissed that I was going to leave the family behind and that I hadn't told the family anything. She talked about how Mom and Dad had saved for us to go to college, and I just want to run away. Something broke inside me when she said that. I told her she has a college fund waiting for her, but I don't. Just like she can get anything she wants while I'm told to act my age and not want anything. I told her she expects me to be a maid when I get nothing and she gets everything. I told her I'm not that much older than her, but everyone expects me to be an adult. I asked her how she'd feel if she was supposed to juggle a younger sibling, take care of the bulk of the household chores, schoolwork, and not getting time with friends. That the only reason you have crap is because you work, but it leaves you exhausted because you already have so much on. I told her that is my life, and she doesn't make me want to stay any more than our parents do. To cut this short, she's upset, and I was called a jerk for being so mean to her. My sister said I was a jerk for dumping all that on her shoulders. Am I the jerk? I think OP's definitely not the jerk. If the sister didn't want all that dumped on their shoulders, they shouldn't have asked, they shouldn't have bothered, and they shouldn't have tried to call OP out on it. You want to go at OP and call them out, say bad things about them because they want to get out of that crappy situation? Well, then the least you can do is hear them out and understand where they're coming from, but they don't want to do that. By the way, if you're enjoying these stories, make sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons down below so you never miss any of my daily videos. Our next story is from Lillian Deigel 2309. Am I the jerk for not showing up to the birthday party that my husband planned for me? So my husband's a jokester and a prankster. He has a habit of pulling pranks, especially on my birthdays. He judges my reactions as overreactions and says I should loosen up and be extra happy, because he thinks he's making my birthdays extra funny. But it actually upsets me and puts me in a position where I get laughed at and recorded by his family. He planned for my 26th birthday this past week, which was held at a restaurant. I told him I wouldn't go if he was going to pull one of those pranks he's famous for, because it's a public place and I don't want to be publicly humiliated. He swore on his mom, on the Bible, promised me and brought 2 witnesses. Wrote an agreement stating he'd pay money if I pulled a prank. I believed him and said I'd go. I had to cancel with my parents who wanted to celebrate at their house. The day of my birthday, I got a text from one of his friends' wives telling me she heard him tell her husband about the prank he was gonna pull on me at the restaurant. I was stunned as she detailed what the plan was going to be. I felt so upset and anxious. He already went ahead and got to the restaurant to make sure all was set. I ended up deciding not to go. He started calling and then texting, asking where I was and saying the party was going to start without me. I turned my phone off and went to my parents' house and had a small party there. I went home at 7 p.m. and found my husband there fuming at me. He lashed out asking why in heck did I not show up to the party after he put money, time, and effort in it. I told him why, and he called his friend's wife a liar and reminded me of all the promises he had made and accused me of not trusting his word. I said I couldn't take the chance and risk having him basically ruin another birthday of mine. We had a huge argument, and then he started giving the cold shoulder while pointing out how I embarrassed him and wasted his time and money by not showing up. Although I definitely understand OP's position here, I'm going to say OP is the jerk because when hearing this rumor from the friend's wife, OP should have just gone straight to their husband and brought it up and laid it all out there how if anything remotely like that happens, they are gone. For OP to have heard the rumor and acted on it without ever just trying to investigate or clear it with their husband, I just feel like that's a bit much. Just going straight MIA after the husband tried to promise so much. At the end of the day, if this is a situation where you cannot trust them at all, my question is why is this still ongoing? I will be fair though, everybody's commenting on this post saying OP's not the jerk, so maybe I'm just totally off base and totally wrong here. Our next story is from Azza 110620. Am I the jerk for stealing back a necklace my father made me give to my stepsister? I'm female, 15. My parents divorced when I was 4, and my father, 47-year-old male, remarried 2 years later. My stepmother, Elizabeth, 40-year-old female, brought her daughter, 13-year-old female, with her when she moved in with my father. By court order, I live half on, half off with my dad, but tend to stick around my mom's more anyways, since I hate my stepfamily. Since Elizabeth remarried my father, she's taken it upon herself to basically cut me out of the family, and once my half-brother, 8 years old, was born, it's like they barely knew I existed. My father hasn't turned up to one of my big events since I was 11, and that was my birthday party. I was really close with my grandmother on my father's side and loved her to bits. When I was 12, she bought us matching Tiffany necklaces for my birthday. Just a really simple Tiffany heart, but I really loved it. When my grandmother died earlier this year, she left all of her possessions to me and my cousin Daniel, 17-year-old male, who I'm also really close to. All of her assets were sold and any money she had was divided between us to put into a trust that we can't access until we're 25. She also left me the matching necklace she got to go with mine. When I received it, my stepsister began crying and complaining about me having 2 necklaces while she has none. My dad said he'll buy her one as well if she calms down, but she started screaming even more, saying she wanted my grandmother's. My dad tried to get me to give it to her, but I refused. He ended up threatening to take my phone and remove enough money for another version of the necklace from my bank account, about 500 Australian dollars. I handed it over and left to my mother almost immediately. When I spoke over the phone to my cousin about it that evening, he said that we should break into my dad's house and take it back. I thought it was a fabulous idea. So at about 11:30 p.m. that night, we drove over to his house and entered through the back door, to which I have a key. We snuck through the house to my stepsister's room and took it back. The next morning, I received a call from my dad asking what I thought I was doing breaking into the house so late at night. I totally forgot he had one of those doorbells that records, and it videoed us walking around the side of the house. He demanded I give the necklace back. I told him that all he does is treat me like crap and I won't be returning to his house anytime soon, and that he better drop all the fuss over a necklace that is mine. I haven't spoken to him since, but I've received some few tastefully worded texts from my stepmother's family about how upset I made my stepsister. Also, my father's been blowing up his sister's phone, Daniel's mother, saying what a bad job she did raising him and other bad stuff like that. I asked my mom what she thinks, but she thinks it was my right to take the necklace back, but maybe breaking into my father's house at night was a bit rash. I don't think I was wrong at all, but I wanted to ask. So I'm wondering if I may be the jerk in this situation. Now, I will say, normally I would not endorse breaking and entering, but this is a situation where you went into your dad's house and took back what was left to you. This is your property that has huge sentimental value to you, and they don't deserve to have it, and you have every right to have it back. Can it really even be considered breaking and entering if they live there half their life? I don't think so, and did it make Opie the jerk? I think definitely not. Our next story is from Lost Construction 492. Am I the jerk for calling my stepmother delusional for thinking I would change my mind on her adopting me? My mom died when I was 6 years old. My dad ended up turning to one of his good friends, Anna, and they ended up getting married when I was 7. Anna brought up the idea of adopting me the day of the wedding. It was something my dad was all for, but I went nuts when she mentioned it to me, and I kinda spoiled the rest of the wedding. For the next year, we did this really intense therapy where I was told over and over again by the therapist and them that I needed a mom, that it would provide safety for me, and that it wouldn't be a betrayal of my mom to accept another loving mom into my life. The therapist put the recommendation into court to approve it, but when the judge spoke to me, I told him that I would run away and that I would do everything to never come back. I was 8 at the time and I meant business. He asked me why I didn't want to be adopted. He listened. And when he addressed the court again, he denied the adoption request and told my dad and Anna that until I was on board, no adoption would be approved in his court. They did try again, requesting a different judge, but received the same response. I was asked constantly to change my mind. Anna would put her all into trying to fill the place of a mom in my life. Every time I told her she could never be my mom, she took it as a challenge to try harder and better, and she would dedicate so much time to me, it was crazy. I never appreciated it because instead of just being Anna, and instead of my dad telling her to be just Anna, she saw mom as the only thing she wanted. Even when she had kids of her own, I was their oldest son. I was her son, her boy, she'd call herself a boy mom, etc. Whereas I have never called her mom. If we're being honest, I don't even love her after all these years. I see her as more of an intrusive family member who won't stop. My relationship with my dad is also not the best because I don't like that he wouldn't take no for an answer, and that he was so quick to try and push an adoption. Even after I told him I would rather be with grandparents or an aunt and uncle or close family friend to Anna if he died, he insisted being with Anna and her being my mom was the best for me. I turned 18 a few months ago, and I ran like my butt was on fire to get away from my dad and Anna. I lived with my maternal grandparents for a little while before moving in with my maternal uncle, who lived near a really good apprenticeship I wanted to join. My paternal grandparents celebrated their wedding anniversary this past weekend, and I was there. While there, Anna approached me and handed me papers for an adult adoption. She told me she loved me and she wanted me to know it wasn't too late, that she would still adopt me, and she wanted to make our relationship official as mother and son. I asked her how she could be so delusional when I've said no to being adopted for 11 years now. I told her I would not change my mind. She and my dad were so pissed at my choice of words, and chaos ensued at the party. Am I the jerk? Definitely not the jerk here. I think the common theme is what OP pointed out. They tried way too hard and tried to force it. Maybe if Anna came into OP's life and just was that motherly role for them without trying to put a label on it, without pressuring them to make a decision, maybe OP would have opened up to it. And even if they never did, it's totally fine. I feel like you can be a motherly figure to somebody and not actually be their mom. If Anna truly loved OP as much as they claim they did, they wouldn't have been acting so insecure and trying to force this kind of inappropriate adoption. If she wanted to be that stepmom who stepped in and saved the day by being the new mom, they should have done it through actions, not labels. This next story is from Salty Strawberry 392. Am I the jerk for yelling at a woman on the bus after how she treated my niece? I, female 21, have a niece Cara, female 11, who's disabled and uses a wheelchair. A few days ago, I took Cara to a convention in our city. We took the bus as I can't drive, and public transport's good in our area. Whilst we were on the bus to the convention, a woman with a baby in a pram got on the bus. Cara was taking up the space for prams and wheelchairs. There's only enough space for one, so the bus driver told her she'd have to fold up the pram and put the baby on her lap. She said that was fine. The woman folded up the pram and put it in the luggage section. Then she asked Cara if she could hold her baby, and without waiting for an answer, she put the baby in Kara's lap. Kara was speechless, and I told the woman that Kara doesn't want to hold her baby. She said there's no seats close to the luggage section, as in there are no seats built in that area. I was standing up for the ride, so Kara might as well hold her baby since she's already sat down. I told her she's being weird. I took the baby off Kara's lap and held it out to the woman and told her to hold her own baby. She said she's tired and can't whilst standing up. I lost my cool and started yelling at her and told her there's seats on the back of the bus and that my niece is in a baby shelf and said she's a freaking weirdo. She took the baby off me and gave me the middle finger and sat on the floor. I got a lot of dirty looks off of the other passengers, so I'm wondering if I was the jerk. I love what OP did here. I think they did the perfect thing. I don't know what all these people giving OP dirty looks was about, but you're out here in public transport, you look after your own darn baby. It may take a village to raise a child, but we ain't part of your village. We're just trying to go to a convention. Definitely not the jerk. Our next story is from Woods Buried 66. Am I the jerk for not wanting to pay for my son's wedding? My son and his fiancée are getting married in April next year and are currently going through sorting out their wedding plans. They've been together for 5 years, and while I don't exactly get along the greatest with her at times, we're friendly and do hang out from time to time. Recently, she's seemed more stressed out with the whole wedding plans, as she wants to have her dream wedding that she's envisioned since she was a child. Her plan is very expensive, something that they can't afford without going into more debt, but she won't back down with trying to take it a scale back whenever someone brings it up, claiming that the person in question was being unsupportive, unhelpful, etc., etc. She's asked everyone to give her cash, which normally I wouldn't find strange, but she's been asking for large sums, such as $1,000, or at least gifts worth the equivalent if the person was unwilling to shell out that much. My son hasn't said much about this behavior, at least publicly. He seems more tired though, and he hasn't been calling much as he did before, not picking up calls from me or his sister. Now, I've contributed to the wedding costs that are reasonable, at least to my budget. She's asked me to contribute more, basically at least half the cost. Something I can't nor won't pay, as, to put it lightly, a huge amount that I don't want to give a wedding. Perhaps paying off a mortgage, but not a wedding. She's accused me of trying to ruin her wedding and threatened to take me off the invite list and bar me from the wedding. My son's told me to just apologize and leave it, but I haven't backed down yet. This has caused a bit of a rift in the family, as my son has completely ignored me and anyone else aside from his fiance's side of the family since. And now I'm wondering if I should just suck it up. Am I the jerk? Whether it is your son that you love more than the world itself, at the end of the day, I think it's your money and you spend it however you see fit. If something seems weird, inappropriate, or you feel like maybe they don't deserve it because they treat you badly, then I think you have every right to save your money and not spend it on that. And I don't think it makes you a jerk for not giving people your money. I mean, let's be real, going around asking other people for just a straight up $1,000 gift, it's a bit ludicrous unless like everybody in this whole family is just rich. Like, oh, they're all related to the Gates family. But if that was the case, they probably wouldn't have an issue funding the wedding. Our next story is from MBJ19758. Am I the jerk for telling my friends how my date's mother called him 5 times during our 2-hour date? I, 27-year-old female, went on a date with Jack, 30-year-old male, recently. It was our first and last date. I didn't know him really well and we only know each other through friends. We were set up by one of them and we talked a bit before deciding to go out. He seemed normal. We went to a cafe. Now, we'd only gotten there, just sat down, when he got a call from his mom. No big deal. He took the call in front of me, so I had no other option to hear what he was talking about. He told his mom that we had arrived and it's all fine. I thought, that's fine. Maybe he was anxious or something, or his mom was wishing him luck. We got talking, and within half an hour, his mom called again. He picked it up and gave her an update of everything we had talked about in the last 30 minutes. It weirded me out, but then she proceeded to call him 3 more times within 2 hours. And he would recap everything we had talked about right in front of me and then go back to the conversation as if nothing had happened. I even commented about his mom's constant calling, and he said he's a mama's boy. It weirded me out, so I cut our date short and turned down his idea for dinner. When I reached home, I messaged him that I had a good time, but I couldn't see a future with him, as our personalities were poles apart. He responded with, "Okay, best of luck." Obviously, the friend who had set us up asked me about the date, and I told her about his mom calling every half an hour. I also told my friends about the date. Now, apparently he asked out another girl and she turned him down. He found out that people knew about this situation. He sent a text calling me some nice words and saying that it was private information and I shouldn't have told people about it. He also called me a racist, which doesn't make sense to me. We're both of Indian descent. I mean, it wasn't the constant calling that stuck out to me. It was the fact that he was literally recapping everything to her. This whole severe codependency situation didn't sit right with me at all. I do think I might be a jerk because I told his private business to the world, but also maybe not. Honestly, I'm of the opinion that having a super close relationship with your mom is kind of awesome, but this is definitely way beyond even that. Like calling them every half hour and telling them everything that's gone on? That's just weird and too much. And I'm sorry, but if this happened to you on a date, I think you kind of have every right to talk about how your date went with whoever you want. This isn't like him talking about his traumatic high school experience or something. This is just the basic gist of what happened between you and him on a date. It's not OP's fault that what the guy is doing on dates and in general is tanking his opportunities as far as a love life goes. And our final story of the day is from White Sir. Am I the jerk for not letting my niece try on my engagement ring? My fiance's sister and her husband came over for dinner last night. They have a 5-year-old daughter, Emily. Some background, Emily is a very curious girl and loves to play and explore, and she really loves playing dress up. I have a pretty nice clothing and shoe collection that I showed Emily one of the first times she came over. Since then, I've let Emily borrow many items of my clothing to try on for fun and put on fashion shows with. I was completely okay with this until this summer when Emily asked to try on a pair of my expensive heels. This was partially my fault in that I said yes, but I couldn't monitor her the entire time because I was busy preparing food for a lunch party I was setting up. I thought that her parents were watching her since they saw her putting them on, but apparently not. I come back to check in on her 20 minutes later, and she had cut off one of the bows off one of the shoes and was in the process of cutting off the other one. I was absolutely horrified and immediately stopped her, which resulted in a huge tantrum. Her parents rushed in and were asking her what happened, and she said she didn't like the look of the bows and wanted them off. So she found scissors from my office, which she wasn't supposed to go into at all. I was extremely upset at this and had to excuse myself to calm down. After, my fiance's sister and husband apologized and seemed really sorry, but never offered to pay for the cost of repair. My fiance, unbeknownst to me at the time, had then reached out to his sister to ask her to either buy me a new pair or pay for the repair. I declined because it sounded like she was forced to send the text. Fast forward to last night, it's their family's first time seeing us after the engagement, which happened 3 weeks ago. Yay! It was Emily's first time seeing the ring, so she kept asking me to show her, and I did multiple times. After dinner, we were all sitting on the couch, and Emily asked to see the ring again, except this time she asked if she could try it on. I was expecting my fiance's sister to intervene immediately and tell her that it isn't appropriate, but she said nothing and just laughed. I was personally uncomfortable with the idea of her trying it on because 1, the ring is very personal to me and very expensive, and 2, I was still slightly scarred after the whole shoe incident and was worried about something like that happening again. I basically said something like, "Oh, this ring is very dear to me, and I would like to keep it on my finger, but I can give you one of my other rings to try on if you'd like." She said no and asked again. I repeated myself. She started getting teary, and that's when her mom intervened and said, "Oh, come on, just let her try it on for a second. She's not gonna break the darn thing." I was getting annoyed at this point, so I just said, I'd really prefer not. Cue awkward silence. Then her husband says, well, we should get going. But before they went out the door, my fiance's sister said, well, now I get why you two don't want children. It's probably better off for everyone. I was immediately shocked by this absurd statement, and then my fiance goes, that was freaking uncalled for, and she said, it's just the truth, and rolled her eyes, and they all left. Now my fiance is refusing to speak to his sister, and has told me that we're not having her back again, and everyone's just overall upset. My fiance doesn't blame me, but I can't help but think that maybe I should have acted differently. Am I the problem here? I think OP is definitely not the jerk here. Your belongings are your belongings, and I'm sorry, but as much as a kid wants to play with your stuff, I think it's a very common thing to have things that you consider untouchable by other people's kids. When I was a kid and I went over to my aunt and uncle's house, they were the kind of people that had all kinds of collectibles, bunch of shelves with stuff all over. They loved Beatles stuff. They had little knickknacks here and there. I would love to have gone around and touched all these things and messed with them, but clearly all these glass trinkets and records and Beatles nesting dolls and whatever, those are off limits. If not only can the kids not accept that, but the parents can't, I think there's some real issues here. Also, I feel bad for the girl because the parents are very clearly enabling them. God forbid they grow up spoiled and entitled. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today. Now, if you want to hear another absolutely crazy Am I the Jerk Here story, click on that left video. Or if you missed my latest video, check out the one on the right. That said, I'll see you all next time with some more stories. Would you be the jerk expecting a sibling to replace your phone after you damaged yours, saving their kid's life? We'll get into that in a bit, but first, am I the jerk for being petty and not paying for my daughter's school trip? I, 37-year-old female, have a daughter Mia, 15-year-old female. Mia is very forgetful/irresponsible when it comes to school. She's barely on time or late to school most days, even though we live a 10-minute walk away. She will do homework last minute and often asks for extensions with work. She had a tendency to remind me to pay for school-related things like lunch money just before I'm going to bed, or that she needs to take something into school so we can run to the store and quickly get it. Last month, I went on a wild goose chase to help Mia locate ingredients for her home econ class. After she told me at 10:30 she needs XYZ ingredients, and she just checked the fridge and we don't have it. She was reading the ingredients off an email, and when I saw it was dated a week prior, got annoyed Mia couldn't have told me before when we did the big food shop for the family. I told her the next time she needs something for school, tell me the day she gets told or the day after latest, or I will not be helping her out. My husband has stopped helping Mia with her last-minute requests and calls me a pushover for helping her out. But when she asked today to put down the deposit for a school trip, I put my foot down. Mia has known since the start of the school year she had a school trip to Germany. Her school sent an email out 2 months ago asking for deposits for kids to secure their place on the trip. It's about $150, and Mia asked me today to pay as the deadline is midnight or she may not be able to go. I reminded her what I said last time about deadlines and organization, and as she chose to tell me last minute, I will not be paying for her deposit. She got upset as all of her friends from history class are going. I told Mia that she can pay herself from her savings as she has a part-time job, which is more than enough to cover her deposit, but she wanted to save up to buy a new game console. I told her to pick if she wanted to go on the trip or get a new game console, and she called me a jerk, and now I'm wondering if I'm being unreasonable. My husband's on my side, but my youngest said it was mean, and Mia is very upset with me. ETA, Mia doesn't have ADHD, but she is dyslexic, so this does explain the schoolwork sometimes, but she'll ask for extensions on top of her extensions, which is a sore spot for her and my husband, who wants her to be more organized and not leave work last minute. Mia has been tested for ADHD and does not have it. I did my research at the time and realized it often gets overlooked for girls, but even after getting another opinion, she doesn't have ADHD. She gets help from a school advisor regarding her dyslexia, and at home, we've discussed strategies to help her stay on track with her responsibilities. I think as long as OP and other parental figures for this kid are trying their best to help her correct those behaviors, OP's not the jerk for letting them realize firsthand the consequences of their actions of choosing to put things off till the last minute. Sometimes I think the best learning tools is just learning what happens when you don't do it on time. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you guys enjoy getting to decide whether or not all of these people are jerks, it would be amazing if you could leave a like or leave a review if you're listening to my podcast. That said, our next story is, am I the jerk for allowing a kid to sit in my car? I, 36-year-old female, usually have time to drive my daughter to the bus stop every morning before work. Last week, where we were, it was -11 wind chill. There's a kid, 12 to 14-year-old male, middle school aged, that comes down to the bus stop as well. I don't know him nor his parents. This is relevant to the story. On Friday, when it was -11, he came out in nothing but a thin pullover. I felt like I couldn't ethically allow a kid to stand out in such cold weather when I had a warm car he could sit in. He took my offer and sat in my back seat while me and my daughter spoke. He kept his AirPods in and didn't say much other than saying thank you. Buses were running around 15 minutes late as well, so nobody really should have been out in that. However, yesterday while I was walking my dog, a woman came up to me. She asked me why I took her son into my car. I explained that the weather was well into the negatives and he was not wearing a coat and the bus was quite late. She told me to never do that again and that what I did was incredibly creepy and to leave her son alone. I was taken aback. I just offered the kid a warm place to sit and didn't even speak to him. I feel bad because of course I never want to come across as creepy or overstepping boundaries, but I also feel like if the roles were reversed and I was unable to take my daughter to the bus stop and this mom offered her a place to sit, I would be thankful. I feel bad for doing something I thought was nice. Is this weird? Am I the jerk? Personally, I can't blame OP. I can't fault them for this. I'm not saying that's guaranteed hypothermia or death, but it's going to be very uncomfortable, is it not? OP did something out of the kindness of their hearts. Should that kind of thing be promoted? Probably not, but it shouldn't have been necessary. Our next story is, would I be the jerk for telling my sister-in-law she can't stay at our house anymore? My sister-in-law decided about 3 months ago that she wanted to leave her husband and asked if she could stay with us until she got an apartment. She had a job she started within a week and was supposed to put her kid in daycare the following week. I'm a stay-at-home mom, so I agreed to watch her kid while she worked until she got him into daycare. With help from her mom, this was only supposed to take her a month all in all. My husband and I have 3 kids and live in a 3-bedroom home, so this was a lot for us to take on. 3 months later, and she's quit the job, is bouncing back and forth between staying with us and her ex. Her kid is 4 and isn't on any sort of sleep schedule. He just whines all day and night. My kids have school, so they have a bedtime, but it's hard for them to sleep when her kid is still being extremely loud. She's a terrible house guest, never cleans up after herself, comes and goes at all hours of the night and not locking the doors back, pooping with the hallway bathroom door open, goes to sleep in mine or one of my kids' beds without asking. She starts drinking and leaves me to deal with her kid all night. I could go on and on. It's causing a lot of problems in our family. We're all so uncomfortable. She makes comments about how much she loves it here because she can just be a kid and I'm the mom. I truly believe she only stays here because she's tired of the responsibility that comes with having a kid, home, etc. Would I be the jerk for asking her not to stay here anymore? And if not, how do I, people pleaser, ask her not to? I don't think OP would be the jerk, and honestly, I think just keep letting it happen until the point where you finally are not enough of a people pleaser to tell her to get the freak out. I mean, you could just go the honest route and say they've overstayed their welcome. They're a little too comfortable, they don't seem to be taking care of anything in this place. You'd much rather them be anywhere else but here. Our next story is, would I be the jerk for not going to my half-brother's wedding? I, male 38, have a very messy family life. My dad cheated on my mom when I was about 15. This woman, who I'll call Sarah, also had a son, Mike, male 38, who's a few months younger than me. She also cheated on her husband. When the affairs were exposed and divorces were finalized, my dad and Sarah got married, but our parents' plans for a new blended and happy family quickly disappeared since Mike and I had no intention of being each other's brother. We both lived primarily with our other biological parents and were rarely in the house together. But very soon we talked it out and decided that we weren't enemies and just wanted nothing to do with each other. So we have as neutral a relationship as possible. We don't care for good or bad about the other. We both agreed that my dad and Sarah suck. So when we were cold or impolite to our respective step-parent, we didn't feel like we had to protect them or anything. A few years later, Paul, male 22, our half-brother, was born. Due to age difference and us basically hating that blended family, we were never close to Paul and had little to no impact on his life. Anyway, Paul is getting married to Laura, 21, who is a very devout Christian and has been pushing him to make an effort to unite our family. Laura's been using the wedding to try and get us to play happy family. At first, it started with small annoyances like family chats and trying to get us involved in wedding planning. Originally, Mike and me were just regular guests in the wedding, but Paul asked us, as requested by Laura, to both be his best men. It felt awkward, but Paul never asked for anything, so we accepted. Last weekend, we were supposed to go to a seminar, since Mike and I haven't been to a church in years, to receive training on what to do at the ceremony. However, it ended up being a setup by Paul and Laura. When we arrived, there was a pastor, Laura, Paul, Mike, and our parents. We were supposed to spend the weekend healing our family. Sarah and Dad knew this beforehand and were on board. Mike and I, not so much. So we just left and opted to pull back from being part of the wedding. He said that if we weren't going as his best men, we wouldn't be invited at all. This was acceptable to Mike and me since neither of us went to each other's wedding, but now drama is everywhere. Extended family is contacting us to make us budge and all the circus that comes in this type of situation. My wife says I'm behaving like a jerk and should just suck it up. So I'm starting to have doubt. Am I the jerk? Hey, if they wanted to do something to try to heal the family or get the family on better terms with each other, maybe try doing it in a way that doesn't involve utterly sandbagging multiple people out of nowhere. I just can't imagine anybody really is going to be on board with a situation where you're told, okay, go here to do X. And when you get there, you find out, surprise, it's actually about this one thing you've never been on board with in your whole life. Who isn't in that situation going to just walk right out? Our next story is, am I the jerk for telling my sister her husband stinks? I'll get straight to the point. My brother-in-law does not like showering. My sister has casually mentioned in the past how he showers once every 4 to 5 days because he doesn't really get dirty. He has extremely strong BO, and I don't think I've ever been in a place with him where he did not stink. Even fresh out of a shower, you can still smell very strong hints of sweat and other types of smells when you're standing near him. People have brought this up with her in the past, and every single time she just shuts them down and says that they're looking for excuses to hide that they do not like him. One of our mutual friends is getting married in 3 weeks, and it's about 9 hours away from where my sister's family and I currently live. We do not live together, but we're about 15 minutes away from one another. My sister informs me a few days ago that she'll be riding with me to the wedding because their car is having some engine issues. None of this was discussed, she just informed me like she was relaying a message. I cannot explain to any of you how much I shiver at the slight thought of being in the same car with her husband for 9 whole hours. He does not like sitting in the back and will most likely ride shotgun. To avoid this, I offered to lend my boyfriend's car to my sister, as he's out of state for the next few months and will not be using his car. She repeatedly said no matter how many times I insisted. So I decided that the best choice for me is to just book a flight to the location and rent a car from the airport when I land. I have some points I can use to get a discount so it all works out. I tell my sister that I'll be taking a flight instead of driving, and I told her that she can feel free to either use my car or my boyfriend's car if she'd like to drive there. At this point, I haven't booked my flight yet because I wanted to inform her before I went ahead. She fully blew up on me and demands that I cancel my flight because she thinks I already booked it, and says that we'll be going forward with her plan instead. Continuous arguments led to the truth, where she lets it slip that their car is fine. They just didn't feel like driving or wasting money on gas and tolls and were just looking forward to a relaxing drive across the country. I was tired of beating around the bush, so I just told her the truth in a very polite way because at the end of the day, she is my sister and the person I'm talking about is her husband. So there's no point in being harsh. She gets beyond upset and just blasts me with at least 50 texts about how I'm a jerk. I feel bad about this, but I'm truly conflicted. I don't think OP's the jerk here. If somebody cannot contain their hygiene, you definitely don't want to be whiffing it for the next 9 hours until your nose falls off. I think the last thing anybody wants is to be in a situation where you have to smell an ungodly smell for 9 hours, the whole time praying that somehow your nose gets accustomed to somebody else's body stink. Our next story is, am I the jerk for telling my uncle I won't worry about his wife's allergies if he won't care about my mom's? I, 17-year-old female, was at family dinner, and my uncle, 28-year-old male, and his wife, 24-year-old female, were there. For context, my aunt is slightly crazy. She claims to be allergic to everything. And normally I would be okay with the allergies until she told me if she didn't like something, she would just say she's allergic to it. When she was asked for a full list of what she was allergic to, she said her mom had the list and she didn't know. I immediately stopped caring as much about her allergies. My mom, 40, on the other hand, is severely gluten intolerant. Like, if she gets into it, she can't move for days. No one on that side of the family will make any food she can eat. They won't even leave croutons on the side of salads for her. I'd helped to make my favorite food for dinner, bacon-wrapped water chestnuts, and my uncle lost it because his wife is supposedly allergic to them. I argued back that water chestnuts are a kind of radish, not nut, and he stopped yelling, but they wouldn't touch them. Fine by me, I got more. Later on, I was eating a chocolate with Nutella in the middle and I gave my siblings 5 and 6 apiece. My uncle lost it at me, saying that my siblings were going to be around his wife and make her sick and put her in the hospital. He was yelling, but I didn't care. I said something along the lines of, "Why should we tiptoe around your wife's diet when she doesn't even know what she's allergic to? But you don't even care if my mom is able to eat." My aunt ran out of the room crying and my uncle started yelling at me. My mom got in the way and came to my defense, but a lot of the family is saying I was in the wrong and should have just stopped eating. My mom told me I did nothing wrong, and other families said they hadn't realized my mom couldn't eat the food and that they would do better. The family seems torn, but I want an outsider's opinion. Am I the jerk? I just don't understand the argument of how giving the siblings Nutella chocolate to eat is going to cause them to make the aunt sick. I mean, is the aunt going to go around trying to smooch OP's 5 and 6-year-old siblings? What was the logic there? Overall, it's pretty clear OP's not the jerk, right? This next story is, am I the jerk for not doing the homework my husband's therapist assigned to me? My husband and I have been together for over a decade. During this time, he's been in therapy on and off. He had a hard time finding a therapist that was right for him. A few of his therapists early on encouraged him to just medicate, with no regular sessions, and one pushed religion on him. Neither of these worked. What he needed was someone to meet with him semi-regularly, not push their religious beliefs on him, and instead work with him to develop appropriate strategies and talk through issues. Whenever he told me about one of these more questionable strategies, i.e. pushing "just love Jesus," I said I thought it was inappropriate and he should find a better therapist and go without until then. There have been long stretches where he's gone without therapy because my husband isn't generally good at taking care of himself. That falls on me. I have to remind him to do things to keep him healthy and taken care of. Drink water, eat more than once a day. There are literally times I've had to tell him he needs to brush his teeth. He also gets anxious making any decisions on his own. I have to help him pick out new clothes, write emails to work colleagues or groups of friends. He can't make plans for us, I have to make them all. Or should I say, I have to help him make the plans, so then he can say he made them. He's a good person. He loves me so much, but he is so dependent on me. It's draining. I have to spend an hour at least once a week talking him through whatever crisis he's having. Sometimes this crisis is over what new collectible to buy. A collectible for him that I do not have any interest in. I finally demanded that he look into therapists again. I told him I cannot be his therapist and he cannot depend on me this much. He needs to start taking care of himself and get a therapist that will work with him to develop these skills. And he did, which is great. However, a month into therapy, he said his therapist had homework for me. I was supposed to write out a list of all his great qualities, at least a page or two. Mind you, this is after years of me carrying all his emotional baggage, essentially mothering him, giving him credit for things I did so he could feel better about himself. And one year, I did in fact write out 100 things that I thought were great about him for a gift. I was so frustrated, I said no. I said therapy is his work, not mine, and I've spent too many years of our lives solving things for him. It wasn't fair to ask me to sit down and do this homework when the point of his therapy was for him to build his own skills without depending on me all the time. He was upset, but accepted it and said he understood. Well, just the other day, he told me that his therapist doesn't like me and thinks I should be thanking and showing him appreciation more. I told him I didn't care what his therapist thought. They are his therapist. This does have me thinking though, am I the jerk for not doing the homework his therapist assigned to me? I don't think OP's the jerk, but it honestly to me sounds like OP could also benefit from having a therapist. Our next story is, am I the jerk for expecting my brother to pay for a new phone after I damaged mine, saving his son? My 19-year-old male brother, 24-year-old male, was watching his son, 3-year-old male, when they were over at our parents' place this weekend. But he got distracted for a minute and my nephew fell into the backyard swimming pool. Thank God I heard it in time and jumped into the pool and saved him. We are all aware a tragedy could have happened. Everyone's still in shock, and my father already started working on gating the pool. I did have another kind of financial loss though, because I had my cell phone in my pocket when I jumped in the pool, and it's dead now. I told my brother I'll look to buy a new one and send him the bill. He thinks he's not responsible for paying, and says he cannot believe that's what I'm thinking about after his son almost died. So I said it was his fault that his son almost died. He should be down on his knees thanking God and kissing my feet for saving his son's life, and the least he can do is pay for a phone of my choice. My mother says to give him time. Am I the jerk for insisting here? It would be understandable to give them time if a phone was something that in this day and age you could spend multiple days going without. Almost everybody needs their phone daily at this point, right? For some kind of communication. A lot of people use it for work. A lot of people use it as a tool to get through their daily life with reminders. Should OP just forego a week or two without their phone until their brother is calmed down enough to pay for it? I think OP is not the jerk as long as it's like an equivalent level replacement. I mean, if it's a situation where OP had some like mid-level Samsung and now they're saying, okay, so now I just want the iPhone 15 Pro Max, then I would understand why the brother has a problem with it. Our next story is, am I the jerk for telling my mom I don't want to replace my husband the way she replaced my dad? I, 30-year-old female, lost my husband 4 years ago. We share 2 children together. Our son is 9 and our daughter is 6. Since my husband's death, I've focused on myself and my children, and I have no interest in dating or finding another husband. My mom has experience with this, as when my sister and I were children, 6 me and 8 her, we lost our dad, and mom remarried 15 months later, and at the time she told us we were getting a new dad. Once her husband arrived in our lives, there was an expectation and a pressure to call him dad. And mom took down all photos of dad. Me and my sister, took some photos of dad and hid them with our friends. Out of fear, mom would destroy or throw them all away. She didn't, but the ones we didn't take were kept locked up in storage somewhere and have never seen the light of day. My sister asked for them on a few occasions and was told she didn't need them. Our dad's stuff is likely in there too, if they weren't tossed in the garbage. It caused a lot of strain between us and mom. For the last 2 years, my mom has been dropping hints that I should get back out there, and I always said I didn't want to or I would ignore it. Then, a couple of months ago, she told me I need to get my kids a dad before it's too late, that I need a husband. I told her they have a dad and he doesn't need to be replaced. She dropped it for another few weeks, but then last week she brought it up to me again. She told me the kids need a dad and I need a husband around or I'll be alone and lonely the rest of my life. She told me I can't remain dedicated to being my husband's wife for the rest of my life. She said I'm too young and the kids are too young to never get another dad. I told her I don't want another husband and my kids don't need another dad. She asked me where I would be if she had that mindset and I didn't have a dad. I told her I lost my dad at 6 and miss him every day and I never had another one. Things escalated from there and asked me how I could say that when her husband has been my dad for 24 years. I told her he never has been and never will be, and just because she replaced my dad doesn't mean I want to replace my husband. Mom was furious and told me that wasn't fair and I should understand her better. I told her I understood her even less after losing my husband, because I would never remove all traces of him from the home, and I would never deny my kids his things the way she did. I would never force my kids to call someone else dad, and I told her I can't even imagine wanting to find them someone else to call dad. I told her they had an amazing dad and he's still their dad, just the way mine will always be my dad. She called me spiteful and selfish, and she went to my sister for backup. But she told her she feels the same way. My aunt, who is my mom's sister, told me I shouldn't have said what I did, and accusing her of replacing my dad instead of just seeing she wanted us to be happy is cruel, and I'm old enough that I should understand. Am I the jerk? I think OP is old enough to understand, and clearly they do. They know what the circumstances are, they know how they felt back then. They're an adult, they've had years and years and years of adult experiences and learning. They have the capability to look back and analyze the situation for what it is, and clearly they have. They understand. OP's definitely not the jerk. This next story is, am I the jerk for refusing to babysit my boyfriend's sister? I, 19-year-old female, have been dating my boyfriend Jake, 19-year-old male, for almost a year now. We've lived together for a while as well due to circumstances. Jake's mom, Vicky, 37-ish female, has 8 other kids aged between 10 months and 16 years, with one more on the way, but they live in a 4-bedroom house, so there isn't much space. Me and my Jake live in a 3-bed rental a 5-minute drive away. Vicky asked me if me and Jake would mind if the younger kids came and stayed with us for a few weeks after the baby is born, so they don't have to worry about the other kids. I said no, I don't want to be responsible for them, as we looked after 2 of them for a few days when they went on holiday, and had to spend our own money on the kids for food and all of that. Vicky was insistent, telling us we had enough space and wanted the 2, 3, 5, and 7-year-olds to stay with us, saying the reason they waited for the next kid was for me and Jake to move so that they could spend more time with the baby. Then she asked us if we would at least come stay with them on their sofa for a few weeks, as we used to live on the sofa, and just prepare meals and make sure the younger ones are cared for. Jake now feels guilty because he knows his parents are overwhelmed, but personally I do not think they should be having any more kids as they don't have space. But I'm not going to stop them, but I feel like it's immoral to enable them. However, I feel like I might be the jerk, as if the kids don't stay with us, they won't be being looked after properly. Not only do I think OP's not the jerk, I think they should not go forward with this. No way should they allow this to happen and allow themselves to fall in a position where they have any responsibility for these kids, and if they aren't being cared for properly, you need to just straight up call CPS, not entertain them. This next story is, am I the jerk for insisting that my in-laws buy my daughter a new doll? This past Christmas, my mother got my daughter, Amy, 4-year-old female, a doll she's been asking for. It's a baby version of Mirabelle from the Disney movie Encanto. It quickly became her favorite. My husband's cousin Nat has a daughter I'll call Julie, 6-year-old female. I wouldn't classify her as spoiled, but she does have a tendency of disobeying other people. There have been numerous occasions in which I asked Julie to do something, please sit down, please don't touch that, etc., and she either ignored me or went behind my back to do the opposite. While I understand that she's a child, Nat rarely makes any attempt to educate her daughter or correct her behavior. Last week, Nat and Julie came to visit us with some other relatives. Julie saw the Mirabelle doll and asked my daughter if she could play with her. Amy refused, Julie protested, but I spoke with the girls and managed to get them to play with other toys. Sometime later, the kids sat down to watch TV while me and the others got dinner ready. When we went back to the living room, Julie was gone. After a short search, we found her in my bathroom. She'd not only taken the Mirabelle doll, but also my nail polish carrying case. Julie had used my nail polish to paint the doll's hair, face, and dress. It covered most of her facial painting, matted her hair, and ruined her clothes. Amy saw what happened and was devastated. When we asked Julie what she was doing, she said she was giving the doll a makeover. Nat and Julie left in a hurry. The next day, I asked Nat what she planned to do about it. She suggested that the girls apologize to each other, Julie for painting the doll, Amy for not sharing it in the first place, and hug it out, and offered to give me a couple new bottles of nail polish. I made it clear that Amy didn't need to apologize, and while I didn't care about the nail polish, they cost $4 and Julie didn't empty the bottles she used, I did expect Nat and her husband to replace the doll. Nat refused. She said it wouldn't be fair for her to waste money over an innocent mistake a child had made. She also doesn't think Julie should be the only one apologizing, as none of this would have happened if Amy had agreed to share in the first place. I asked her twice. She said no both times. Finally, I called her husband and explained the situation. He apologized profusely and agreed to buy Amy a new doll. He stopped by on Saturday and gave it to us. He also brought Julie along and made her apologize to Amy. Apparently, Nat and her husband fought over this, as she kept insisting that Julie was just a child and they owed us nothing. So now, in addition to saying it was entitled of me to expect a new doll, she's blaming me for their fight. My husband's on my side, but my mother-in-law thinks I should apologize, as this has blown out of proportion and I could have dealt with it more gracefully. She also thinks it was wrong of Amy to refuse to share. Am I the jerk? OP's pretty clearly not the jerk here. I get it, they don't want to have any responsibility for any mistake their kid makes. But nobody's gonna want you and your kid around in their lives if you're operating under that principle. And if Julie did that in public, like let's say they defaced a doll at a store, what's she gonna say to the cops? Put Julie in cuffs? I didn't do anything, I'm not responsible for any replacements? I don't think so. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today. Now, if you want to hear another absolutely crazy Am I the Jerk Here story, check out that video on the left. Or if you missed my latest video, check out that video on the right. That said, I'll see you all next time with some more stories.
Starting the stream. Alright, we are a whole 8 seconds early. Oh my goodness. 8 seconds early. It's because I love my fans. I just love my fans so much. I couldn't let them wait that extra 8 seconds, guys. And they're all saying I'm late. And they're all okay, you know what? And I'm ending the stream. You guys deserve nothing. You guys deserve nothing. Alright, that zombie's burning to death while it's snowing. I didn't think that was possible, but here we are. Alright, I'm just gonna vibe here in my base for a bit as people get the stream alert. My concurrent viewers just went down 50%. I'm gonna assume YouTube's being stupid because I just, how could they possibly have gotten sick of me that quickly? I mean, it's been 30 seconds. There's no way. There's no way I've fallen off that hard. They're like, ugh. Oh, Technoblade's in his house. I hate when Technoblade's in his house. I'm gonna skip this stream. That's what those 10,000 people said, and they're back. Actually, no. Now there's 7,000 more than it was originally. YouTube quality website. Brian, thank you for the 20. Have you seen the Unknown's Technoblade rap song yet? I have not. I haven't seen that thing either. I haven't seen any of the Techno-chan posts. No, haven't seen any of those. Or actually, probably I might have. I don't keep track of the names of them. PP, thank you for the 20. Solid username. How's it going, guys? How's it going, chat? He's late, not gonna lie. You are just incorrect. You were completely wrong. Alright, we're vibing. Alright, let me just chill here for a little bit. What are we gonna do today? We have to become unbelievably rich. Who's online right now? We got Fundy, we got Tubbo, a lot of Lemanberg guys online, which means I'm gonna have to sneak in. I'm gonna have to sneak into their base because I need to feed my wolves. The Hound Army. Well, Tubbo died. This is gonna be easy. All right, let's just go on over. Let's just go on over to Lemanberg. Wait, no, I gotta get my villagers first. I'm trying to get a Menden book. See, the problem is half of my villagers died. They're just gone, and I blame Tommy. This is most assuredly Tommy's fault because he is an idiot. Tommy's not here today. Can we get a Tommy is gone Pog? Alright, so we still got 3 villagers. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really need 7, but the fact that people just leave doors open, they just hang out at my base, they let the zombies in, it's just rude. So many deaths from negligence. Rihanna, thank you for the 20 here before the notification. Pug! Zach, thank you for the 20. How's Collage been? I dropped out a long time ago. Rob the Turtle, thank you for the 20. Techno, I finally caught a stream on time. Are you proud? I'm very proud of you. Very proud of you, Bob. Rebel, thank you for the 20. Please, Technoblade, can you tell me that I'm pretty poggers? I suppose. Abby, thank you for the 50. Techno, I can't stop making memes about you. Help! Help! Barry, thank you. You're definitely not late. Can you call my brother Smirky a nerd? You're a nerd. Alright. How am I already behind on donations? I've been here for like 3 minutes. Toxic, thank you for the 50. Tell 30 Virus to duel me, please. I will not do that, because if he does, you'll stop sending me vast sums of money. Thank you for the 30 Emma. Sevi, thank you for the 20. You need to make a way to make the doors automatically close because your house is just suffering. I need to just I need people to stop visiting me is the main problem here. People just keep showing up when I'm here, when I'm not here. Who built this? This looks terrible. This looks terrible. Who built that? I think we know who built that, but it looks terrible. It looks terrible is my point. Oh, it's so ugly. Jarell, how you doing? How you doing, Jarell? Shashank, thank you for the 20. Mary Lucretia, thank you for the 20. Yo, what up, Mary? What up, Toxic? Alright, that one. Alright. You guys are donating faster than I can read it. This is truly one of life's hardest problems. Scarns, thank you for the 20. Frank, thank you for the 20. Will you betray Tommy? It's not even betrayal at this point. He deserves to get kicked out, alright? Alright, I'm just saying, if Dream walks by and sees that tower, and it's like, Tommy must be here, he can have Tommy. He can have Tommy, alright? He dug that pit himself. He dug that pit himself, alright? That's just his problem at that point. Dakota, thank you for the 100. Enjoy an exile. I'm not even exiled. Actually, I guess I am exiled, but I didn't want to be there anyways, so... Actually, they haven't formally exiled me yet. I mean, I'm being hunted down, but they didn't say I was banned, did they? It just said I was wanted, dead or alive. I'm basic. They like me. They like me out there. Elite, thank you for the 50. Send help. Donos aren't going through, so have some extra money. I feel like the donations are, in fact, going through. I've seen much evidence to the contrary. Abby, thank you for the 20. I passed my road test. Congratulations, Abby. All right. Am I caught up here? I think I'm caught up. I think I'm caught up. Audiotic, thank you for the 31. Alright, so what are we doing? We gotta get a Mendon villager is the first thing I want to do. So we're gonna have to get these villagers. We're gonna have to move them away from the door where they all just die constantly is the first step here, alright? That is the first step of the plan. We're just gonna make a hole. It's the most advanced of technology. They're gonna fall in there and not die instantly. Alright, so far so good. So far so good. I want to make a room lower than this. We're just gonna make a sequence of lower and lower rooms. Why are you guys all on the lantern? What is appealing about the lantern? Dude, Dream's gonna walk in here. Oh, Technoblade, Dream knows Technoblade. You think? You think he might suspect? You think he might suspect that Tommy has been here? You think there's a possibility that he would use some deductive reasoning? Alright, well that guy got off the lantern. Could you guys please get into this pit over here? That would make my life a lot easier. It would make my life a lot easier. Just everyone into the pit. Into the pit. Do I still get the discount? Because I cured these guys like 3 weeks ago. They might have forgotten entirely. They might have just forgotten who saved them. How do you make a lectern? That's what you need for the Mendon villagers. There's actually a couple of books that would be good to get. Alupa, thank you for the 50. How you doing today, Technoblade? I'm doing pretty good. Zach, thank you for the 20. Emma, thank you. Ian, thank you. Behold Nonsense, thank you. I'm already behind. I looked away for 2 seconds. Titanium, thank you for the 50. Just lit something on fire, so that's a thing. Thank you. Actually, I don't know why I thanked you for that. Sir Quackslaw, thank you for the 100. Tell Bad Boy Halo in chat I said hi. Sir Quacksalot called you a nerd, Bad Boy Halo. I don't know why. Alright. Alright. CDG Music, thank you for the 20. Who's the... Frank DeLevin, sends $20 and says, who's the prettiest SMP member? It is Technoblade. Char, thank you for the 20. Tell them they're a nerd back. Oh, you gonna take that? You should send me more money so that I can continue smack talking Bad Boy Halo on your behalf. Wyatt, thank you for the 20. Backstab, thank you for the 45, Pog. Alright. Alright. Scarns, thank you for the 20. Okay, could you guys, if you guys, I appreciate all this money, but could you guys like stagnate it a little bit? Stagnate it a little bit. You're all jumping me early in the stream, man. I need time to like actually get content out here. Emma, thank you for the 20. Ian, thank you for the 20. Behold Nonsense. Thank you for explaining what irony is. Zach, thank you for the 20. Alright. Alpha Alex, thank you for the 100. My BF introduced me to you, and I would like you to name one of the dogs after him, Max. Thanks. Well, you sent me $100, so you can have a dog named after you. You can have a dog. Midi, thank you for the 4D. Destroy the ugly tower. Later. Purry, thank you. I don't know how to read that, but still. Jax, thank you for the 20. Alright, we gotta get out of here. We gotta do something. We gotta do something. It's gonna be a 2-hour stream where I just read donations and I make $5 billion, but there's no content. There's no content. Max. That's what I'm supposed to name it, right? Alright, let me scroll up here. Let me scroll up. Alright, we're naming the dog Max. We're naming the dog Max. Sir Quacksalot. He says you're a muffiny nerd. Can you please call my friend Cameron nerd? Cameron, you're a nerd. All right. This is I'm just making too much money right now. Don't know why. Thank you for the donation. Vanessa, thank you for the 20. All right, I'm going to stop reading those. I'm going to L'Manberg. Those are on pause. Virtual Sarah sends me $100. You said you read Bakunin? Any other theory recommendations? I mean, I read like a couple of excerpts on a website. I don't mean I've actually like read theory books. Oh, they just keep coming. Okay, I'm going to L'Manberg. I'm not looking at my laptop. I'm not looking at that. We got to go to L'Manberg. We got to sneak in. I need potions. We need potions. We're going in. We're checking on the Hound Army. All right. I am ignoring the materialistic super chats so we can actually get some content. All right. We're on the way. See, the bad news is we still only have our pickaxe. The good news is it's just Tubbo and Fundy, all right? We can just, if they catch me, I can just stab them. All right, we gotta name the dog. We gotta breed some more hounds, all right? Advise, have money. Thank you, Advise. Thank you. Ponk is gone. Alright. We're gonna be sneaking in. They'll never suspect. The Hound Army. Doop-de-doo. Doop-de-doo. Sellout timer. Oh, you're smart. I forgot to set that, actually. It's been 10 minutes. Just set that for 20 minutes. Yeah, I gotta get subscribers today. I'll tell you why in 20 minutes and 2 seconds, as I set the timer. I guess I could have put it down to 19 minutes, but whatever. See, ever since I lost my weapons, ghasts have spawned every single time I try to get through here, and I can't farm them for ghast tears. It's very upsetting. It's very upsetting. Alright. We're almost there. Warman, thank you for the 200 Canadian dollars. Use this to become the ultimate destroyer of worlds. Blood for the blood god! Alright. Gotta read one more before I go through the portal. One more. Chewy, thank you for the 100. Hey, can you shout out my friend Bastion? Shout out to Bastion! Shout out to Bastion. Did you get your... Oh, some guy in the chat asked, did you get your glasses fixed? I actually did not. I went there, and then we argued with the insurance people for like 2 hours because they didn't have my name in the system, even though I am absolutely have the correct insurance. They couldn't, the two companies, they have some sort of partnership, and only one of the companies knew, and then I left with nothing. And then I bought a cheeseburger. And that was 2 hours of my life just gone for a cheeseburger. It was not ideal. I still have the duct tape glasses. It's just not good. Yeah, maybe next month I'll be able to see things. All right, so we're almost at L'Manberg. I should just drink the Invis potion now. I'm keeping my armor on. If they see me, that's their problem, honestly. That's just their problem. Don't LMAO me. It's medical insurance, all right? It's impossible. It's impossible. Why is the propaganda still up? It's just not even necessary. It's just not even necessary. All right. Bro. Frank, thank you for the 20. How was the cheeseburger? It was all right. It was a decent cheeseburger, you know? What the heck? I think it's always been there, actually. I don't know. What the heck? What the heck? Things have changed since I was last here. Alright. Well, I'm in maximum stealth mode. No one would ever suspect that there is a person here. Alright, we're still undercover. The hounds. The hounds. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We're gonna name this guy Max. All right. Get our hounds up. Breed all of them. Breed all of them. I need more hounds. I need more hounds. Yes. Form, my army! Form! No, no, don't get lost over there. Don't get lost over... No, no. No. Tell him he is a muffin head techno. Oh my god, are you gonna take that? You're gonna take that? You should send vast sums of money to me to get your revenge. That's the only proper way you can show Bad Boy Halo who's boss. Alright. Alright, the army has gotten slightly larger. 50% larger. Behold nonsense, thank you for the 20. My sister just called you out for calling other people a nerd when you're the one who wears taped up glasses. That's just uncalled for. That's just uncalled for. Are you trying to suggest that I, a person that plays Minecraft for a living, am anything less than a Chad? Anything less than a Chad? Unacceptable. Ponk spotted. Ponk spotted. Target spotted. I'm gonna smack him. I'm gonna smack him. This is maximum stealth. Smack! And we leave. And we leave. It must have been the wind. It must have been the wind. He doesn't suspect. He has no idea that something just happened. He's like, oh. Oh, did I just stub my toe? Did I just stub my toe? That's what he's thinking. That's what he's thinking word for word. I mean, eggs are now mine. Oh, well, Manbergs, their whole economy is going to be crippled after this. It's going to be crippled. There's just no chance. There's just no recovering from this. All right. Ranboo's house. Times I have been scammed. 4. Times I have been shot. 2. Those are rookie numbers. What sort of map is this? What? Huh? That's just an actual map. Huh? These are all actual maps. Imagine making real maps. He's got a cat. It's the tree. Alright, this house is cringe. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, it's Phil's house. Wait. Book. Ink sac. I need a feather. I need a feather. Where's the feather at? Is this even Phil's house? I'm in the wrong house, aren't I? Wait, no, this is the right house. This is the right house. I'm correct. I recognize this villager. Feather. Okay, we're stealing a feather from someone. Ponk just died. It's because I heard him earlier. He didn't have any extra health. My master plan is succeeding. Feather. Feather. Okay, how rare are feathers that I cannot find one right now? Oh, here's one. Here's one. Alright, we got this. Book and quill. Alright. Secret message. Alright, we gotta write a secret message. We gotta write a secret message, alright? We can't call it secret message. That makes it less secret. That makes it less secret, guys. I'm not signing it. I'm not signing it. It's a secret message. It's a secret message. We're gonna leave it. We need to leave it in a really obvious spot. I got this. That's the wrong notebook. That is the completely wrong notebook, alright? That completely destroys the point of the secret message. If it's labeled Techno's notebook, I think they'll know who it's from. I think they'll know, alright? So now Phil's is gonna find this, and he's gonna read it. And he's gonna know. He's gonna know it's me, alright? He'll know. He'll get the message. And if someone else takes it, they won't know. They'll be like, wow, who's coming to save Philza? They won't suspect. They won't suspect. Alright, how much invis do I have? I have 1 minute and 40 seconds of invisibility. We're out of here. Actually, I think I can breed the wolves again. So let's just do that. I mean, while we're here. While we're here. Chat, stop snitching on the coordinates. That's so lame. That's so lame, chat. Of course I'm not gonna go to the exact coordinates you guys are spamming. Are you kidding me? How am I gonna get video content if I cheat like that? Are you kidding me? Why does Technoblade not simply blow up L'Manberg while everyone's offline? That just seems like a more optimal strategy to me. Truly, no one can understand why he does not do this. See, that's going to be the great finale of the SMP. I'm just going to log in at midnight. No one's going to be online, and I'm just going to spawn 50 withers, and then I'm going to log off. And L'Manberg is going to be destroyed. They're going to log in the next day, and there's just going to be 50 withers there, a huge crater where their base was, and everyone's going to be in the comments like, that was good content. I really enjoyed that. That was great. Why are they all standing up? Why are they all standing up? Sit down. Sit down. All right, we're good. Where's Max? How's Max doing? Oh, there he is. There he is. All right, we're getting out of here. We're getting out of here. I could not have placed that more effectively. How much invis do I have? Oh. Well, you know, if they see me, they see me. I'm just gonna stab them. I'll just stab them. It's fine. It's fine. Let me get the strength potions out. The speed. The regeneration. They can see me at their own peril. In fact, I'm gonna walk by. I'm just gonna walk by. Is Fundy here? Is Tubbo here? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, you better hide. I don't know where they are. Why is the skeleton just vibing out here? The skeleton sees me. It dies. Pickaxe isn't actually that weak of a weapon, all things considered. Like, it's just a 3-shot instead of a 2-shot. The DPS is a bit lower in PvP, though. It's slightly lower. But it's not that bad. Alright, so we're going to go back to the portal. Which it occurs to me is if they're not in L'Manberg, they're probably going to be at the portal or someplace through it. So it's probably the most likely place for us to get caught. But it's fine. It's fine, guys. Alright, thank you, Behold Nonsense, for the 20. Chat, what did I literally just say about dramatic irony? What did I just say? CCE Hack, thank you for the 20. Will you please tell my brother to watch the anime? I don't know what that is, so I will not tell him to watch it. It could be unusual. It could be strange. Odd, even. Slice, thank you for the 20. FossilNet, thank you for the 100. Shoot him more. Also, how's it going? It's going pretty well, Fossil. Sparky, thank you for the 25. Can you call me a nerd? You're a nerd. Alright. Lee Shoko, thank you for the 50. Why does the youngest sisters being the meaniest? It's a question we ask ourselves every day. Oh, hey! Oh, hey! Hey, it's a ton of guys! I was gonna say, hey, you want a VC? And they just start shooting me. They just start shooting me. Wait, VC first. For the content. Don't stab me yet. We need to VC. We need to VC first. Wait. Hello there. Hello.
Techno, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
I was just visiting my cousin. You'd know them. It's fine.
What do you mean?
Who's your cousin? Who's your cousin?
Who's
your cousin?
You wouldn't know them. They go to another school. They go to a different school.
What's the school called?
You wouldn't know them. It's in a different district. Oh, one down. Oh, who did that? Who just killed Ponk? Who just killed Ponk? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't believe someone would just kill Ponk like that. Who would kill Ponk? That's just not okay. That's just not okay. How could someone kill Ponk? He was an innocent man. He was an innocent man.
Jack, are you okay?
Oh, this shit hurting.
Jack, run! Jack, run!
Oh, shield!
He's too powerful.
Get back here, Jack Manifold!
Oh, no!
No!
Did that guy just pre-gap on me? I heard him eating a gapple. And I'm gone. I'm not here right now. I've left. I've pearled away. He didn't buy it! He did not buy it!
Wait a minute.
The pickaxe does more. The pickaxe is mightier. Yeah, get out of here. That's what I thought. Oh, he's Tridented back. He's Tridented back. Just get in. I'm minding my business.
Run, Jack, run! Run!
Is he-
Get
Jack,
him!
no!
I think this is someone's stuff. Take your shovel. You're critting me out. It's very. Oh wait, this is just Ponk. This is just Ponk. You don't have enough armor to crit me out.
Hey, thanks for the shovel, though.
Oh, no problem. No problem. Oh god.
Hey. I'm gonna kill you now.
No. We're cool. We're cool, man. We're cool.
Look,
We're
I don't think
cool.
we're Technoblade, I don't think you're allowed
Let's
here.
talk this out.
I think we're very cool, actually. I missed those completely.
You're against democracy, and I love being the president of Manifold Land.
I didn't even know Manifold Land existed. Is it a government?
It is a government, and you're.
Well, then I'm taking it down.
No! Ah, this is not going well for me. Oh, why is he still going?
Oh, Manifold.
Jack, you ready?
Oh, Manifold.
You. Oh, why are you both?
Jack, no!
He's so concerned with me.
Oh, Manifold. Oh no, he right-clicked.
Where's my
He
shield?
right-clicked. What can I do? He right-clicked. He right-clicked. It's all over. It's all over. Oh, this is actually the
Check
This
peaceful
holy land,
land.
Technoblade. This is
Oh,
holy
this
land.
is
You can't
holy
hit
land.
people here. I don't have a shield. Well, in this case, I'm gonna do what any noble warrior would do.
It's the unbeatable strategy. It's the unbeatable tactics.
Oh, no.
Oh, hey, a nice axe. Well, that was nice.
Can I see that? Can I see that axe?
Oh, you can see that axe actually.
No, that's
In
not
fact, see
yours,
the
Pog,
see the
that's not
shovel
yours.
actually. Well, I guess you gotta log in and fight Ponk for it now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you wanna
Fight
draw
for
that
my
axe,
amusement.
Do you want to see what you're missing?
What am I missing?
You need to take your shoes off first. Okay?
I'm not taking my shoes off. That is just I like my
Why?
shoes.
It's Holy Land. You need to take your shoes
Well,
off. man.
Frost is wearing his shoes, and I don't see him getting crap
my
for
shoes
it.
are off. I'll take my shoes off.
His shoes are off.
Alright.
All right. Follow me in.
All right,
Okay.
we're in the
You need to get some
Twitch.tv
of
Holy
these
Land.
shoes.
Okay.
Take these shoes.
Gotta
okay?
respect their customs.
Do you know what Twitch Prime is?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So we don't have to give you that whole paragraph thing. Okay. Welcome. This is where you can get baptized by Dream. It's pretty cool. He sticks you in that water tube thing.
I'm
and he
actually
drowns you.
from the YouTube Gaming Theology.
I know. So you're all the way over there with Susan, aren't you?
Yeah.
We got Daddy Jeff over here. Okay. We're pretty taken care of.
It's true.
Mr. Blade.
It's true.
Amphros, you want to say some words? Come over here. Give a eulogy. Eulogy?
Would it be
Eulogy.
sacrilegious for me to read my super chats in the Church of Prime? Thank you, FossilNet, for the 50. He says, how do I fast forward? I ask myself that question every day, FossilNet. Anyways, go on.
Okay. Are you ready for a
Thank
a
you, JP,
sermon?
for the 25. No, go on. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Hold up.
I feel like I'm being indoctrinated into a cult.
Yes.
He just admits it. It's the honesty, it's refreshing.
Look, over here, we live in harmony, okay? Look at our purple shoes. They're pretty cool.
You guys just tried
Alright.
to 3v1 me.
Look.
And failed.
I try to talk. I try to use my words, Techno. I try to use my words, okay? You see, I got a suit. I'm a businessman.
Was the words die, die, die?
That's subjective.
Thank you,
okay?
Chewy, for
Right?
the 100. Sorry, go on. Sorry. There's just
Thank
so,
you,
there's just so
Chewy.
many super chats.
Well, read them out. Read them out.
Yeah, read them out.
All right, quick,
Come
everyone,
in-
send me
come into
vast
the
sums
water
of
and read
money.
Them, okay?
Send me vast
If you
sums
can
of
read
money,
them all
everyone.
out, go in the water chamber, okay?
Or what
You'll be
will
refreshed.
happen in the water chamber? My
Nothing
sins
much.
will be cleansed.
Look, wait, actually, Techno, come over this way. Come over this way.
All right.
I'll take you around back, okay? This is where we have all the cool ceremonies, okay?
The cool ceremonies.
Around this way. Yeah. All right. Stand right here.
All right.
Yeah? No, right here.
Stand right. Wait, can you show me where I'm supposed to stand?
Right here. Whoa! No! No!
No!
I truly don't understand how you didn't see that coming. Like, you watched me shove the other guy in.
Yeah, but I want to see.
All right, well, that problem was solved. You guys have a strange religion over there, but okay. Oh wait, I have an anvil in my inner chest. Antfrost, stay right there. Stay right there.
My Techno, wait.
It's fine. Don't worry
Use
about
your words, Techno. Use your words.
it. ANVIL. You see the trap. The trap would have worked better if there wasn't like a labeled button 4 blocks away from it. That was my first clue.
Look,
Oh, Techno, please
okay.
open it back up.
Techno.
What's in it for me, eh?
I'll forget that you were ever
If you
here.
stop violence, Techno, we'll forget that you're ever here and we'll put a decree that we're no longer allowed to eat pork chops. What do you think?
Oh, I think my sellout timer just went off, so I have to plug my channel now. Give me a moment here. Quick, everybody subscribe to me. I'm like 1,000 subscribers. No, wait, I think I'm 10,000 subscribers away from Skeppy. Quick, everyone subscribe. I gotta pass that man. I gotta pass Skeppy in subscribers. Please, everybody subscribe. Everybody hit the subscribe button. We're interrupting the content. The lore is destroyed. It's destroyed, I tell you, because we need to subscribe to Technoblade. We gotta subscribe to Technoblade, please. I need to pass Skeppy. Please, quick, everybody subscribe. Everybody subscribe. All right. That's enough plug-in for me. All right. Everybody hit that subscribe button. All right, I'm back.
Okay. Hi, I'm back. What's your name?
Oh, it's Technoblade.
It's nice to meet you, Technoblade. Thank you for my shoes back.
You're welcome.
No problem.
Techno, why'd you always keep your armor on, okay? You're not the Mandalorian.
Oh, because there's like constantly people trying to kill me, you know. It just seems like it'd be wise to
Do
keep
I
my
look
armor.
like a person who would try and kill you?
You guys literally like just tried to do that actually. Like
I
just
didn't.
a few moments ago.
This cat man tried to,
Just
okay?
a few-
Yeah,
just
but
a few
Techno's not
moments
allowed
ago.
here, Pock.
Look,
I'm just not feeling very welcomed, honestly. I have to say, just not incredibly welcomed.
Techno, are you exiled?
I'm not sure actually if that's been like formally declared or what.
I mean, if it's not formally
mean-
declared, I guess I can.
So close. All right, we're just gonna reset that, and it's gonna work this time. All right.
look, Techno.
Hold on.
Someone could just stand in this 2x2 area. Excellent. All right. Oh!
I survived!
Incredible.
Oh! Techno,
how do we
can
get
you
out?
let us out the hole, please?
Oh yeah, 1 second. Let me get some water.
Techno?
1 second. I'm getting some water. Don't worry about it.
It's dark in here.
Yeah, just give
Pock,
me
stay there,
give me
You'll be safe. You'll be safe.
30 seconds. I'm getting some water.
Techno?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm almost there.
It's cold and dark.
Don't worry about it.
Pock!
My brain!
All right, I'm placing the water, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry
My
about it.
head!
Hey, Antfrost, could you bring those anvils back? I
Yeah,
got.
yeah.
All
Let's get it real
right,
quick.
all right. Let me just place some water here.
Techno, do you like dolphins?
I do like dolphins.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes, I am pretty confident.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, thank you.
Come, welcome.
All right, I'm just gonna awkwardly walk off now. It was pleasure talking to you guys. Very
It was nice
strange
having you
people.
for a while.
Very strange people around here, but all right.
I would say come back soon, but I don't think you're allowed back, so...
I'm not really big on the whole following the law thing anyways, so...
Techno, one last question. You see I'm a businessman, right?
Yes.
Look at my fly suit. How much would it cost to hire you for a job?
What kind of job we talking?
Taking out a cat boy or two.
Which cat boy?
That's true, there are multiple
There's
cat
just
boys
so
on the
many
server.
cat boys on the server, you know, I gotta narrow it down.
Okay, the red one, and then the
the-
other one.
The red cat boy? Okay, I need
Fundy.
names. Fundy, alright.
Fundy.
Let me add
Fundy
that.
and Ant.
What?
Kill Fundy and Ant
thought
side
about
quest.
each.
Alright. Alright, and how much
Yeah.
am I getting paid for this? I'm gonna need payment up front.
Let's say upfront payment. I'll have to come back to that.
Maybe you can get
let's
Antfrost
say-
to pay for you. He seems pretty rich.
Yeah.
I don't really know why
Hey, Ant,
he'd,
do you wanna
he'd
pay
fund
for
his
this?
own bounty, but you know,
I mean, how much is it gonna cost?
I was thinking,
Yeah,
you know, I could. How much resources you guys have? I need like netherite. I wouldn't mind some like I don't know.
I have exactly one netherite ingot.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I feel like I need
That's
I feel like I need a bit more than that for a bounty on these important individuals. So.
Okay. Techno, how about this rare, unique book?
This means nothing to me.
Okay, what about
I
this
think
rare,
now.
unique?
I have some rare lore that I acquired
Rare
from
lore,
somebody.
lore
Rare
stream, incredible audience retention rate.
Oh,
I also don't care about this.
okay.
Here you go.
Alright. I can give you payment later at a later date.
All right. Well, then
Preferably
I'll do the assassination at a later date. So you know we'll keep in touch.
Okay.
We'll keep in touch.
Alright.
All right. I'm just gonna awkwardly walk over here and not get jumped.
What's
and,
your step? There's creepers.
Oh yeah, that is a bit awkward. There's a lot of creepers.
Bye, Mr. Blade.
Brr,
Take care.
brr.
But
All right. We can't hear him because we went through the portal and not because I hit my deafen hotkey on Discord. All right. What do we get out of that? Wait, did one of you guys drop like a Fortune 3 pickaxe? Are they gone? I think they're just gone. Wait. I kind of just have this pickaxe. I kind of have a maxed out pickaxe here. It's just, is this mine now? Ponk says yes, and before it's Thunders. I think that was Jack's. Rip to that guy. Rip to Jack. He's not online. He can't get it back. He can't get it back. He's offline. He's offline. Creeper almost got us. Alright, what do we got? What's our loot here? We got an empty map. Why is there a creeper?! That could have gone very badly. That could have gone unbelievably badly. But it didn't, and that's what matters. And I cannot relight this portal. I do not have the means necessary to relight this portal. And that's gonna cause the scaffolding's gone. I think and nothing went wrong, and everything's fine. The scaffolding is just, yeah, that's close enough. That's close enough. The creeper almost killed me, almost sent me falling into the lava, but it's fine. It's fine. I like how I was planning this to be a chill stream, but then just 3 people showed up out of nowhere and started stabbing me. It was just not ideal. You have a flint and steel? I do. Oh, I stole this as well. Pog. I'm just getting rich, man. I know that's the title of the stream, is getting unbelievably rich, but it turns out I was going to do like some honest hard work and mining, but here I am getting jumped. I'm telling you, the pickaxe isn't that bad of a weapon, if you think about it. I mean, it's got 6 attack damage, 1.2 attack speed. I mean, the sword, what is that, like? What is a sword in attack damage? 9? And then it's 1.6 attack speed? I've already forgot. It's been so long since I had the Orphan Obliterator. And then you have to add sharpness to it, so it's like 12 maybe. I don't know. But we don't need any of that. We got the toothpick. It's killed so many people. These are all canon deaths. I decree it now. Those were all canon, BTW. Ponk is just devastated. He's devastated. It's all over for Ponk. Oh, he left. He ran out of canon lives. He's gone. He's banned from the server. All right. Glory Wings, thank you for the 25. Gear adrift is a gift. I don't know what that means. Slate, thank you for the 20. Kill Tubbo, he has your sword. I didn't see Tubbo. I mean, if I saw him, I'd stab him. Linda, thank you. Finally, I'm able to watch one of your streams live. All this week I couldn't because of work. Take good care of my money. That I will. Call me a nerd. You're a nerd, Linda. All right. Danny, thank you for the 20. Can you tell my friend Taylor to do her homework? Taylor, do your homework. Come on. What are you doing, Taylor? What are you doing? 236,000 people are judging you right now, Taylor. Slate, thank you for the 20. Trying to think the stream title referred to real life and not in-game. Warman, thank you for the 200. Destroy them all, Technoblade. We know it. You know it. Blood. Hiroshi, thank you. Johan, thank you. Big Boy, hey Technoblade, can you say Merry Christmas to me? Merry Christmas to Big Boy. Merry Christmas to everyone here. Even though it's in a couple of days. Merry Christmas. Harry, thank you for the 50. It's my birthday and I'm moving house. Call Ponk a nerd. Oh, he left. Well, I stabbed him. That's the same thing. Bunny, thank you for the 50. Lizzie, thank you for the 20. Back, thank you for the 20. You know what to do. Behold Nonsense says, tell him I rate this cult 3 out of 10. Hi, Keaton. Thank you, Banshee. Juju Fish. Nunts, is it possible to be friends? I have a strict no friendship policy with just everyone. No friendship allowed. Under any circumstances. Chewy, thank you. I think I read that one. Alright. Scrolling down here. TJ Washington, how do you feel about being Wilbur's twin? That is just factually incorrect. Sky Power Girl, I have money. You should name your next pet after one of your mods. Perhaps. Brian, thank you for the 20. Do you think you can get Dream to enchant Toothpick with Sharp 5 for the lulz? Perhaps. Vanessa A, thank you for the 20. Here's another 20. Could you please call my sister Yasmin a nerd? Yasmin, you're a nerd. You're a nerd. 1 second. I'm live.
I understand. Are you going to be live in an hour?
I mean, probably.
Okay. Whatever.
Yep. I just realized that I deafened on Discord and not on stream. So that didn't do anything. You guys heard all of that. I'm so stupid. Alright, yeah, alright. You know what? Yeah, Don Joe, thank you for the 21. Speaking of getting unbelievably rich, I'll legitimately donate $500 if you convince Tubbo to have the next presidential election on December 31st. Nah, guys, you didn't hear any of that. Guys, I hit the deafen key on Discord. You heard nothing. Family Pog, Techno Dad, no. You don't understand. I hit the deafen key. You saw nothing. Genius streamer Technoblade, guys. Genius streamer. Alright? How dare you suggest I have a father? I just spontaneously appeared 21 years ago. I don't have parents. What do you mean? See, the father's appearance, it was actually scripted. It's all planned. Jonathan, thank you for the 20. Do Tommy a favor and build a bridge from your stone foundation to his monstrosity next door. I'm not doing that. Wyatt, thank you for the 20. Would you ever play RL Craft with Filza? That mod's alright. I don't know if I'd play it again. El Lupa, thank you for the 20. Technoblade, call yourself a nerd, denied. Mama Cat, thank you for the 20. Finally been able to catch a stream. Your streams are a delight to see after a long day. Thank you. Teagues, thank you for the 20. David, thank you for the 20. Chat, stop snitching. The chat needs to stop snitching. They're just snitching. That's all I do is snitch. I stole these boots from the church. You know what? Who cares? We're dumping all these items in here. And let's go mine some netherite. Don't need that. Do need that. We've used a lot of potions today, but you know what? That's what they're for. That's what they're for, alright? For a second there, I was like, where did my villagers go? And then I remembered, oh yeah! They're all down here, right? Please tell me they didn't... Oh, it worked out. Okay, we need to make a lectern. We need to make a lectern for them, because I need a mending book. Because Toothpick, it's slowly losing its durability, man. How do you make a lectern? We need books, and we need wood. And that's all I remember. But we have those things. That's enough wood. We have a lot of books from the quest Dream gave us. How do we not have books? I had so many books. Bookshelf. That's what we need. And we're good. We're good. It's all good. It's all fine. I need one of you guys to just get in a corner, please. Just get in a corner. You guys don't have rights. You don't have rights. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Caught. Caught. Get in a corner. Get in. Not that corner. Not that corner. Get in a different corner. Nobody likes you. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. And then we're gonna get a mending book. Because we're just gonna spam. We should get an axe, actually. Just so we can break it more quickly. Fundy is gone. Pog! Efficiency 4. It's what you like to see. I should really build a better way to get out of here, but on the other hand, who cares? They can't get out of there, it's fine. Luck of the sea. Oh, I still have the discount! Oh, the discount! Oh, that's sick. I was worried they were gonna forget. Efficiency. You know what, we're just... That doesn't work. What if we go like this? Perhaps? 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 Good trade, Pog? Blast Protection 1, don't care. Bane of Anthropods, don't care. Riptide 3, don't care. We're gonna be here for a moment, chat. It's gonna be a moment. On the right side, it's going to be so incredibly cheap when we get Mendon here. Any minute now. Oh, Ranboo's online. Any minute now we're gonna get Mendon. Trust me, it's gonna work. It's gonna work unbelievably. Channeling, don't care. The only channel I'm concerned about here is on YouTube.com. Any minute now. Any minute now, chat. Any second now, it's gonna work. It's gonna be beautiful, chat. Don't make fun of me. Please stop giving me Luck of the Sea. I do not care about fishing rods. It's just not a good item. It's just not a good item, game. These enchantments are bad. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Any second now. Any second. Okay, chat. We just got to do this once, and then we're good forever. Chat, don't make fun of me. Stop. Stop making fun of me. Nah. Chat, trust me. This next one is not this one. This is the one. This is the within the next 5 actually will be Mendon. Featherfall on 4. Loyalty 2. Okay, there's 2 more. There's 2 more. I can still be right. I can still be right. Okay, well that means the next one is the one. The next one is the one. I meant the next 5 actually. I meant after 5 it's going to appear. Any year now. Any second now. I actually kind of like that one. Because we can't get it. We can't get it normal. I have to make more lecterns actually. Just so I can place them more quickly. Chat, stop making fun of me. It's fine. It's no. No. That's just not necessary. That's just cruel even. Chat, it's going to work out. Thorns. It's actually not that bad. But I don't need them. Please. Oh my god, hundreds of thousands of people are making fun of me right now. No, please, just give me a good enchant. Please, I literally brought you back from the dead. I brought you back from the dead, and then Tommy killed half of you guys out of sheer incompetence. But please, please. There's just no reason for this. Any year now. Any year now. How is Fundy dying so often? Any minute now, chat. Oh, quick charge 3. Don't mind if I do. Any minute now, chat. Any second now. I'm telling you, chat, it's gonna be beautiful, chat. It's gonna be in the next, okay, in the next 10. In the next 10. It's going to happen, alright? Just you wait. That one doesn't count. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. There's still 5 more. I can still be correct. 7. It's actually good, but I don't want it. 8. 9. This is the one. Bruh, I'm just being made a fool of in front of all my viewers. In front of multi-shot. That's actually really good. That's actually a really good one. That's actually a huge pain to get normally. All right, what about this one? Quick charge 3. Curse of, okay, curse of Binah. We can just get that back later. We can just get that back later. Because the reason I actually couldn't mass produce multi-shot crossbows earlier, because multi-shot was just such a pain to get. It was just such a pain to get, but we're getting quick charge 3 and multi-shot villagers are actually good. That's actually worth getting. Not as much as Mendon! Oh my god, please. Please. I don't care about respiration too. Please, I've been here for like 5 minutes. Possibly longer. Please, villagers. Trade lock it in? Yeah. It's actually probably a good idea. Please. Please. What are the odds? This took so little time the last time I did this. It was so much faster. It was so much faster the last time I did this. It was so much faster. I don't need Luden too. Ah! Yeah, that's right, chat. That's right. 30 minutes, actually. No, shut up, chat. Shut up. We got it. Mendon for only 12. 12 emeralds, 1 for multi-shot, and 22 for a quick... That's actually a lot. Wow. Wow. All right. All right, but you know what? It's fine. We got it now. I'm going to get some books, and I'm going to get a ton of these. I'm going to get a ton... Where are my books? I had so many books earlier. Did I put them in the good chest? Where have my books gone? I had so many. Did someone take them? Why would Tommy take books? There's no way. He can't even read. He cannot even read. There's no way he'd take my books. Did I not have a ton of them earlier? Eh? Oh, 60 emerald blocks. Chat, am I stupid? Oh, lock the trades in. I know about the trades. That's why I need the thing. That's why I need the books to lock the trades in. Oh, I probably put them over here, didn't I? No. No, there's just no reason for this. There's just no reason. Where are my books? Who took my books? Who is taking my books? Wilbur took them? Why would Wilbur take my books? There's 3. Who cares about the 3 in my inventory? I need more than 3. Did Wilbur take them? Huh? Huh? I know I have 3 books. I need a lot more than 3. I'm talking about the stacks and stacks of books I had earlier. Did Tommy just take a ton of books and put them in his bunker? I mean, I can just craft them out of leather, but I have books. I don't understand. Where did all my books go? Where have they gone? Where have they gone? Who would take books? Of all the valuables to take, why would they take books? Buy them from the villagers? Bruh. Bruh, I thought I had stacks and stacks. I thought I had stacks and stacks of books. Oh. Wait. There is another place. There is another place that I have stored items. Chat. It's time to check the vault. It's time to check the vault. What if I left my books in there? What if I left my books in the vault? We gotta check the vault. There's no way Tommy took my books. He's illiterate. He's illiterate. They don't even have pictures on them. Dream? Why would Dream steal my books? Why would Dream steal my books? That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense. Books! Ah! Oh, yes. Oh, there's so many books. There's so many books in here. Oh, Dream took your books, Technoblade. Oh, yeah, Dream took your books. Oh, we're gonna fool him. We're gonna fool Technoblade. Yeah, Dream just showed up and decided, you know what I'm gonna do today? I'm gonna steal Technoblade's books. That's what I came here to do. I'm just gonna take his books for no reason. All his valuables, he can keep them. But I'm gonna take his books. Is that what you want me to believe, chat? Is that what you're leading me to believe here? Wrong. Alright, we got the books. We got the books. And now we become unbelievably rich. Imagine it forgot the Mendon trade since I was last here. I want to level it up, actually. I want to see what its next trade is. How about this? Oh, that's expensive. This is so unbelievably cheap. Next book, Silk Touch. That's not terrible. Curse. Oh, I actually wanted that. Oh, these villagers are clutch. These villagers are clutch. And I guess I'll just do this once just to secure the trade. It costs... I'm not leveling this one up. It costs too much. Actually, could I do this? Oh, I could level this up, actually. Alright, level up. What's your next book? There's no book. There's no book at all. This is not... I can't dupe with this. This is just a regular trade. Alright. Alright. Let me store these books. Oh, we're rich, chat. We're rich. Just gonna put all these in there. I actually wanted the Curse of Vanishing. It's an enchantment you can't get normally. I mean, obviously it's not gonna be like an actual, like, effective thing. But for the plot. Alright. Silk Touch, don't care. That does not give me a lot of experience. Oh, but this does! What the heck? Why does that give so much experience? Alright, level up again. Give me another book. This is worthless. Level up again! Oh. Well, that's awkward. Level up again! Wait, you can get glass? That's actually not completely garbage. Respiration 3! I just do not care. I do not care at all. Let's level up this guy. I guess I'll just take some Curse of Vanishing, I guess. That was incredibly expensive. What? Huh? I'm out of emeralds. I'm just leveling up. See what they get. Book vault. We'll just throw all that in there. I need more emeralds. But if there's anything I don't lack, it's emeralds. Oh! What's that? Is that the sellout timer? Is that the sellout timer? If everybody could just hit the subscribe button so we can pass Skeppy. We're so close. We're so close to passing Skeppy. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button. Go, 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 go. Why did it get bright? Why did it get bright? What? He's a light source. He's a light source now. And his trades are still bad. They're still okay, I don't care. You know, we got the multi-shot. We got the Mending. That's all we need. That's all we need. Alright. Okay. Wait, there's one more sellout timer related thing that I gotta do. There's one more sellout timer related thing. The channel member bell. We're ringing the channel member bell. Quick, everyone become a channel member. Wait, I have to read my donations. The channel members are gonna clear them out. Jack, thank you for that. Hi, hello, Jack. Greek Karma, thank you for the 50. Wait, no one become a channel member. I have to read these. Starburst, thank you for the 20. Hey, Tecto, I just turned 19. Could you please bully me? Starburst, you suck. You suck. How dare you donate money to me? You suck. Is that good enough? Jack, thank you. Thank you. Michael Rote, thank you. TF McCarthy, thank you. Lucy, thank you for the donation. Hey, Waffle, thank you. Admiral, thank you for the 25. Starfire, thank you for the 25. Happy holidays to you. Michaela Vlogs, thank you for the 20. All my fandoms, thank you for the 20. Oh god, the channel members, they're coming in. They're coming in, it's too late. One of us. One of us. The channel members are spamming one of us. The non-channel members are also spamming one of us. I don't think they understand what we're chanting, but they got the spirit. They got the spirit. Misfortune, thank you for the 20. Joyfully, it devours, thank you for the 20. The Wordsmith, thank you for the 20. Relaz, thank you for the 20. Is Yubi and Phil's son still canon? No, I reject all of the family canon. That's weird. You guys, if you guys want to believe it's true, that's fine. But I don't. I do not. Teagues, thank you. Mama Cat, thank you. Lupa, thank you for the 20. David, thank you for the 20. I think we're caught up. And now it's just a sea of green. IHTMQ donates $20 in the middle of all of the channel members. He is a brave man. He is a brave man. Don Joe donated 21 in the middle of all of the channel members. He is a brave man. Convinced Tubbo. Oh, no. Now, you want me to socialize with another human being? Absolutely not. Channel members! Channel members! One of us. One of us. Oh, we're peer pressuring all of them. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Now, let me check my subscriber count in relation to Skeppy. I have 4.22 mil. I think he's at 4.23 mil. We need more subscribers, boys. We need more subscribers. All right, I'm gonna do actual content now. Let's go. Let's go. Get the blocks in there. Got my notebook. Got my books. We'll just leave them in there. Because again, who would steal books? Who would steal books? That's crazy. Get the button in here. I used up so much iron for that one prank. So much of my iron. Well, you know what? What's iron for if not spamming anvils for one funny stream moment? What am I doing? We're going netherite mining, boys. We need the netherite. I do not have enough netherite in my life. And I need more of it. We need more. Alright. What am I getting rid of? The axe. Who needs the axe? Oh, I need my 50 crafting tables. Where are they at? Where are they at? I need them to be safe. Oh, thank God. Oh, plugs. Oh, we're going supplied. We got the supplies, chat. Alright, welcome new channel members. Welcome all of you. You passed Skeppy? I think I'm tied with Skeppy now. I don't think I've actually passed him. So you gotta keep it in the subscribe button. I can't say that. There's another 26 minutes until the sellout timer goes off. Another 26 minutes. Alright. We're just gonna go over here to the portal. Yeah, he's at 4.23. We're tied. We're tied. Actually, mine probably hasn't updated yet, so it looks like I'm behind, but we're tied. Sliced bread, thank you for the 20. Your hair looks nice today. Thank you. Thank you. Brandon King, thank you for the 100. All right. I'm trying to see if I've missed anyone in just the huge wave of channel memberships, but I think we got everyone. All right. We're going to go bed mining. It's the most exciting form of mining. It's actually really effective. I want to get a lot of... We got 3 netherite scraps right now. See, the problem is I needed slime blocks to make my the door to the vault. So I went to Awesome Dude and I was like, hey, can I buy some slime blocks? And he gave me like 50 and I was like, pug! And then I gave him all my netherite. It was like 5 ingots or something. Which, I don't know if that's actually worth it, but to be fair, I think it's way easier, for me at least, to farm 5 netherite ingots than it is for me to get 40 slime blocks. I mean, I was trying to farm it myself, and it was terrible. It was terrible. I could find like 1 slime per swamp. It was just not working out. It was just not working out. I need to get away from these lava lakes. I do not care for the lava lakes myself. I do not appreciate them. Well, you know what? I got fire resistance on, so I don't have to care. I don't have to care. I don't want to get slowed down. Please? Please don't be in every direction. Please, I beg you. Oh, God, this place sucks. This place sucks. We need to go somewhere else. We need to go somewhere else, Jet. This is just terrible. This is abysmal. Somewhere where there aren't just lava lakes absolutely everywhere. Do. Chat, stop posting coordinates, chat. Don't be a snitch. Don't be a snitch, chat. Alright. I have no idea how to get through here. This is just not working out at all. But once we find a place to netherite mine, it's going to be pretty easy, I think. People were saying I had creative mode because I had like a bunch of sets of netherite for the vault during the revolution. I'm telling you, it took me like a half hour. I got like a stack. I mean, a stack of netherite scrap, not like ingots, but I mean, that's 4 sets of netherite right there. Colossal, thank you for the 20. Yuki, thank you for the 20. Tell me, why do you enjoy Minecraft? Well, I get a lot of subscribers out of it, which sounds like a joke, but I genuinely like enjoy things more if I can feel productive doing it, alright? Like, don't get me wrong, sometimes I'll just log in and I'll be like, I want to farm. I just want to grind resources. I think it's like I think I've become like healthier in terms of playing video games since I was a teenager, because when I was a teenager, okay, now you notice me. Now you notice me. I've missed completely. He's out of render distance, and it doesn't matter. It's gonna hit him. It didn't hit him at all. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. I don't need your attention. This is a good spot, right? Because when I was a kid, when I was like a teenager, oh, there's lava lakes everywhere. This sucks. This sucks. When I was a kid, I'd get home, and I'd play video games, and I'd play them for like 8 hours. I'd play them for like 8 hours, and I'd be like, wow, why does my stomach feel terrible? And I remember, oh, I haven't eaten food today. I haven't eaten food, so I quickly eat in like 5 minutes, and then I'd play another couple hours of video games. It was just not healthy. It was just not healthy. And now I play video games for like a living as a YouTuber. I honestly think I'm not addicted to them anymore. Because like if I'm not doing it for like a stream or a video, I'll play for like 30 to 60 minutes, and I'll go, oh, that was nice. I'm gonna do something else now, and then I'll read. And I'm gonna be honest, this character development is kind of backfired, because now playing a lot of video games, that would actually be like a lucrative career move. So, kind of the wrong time for this character development to happen. But it's fine, it's fine. Please don't be a lava like under here. Please. I've been a good boy for Christmas. Oh, the dream. Alright. Bed. We're still immune to fire for another 4 minutes. So let's make the most of it. Tubbo died again. Tubbo is gone! Crab rave! Then again, every time I talk about not being addicted to video games, people are like, oh, remember the potato war? When you farmed for like, what was it, like 11 hours per day? I'm like, well, I didn't enjoy that. That's because I was forced to do it. My hand was forced. I had no choice. I was like a month away, like 2 weeks away from making the finale to my most popular YouTube series, and suddenly this update happened, and it forced my hand. It forced my hand. Okay, I made way too many of these. Just gonna throw these out. I need all of these items is the problem. That's awkward. Alright, close enough. Close enough. Alright, any second now. Netherite is going to spawn, and everyone's going to be like, wow, Technoblade is amazing at Minecraft. I can't believe he's this good at farming Netherite. Frankly, it's incredible. Frankly, it's astounding. Alright. Any second now. Any minute now it's going to happen. Oh. Oh. There we go. Oh yes, the one ancient debris. That's as good as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't pick it up. Thank God it can't burn. That would be very awkward. I didn't even put Mendon on this pickaxe. That's the whole reason I got the Mendon books, and then I forgot. I'm a genius. Alright. Speed mine. Oh. Oh. Alright, well, we're up to one ancient debris, ladies and gentlemen. We're just unbelievably rich. Oh, I'm already being accused of X-ray in the chat. That's right, guys. No one else would be able to mine this much stuff without cheating. I actually plugged in a second monitor, and I'm not even using it for the chat. I'm just using it to X-ray. That's my secret. That's my secret, chat. Oh, there we go. Oh, X-ray confirmed. Any more? Nah. Gonna need to craft more of these in a second. Oh, maybe I am X-raying. Oh, you all doubted me. You were all like, ha, he's telling a funny joke. Nope. All I tell is the truth. It's all I tell. I am the most reliable news source in the world because I am a Minecraft YouTuber. That's good enough for me. Yuki, thank you for the 20. Oh, I already read that one. It hasn't been scrolling automatically. No. Jarrell, in the spirit of chill stream conversations, any books or films you've enjoyed recently? I've mostly just been reading the same web novels as normal. Honestly, a lot of my web novels have stopped updating recently. I think it's because I'm pirating them from, like, secondhand websites. Don't tell anyone I'm doing that, because I'm an honest citizen. Alright, I thought the server was lagging there for a second. Oh, there we go. X-ray activate! Doo-doo. Oh. Oh. I can't think of any films I've watched recently. Can't think of any. Oh. Oh, there we go. See, people were telling me, I can't believe Technoblade got that much ancient debris off stream. He obviously went into creative mode. It's so easy. It's so easy. What do you mean? It's just not that hard to get. You missed one? I don't even care. I do not even care, chat. You're probably lying, and if you're not, it's just not worth my time. It's just not worth my time, chat. Actually, there is probably pretty decent odds I could miss one. But I don't care. We just push forward. We always push forward. Ah. Don't want to deal with that. How's my armor doing? Bedrock? How far down am I? Wait a minute. That's not what I like to see. Do. Alright. Mike, thank you for the 27. Techno, it's almost Christmas. Can you call my friend Eliza a nerd? Eliza, you're a nerd. RoboPig, what web novels do you read? I must know. Well, I read The King's Avatar a lot. Although they finished translating that, so. But I would recommend The King's Avatar. It's quite fun. It's quite a good web novel. It also has an anime, actually. Well, people debate, Technoblade, it's not proper anime because it was actually made in China. And I just do not care. I just like cartoons. I just like cartoons. Eh. I just do not care about that crafting table. Oh, X-ray. X-ray Pug. Incredible. We're already up to 9. Oh god, there's lava oh no. No, not the lava lake. Not the lava lake. We're going back. We're going back. I just don't want to deal with that in my life. No, I've been a good boy. I've been a good boy. No lava, please. Oh, this is nice. No, it's not nice. It's terrible. All right, this looks reasonable over here. Oh, reasonable. No more lava? Perhaps? Salem Switch, thank you for the 20. Could you bully... Could you bully the name Amelia? Alright. Amelia, what a terrible name, Amelia. Oh, wait, I just realized there's probably people named Amelia in the chat. Well, you know what? You guys are getting caught in the crossfire. I'm sorry Amelia's in the chat. I'm sorry, but it just had to be done. I was paid moderate sums of money to make fun of your name, Amelia's. I'm sorry. It had to be done. All right. F in the chat for all the Amelias out there. Cancelled. Cancelled by the Amelias. Oh no. It turns out 80% of my viewers are actually named Amelia, and they all leave me. They all leave me. You missed one? I don't care. Oh, wait, there's one right here! Chat, I do not care. I'm not going back. I don't care if it's actually true or not. It's just not worth going back. It's just not worth going back. See, I actually believe you, chat. That's the thing. I believe you. There's enough of you spamming that I believe you, and I just do not care. I do not care. I'm sorry. It's just not worth it. We just press forward. We just press forward. There will be more in the future, chat. It's fine. It's fine. See, if you wanted me to turn back, you should have said, you missed 3, Technoblade. You missed 3 of them. That would be worth turning back for. You missed diamonds. Oh my god, there were diamonds back there. There were diamonds. I gotta go. I gotta go back. And there's more. Oh, just a vein of 1. Lame. Lame. Alright, we're leaving that crafting table behind. We're leaving it behind. I don't have an axe to mine it with. That's the kind of thing you can do when you have 43 crafting tables. You can leave them behind. Doo-doo-doo. How many donations have I missed? Yuritsu, do you like Shakespeare? He's alright. Carter, thank you for the 20. I literally had a dream that I sent you money last night, so here I am, fulfilling the prophecy. You're living in my head rent-free. Rent-free. Well, it isn't really rent-free. I think you're paying rent by donating. Oh, this is what we like to see. Yes, yes, more of this. Oh, the X-ray. It's paying dividends. It's paying dividends. Do I hear 4? Do I hear 4? I do not hear 4. 4 is just no one's saying 4. But it's fine because 3 is still pretty good. Alright. Helios, thank you for the 26. Hey Techno, it's my birthday. Can you show us your Minecraft sensitivity and mouse DPI? 66%. DPI, I want to say 800. Maybe it's 1600. Who knows? Who knows? Oh. Oh god, no. No, this is almost as bad as the lava. We gotta turn and avoid this biome. Ancient debris. Alright, X-ray, don't fail me now. You missed some quartz? Oh no, I missed some quartz. I missed some quartz, guys. We gotta turn back. No, not this biome again! Armor's still doing fine. Oh, hello. Almost missed you. Was it only 1? Lame. Lame. Imagine being only 1 netherite. Only 1 ancient debris. Cringe. What, do you not have friends? You just don't have friends? That's what I thought, ancient debris. Do. Do. There we go. More than 1? More than 1? Lame. Lame. Imagine being 1. Just 1 ancient debris. What a loner. What a loner. Kinda cringe, chat. Not gonna lie. Couldn't be me. I mean, if I was a rare ore, I would be in such a large vein. The largest of veins. But I'm kind of vain like that. Alright. This crafting table, we're bringing it with us. We're bringing it with us. It deserves it. It deserves it. It almost burned as I said that. That would have been kind of awkward. I'm sure there's a slightly more optimal way to bed farm, and I just do not care. The Minecraft experts are going to be in my comment section like, Technoblade, you should only go out 7.5 blocks before placing the next bed, and I just don't care. You just gotta move on. It's all about efficiency. And the only efficiency I need is time! We're up to 17 already. I didn't bring that many potions, but I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. You missed a bed! Thank you, chat. Thank you. You know, I was just thinking to myself, you know, I've gone without the chat's wisdom for like a whole 20 seconds. I should check in. And you missed a bed is the first thing I see. It's the first thing I see. Oh, I missed Netherrack. Oh, no. Oh, not the Netherrack. Uh-oh. Alright, you know, I've gone like 30 seconds without seeing ancient debris. This is too much for me, game. You could just... If the X-ray could just start working again, that would be fantastic. Oh, it immediately pays off. Oh, the power of begging. Oh, and there's 3. Do I hear 4? The legendary 4 vein of ancient debris? No, but we'll take it. I saw a 4 vein once. It's possible. I've only seen it once. But it's possible. We're up to 20. We're up to 20. Alright, well, begging worked last time, so... Vein of 4... Oh, 1 second. Vein of 4, appear! That's just lava everywhere, that's not what I wanted. Alright, but this... Oh, wait a minute. That's not what I wanted either. Oh, no. This is not good. Oh, hey! Oh, hey, don't mind if I do. I mean, while I'm here, you know. Okay, this is just not a good area to be in. So I was going this way. What if I go from the, if I go slightly over here, and then I go left after this? Up here! Oh, it worked. Alright. Get rid of this. Crafting table. Oh, I want to craft it over here, actually. You missed iron! You missed emeralds! You guys are all so incredibly useful, chat. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you guys, honestly. Ragin, thank you for the 20. The highest possible vein of netherite is 12. You mean like multiple veins put together? Because I thought it was 1... I'm pretty sure it's 1 to 4. I'm pretty sure it's 1 to 4, actually. Alright. Frida, thank you. Could you tell my twin Agnes that I'm the superior one? She's not a channel member! Oh, you're clearly the superior one, Frida. Everyone would agree. The Last of Teth, thank you for the 20. 3 netherite per Minecraft chunk is the max you can find. Well, I found 4, but that might have been like on a chunk, like barrier. Who knows? Who knows? Mama 5D, thank you for the 20. Can you tell Aspen she's a total nerd? You're a nerd! Johan, thank you for the 20. Tell my friend David he's a nerd! Odd Plush, thank you for the 20. Do you have a favorite genre? Honestly, romantic comedies tend to be pretty good. Just in general. I like pretty much all the comedies, honestly. See, the action's alright. But the comedy is good. It's just the comedy. I think my favorite anime is probably Kaguya-sama. I don't know how to pronounce it. Love is War, that one. That one's great. That one's great. You just don't expect the storytelling to be that good, and then it is. And then it is. Yeah, chat, make fun of me, make fun of... The storytelling is good, I tell you. It's for the plot. It's for the plot. And also the jokes. You missed a PC. Oh my god, a complete computer. I missed the complete computer. Technoblade, you missed Tubbo. I just saw Tubbo, Technoblade. You gotta believe me. You gotta believe me. Audrey, thank you for the 20. Bendy Pencil, thank you for the 20. How much more money must I give you to get you to join my school's Minecraft server? That's just not happening, I'm sorry. Game Lego, thank you. Am I in lava? No, I'm just on fire perpetually. Ancient debris. Let me catch up on donations for a second here. You go back and get that right now, young man. Absolutely not. You Medji, thank you for the 20. My mom came in when you were saying you were a good boy. Technoblade, how do I explain this? It's for Santa Claus. What else is there to explain? Religious Ramen, thank you for the 25. Can you say hello, Shadow Sniper? Hello, Shadow Sniper. Nia, thank you for the 20. Thoughts on the British? Pretty mixed bag in my experience. I mean, on the one hand, you got people like Wilbur and Phil. On the other hand, you have Tommy. So you know. I know that's 2 good, 1 bad, but if you average it out, it's still slightly negative. Chloe, thank you for the 30. Techno, you made the Twitter artist cry again. What did I do? What did I do to the Twitter artist? I don't even know what I've done. But the salad timer just went off. Quick! Everybody hit the subscribe button. We're passing Skeppy. We're passing Skeppy in subscribers. Go! 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 Oh my god, we're almost to 4.24. We just need a couple thousand more subscribers, guys. Go! 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 Go, 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 go. Toxic Noxic, thank you for the 50. You passed Skeppy when he passed you 2 years ago. Tell 30 Virus to duel me. No, we need the subscribers. We need the subscribers to obliterate Skeppy once and for all. Dude Plays, thank you for the 20. Hi, my name is Kevin. Happy birthday, Kevin. Happy birthday, Kevin. Turkey, thank you for the 25. Prestige Horror, thank you for the 20. Abramo, thank you for the 20. I'm just going to speedrun these. I'm sorry. Mike, thank you. Robo Pig, thank you. Salem's Witch. Wait, am I actually caught up here? Hannah Blue, thank you for the 20. Could you call Hannah a nerd? You're a nerd! While you're vibing in the nether, I remember you mentioned playing the violin at some point. Do you still play? No, that was just for high school. Twitter isn't happy that you deny... Oh, it's because of the family dynamic? Nah, I'm sticking to that. I'm sticking to that. Twitter can get bent. They can get bent. Nah. Like, see, that completely changes the story to me just constantly backstabbing my family members. That doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. Lauren, thank you for the 20. Who's your favorite author? Oh, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Invader Beck, thank you for the 25. Techno, you just made all of Sleepy Twitter go dark. Rip. Hey, you see, you can still have that be your headcanon, all right? I'm just not gonna act in game as if it's true, all right? All right. No family bonds with Tommy, all right? There's no way my elite gamer genetics are shared with that man. It wouldn't make any sense. It'd just be a massive plot hole. Say coffee is epic. All right. Well, you paid me money. David Michael, thank you for the 20. Jackaboy, thank you for the 20. Colossal, thank you for the 20. Paladin, thank you. Ultimate Goatee, thank you for the 20. Are there any data packs on the SP or is it pure vanilla? Well, we have the plugin where you can make the maps that have images, but that's about it. Xbox Cat, thank you for the 25. Brandon King, thank you for the 100. Sliced bread. Okay, I'm just gonna speedrun all of them, and then I'm gonna go back to farming. All right. I'm sorry if I don't acknowledge your message, but I'm gonna acknowledge your name at least. River, thank you for the 20. Jaded, thank you for the 20. Blake, thank you. Ragin, thank you. Zach, thank you for the donation. He just says Ohio. Alyssa, thank you for the 25. Techno, you missed a girlfriend. Oh no. Oh, we gotta go back. I don't want to die alone. No. Laughing Alpacas, thank you for the 25. JJ Moon, thank you for the 20. Max, you can find it a single chunk is 5. Alright. Stone Python, thank you for the 20. Toxic Noctis, thank you for the 50. Alright, I'm just going to assume I'm caught up. If I somehow missed one, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm doing my best here. Agnes, thank you for the donation. Can you tell my twin Frida that she's a loser because I've been a channel member since a month ago? You're a loser, Frida. Lucas, thank you for the 20. Okay, we're going. We're going. We're playing the game. We're playing Minecraft again. We're getting more netherite. I have no idea where my portal home is. It's going to be kind of awkward. Oh, I have to go up higher. See, it's actually quite dangerous, because if I click, like, slightly wrong, I just die almost immediately. But it's okay, because Technoblade is just, it is just incapable of making mistakes, I tell you. It's just incapable, I tell you. I was going to phrase that differently the second time, and then I just didn't. Because I'm so capable! Where's my ancient debris at? It's been a while. That's soul sand. Come on, game. You can't make me go 60 seconds without ancient debris. That's just uncalled for. It's just uncalled for, a game. Oh, thank you. See, chat? Complainin' works. Complainin' works. Oh, it works so well. It works so well. The moral of the lesson is that you just gotta complain louder when things aren't going your way. You just gotta complain. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, is the phrase, I believe. Or maybe I'm getting it wrong. Who knows? Who knows? If I am, be sure to complain about it. Be sure to complain about it. Got one more bed left, but we can craft more. It's fine. We have so much wool left. Technoblade, you missed some netherite. Oh my god. I'm just gonna make 15. If I can't pick it up, well then so be it. So be it. Oh, we have to get rid of this, actually. Oh, we nailed it. You missed one! I just don't care. I just do not care, chat. You're probably lying anyways. See, the first time I believed you, I'm sure I've missed at least one this stream. But not there. But not there, I don't believe you. And even if I did, I wouldn't turn back. It's just not worth it. You just gotta push forward. What coordinates am I at? 800! Oh. That might actually be a pain getting back home. Maybe if I turn around and start bed mining in the other direction. That'll work. Oh, hey. Oh, don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Oh, yes. 4? Do I hear 4? No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm okay with 3. I'm humble like that. I'm okay with 3. And then we're going to go over here. And then we're going to turn right at some point. Some point in the near future. I'm just so good at this game. I'm just so good at Minecraft. Ivan, thank you for the 20. Tell my friend Kat to log on MC and get her own resources instead of living in my base and mooching off my stuff. I feel you might relate having Tommy in your basement. True. True. We can't tell Tommy we got all this netherite. He would waste all of it. I'm keeping it in my ender chest. There's no way. It's just not allowed. Now we're already at 300. Do. This will beat up my armor eventually, but it seems to be doing fine. It's my pickaxe I'm more worried about. We probably should have put Mended on it, but on the other hand, how would Mended have helped us? There's not really a whole lot of experience sources down here. But in the future. In the future. Do. Alright, where's that ancient debris at? I've decided to complain some more because it always works. It always works. I want an ancient debris in the next 60 seconds. Go! This is a lot of lava. This is the opposite of ancient debris. I actually don't have that many beds. So I have to get ancient debris now! Oh, that is just not good. But it's okay, I still have another bed, so I can get ancient debris. Now! Uh-oh. Get rid of this. Get rid of all this. That's just not good. Any second now, chat. The complaining strat, it works every time. It's meta. It's meta. I threw out the actual netherite that I need. Or the netherrack. Complain! Oh no. Oh no, chat, the complaining, it stopped working. Is this the end? Is this the end of Techno Rich? No, it's not, because I'm gonna keep complaining. I'm gonna keep complaining, and this next one, this is the one. This is the one. This is it! Oh! I was so correct! Oh, there's two of it! There's two of it! The complaining worked! They all doubted me. They're like, this is a Technoblade. Complaining can't save you this time. And it does. It saves me every time. Even more? I guess 5 is okay. I guess it's decent. Acceptable, even. Alright, well, you know, maybe it'll take a little bit more to get the next one, because we just got a ton. That's acceptable to me, game. That's acceptable. I won't complain about that. Or will I? Or will I? You know, maybe I will complain. Maybe I will. That lava is annoying. Get rid of it. In fact, I demand compensation for Vayne. It works. It works so well. It's just the strongest strategy in the game. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna complain. I can't believe I only got a 2 vein of ancient debris for minimal effort. I demand 3 more! Okay, that was a bit much. That was a bit much, I'll admit. Maybe we're going for a little bit too much here. I'm at 42 ancient. We need to fix Toothpick at some point. You're right, chat. You're right. We'll probably stop mining soon. Tubbo is gone. Oh, he's back. Tubbo is back. Do. Oh no, the lava's to the left. Can I turn right now? I'm at like X800, and I really don't want to be at X800. That's just not a good place to be. That's just such a long walk back home. Oh. Alright, if I don't get one in the next 2 beds, I will complain. I will complain slightly. I will raise a moderate complaint. Alright, I'm gonna actually mute my mic this time. Okay, yeah, he actually walked out of the room without saying anything, so my proper mic muting was for nothing. It was for nothing, but at least it demonstrated character growth. Character growth, I tell you. I learned how to mute my mic on live stream. It's a good skill to learn. This isn't all going into a fire, right? That would be kind of awkward if it was. That would just not be ideal. Oh, I nailed it perfectly. The exact number of beds to fill my inventory. Alright. I want an ancient debris now, or I will be moderately upset. I will be moderately upset, game. I want one immediately. Oh my god, I just took like 1 tick of fire damage, and now I'm upset. I am complaining to Minecraft's manager, give me ancient debris. It's not working. It's not working. I'm gonna complain about the complaining not working, and then I'm gonna get a 4 main. It's gonna work. Incredible. Could this be it? The end of the complaining strategy? No. I refuse. Okay, 1 second. I won't give up on it. I've complained my entire life, and I'm sure I sure ain't gonna stop now. Oh, it works. Oh, there's 4. What did I tell you, chat? Complaining undefeated. It's undefeated, chat. Wait. 5? It's just so good, chat. The Karen strategy. It's so good. This is what we call the Karen mining method. It's just so good. Karen donates 20. I give you my Karen energy. Go, complaining strat, go. Thank you, Karen. You got me 5. You got me 5 ancient debris. It was all from your power. I couldn't have done this without you, Karen. It just couldn't have happened without you. Alright. Bad Wolf. Potatoes are justice. Thank you for the 20. Owl Winter, thank you for the 20. My entire Twitter is crying. Technoblade, what have you done? Oh, no. Oh, no. Aaron, thank you for the 20. I used the complaining strat for the first time, and I got 3 netherite pug. Yeah, boy, Nick, thank you for the 20. Yo, if you read this, tell Danny that they're cool. They love your anarchy, and they're working really hard on a cosplay. Danny, you're cool. Alright. Complaining strat, activate! See, that didn't work, because I wasn't actually complaining. I was just saying the word complain. It's just not the same. In fact, see, I've gone against the ideals of the complaining strat, so now there's lava everywhere. And I hate it. I hate lava. Alright. Alright, here we go. We just gotta complain. This lava is so annoying! Oh. Didn't work. It didn't work. But we just have to have faith. We just have to have faith, chat. Any second now. Thank you, British narrator. I just love how Techno's caused like 10 canon deaths so far in exchange for 0 of his own. Technoblade never dies! True, true. This is all correct information. I keep hitting F1 by accident. And it's making me furious. Give me ancient debris. This is the game's fault somehow. Alright. I did it again! Are we gonna get a stack of ancient debris? That would be pretty oh god. Oh, there's lava everywhere. This is the end. The plan's falling apart, chat. This could be it. This could be it, chat. Unless I complain! Oh. Oh, it's all over. It's all over. Your pickaxe, I know my pickaxe needs durability, alright? I am aware. But I cannot repair it right now. Look, I'm actually headed back towards the portal right now. I'm actually going back home. I'm multitasking. Toxic Noxic, thank you for the 50. Boy, thank you for the 20. When's Frame of Mind 2.0 coming? I have no idea. Lorna, thank you for the 25. Can you call my friend Diego a nerd? Diego, you're a nerd. I'm thank you for the 20. Lunatic everything, thank you for the 25. Yumeji is my boyfriend, and I can't believe he donated 20. I can't let him one-up me. Take 25! That's exactly the kind of competition I want to see here on the Technoblade channel. Alright, let me just get caught up so I don't miss any. Merlin, what do you think of Oscar Wilde? Also, can you call my friend Rin a nerd? Rin, you're a nerd! Lil Flower, thank you for the 20. Tiger MC, thank you for the 20. Lucas, thank you for the 20. Oh, Lucas. Oh, well, it's not spelled with a K, so he's okay. I think the bad Lucas is spelled with a K. Okay, I literally was saying that, and I just found a second donation from Lucas, but this one spelled with a K. I'm sorry, Lucas. I'm sorry. Thank you for the 20. That's such an awkward coincidence, Lucas with the K. Athos Games, thank you for the 20. Agnes, thank you. Can you call my twin Frida a nerd? Alright. It was just awkward. We got 2 Lucases in a row. 2 Lucases in a row. Emma, thank you for the 20. I have to go study for my finals now. Have a great rest of the stream. Okay, bye, Emma. Good luck on your finals. Boob, thank you for the 20. My sister Grace is dozing through your stream because it's 10 p.m. here. Can you yell at her to wake up? Grace, wake up! Wake up, Grace! Wake up! Techno Pepe, thank you for the 100. How is Floof? He's doing alright. How is Leaf Floor Guy? I haven't seen him around recently. Karen, thank you for the 20. Oh wait, I think I've read that one. I think I'm caught up. Unity Blue, thank you for the 100. John Borg, thank you for the 20. Can you call my girlfriend Emily a nerd? Emily, you're a nerd! Bro, I'll donate 100 if you tell 30 Virus to duel me. 30 Virus, could you please duel this man? Except not really. The longer you delay, the richer I get. Alright, I told him, man. Any second now. Any second now. Ow, my ears. Look, I just woke everyone up, alright? I woke up all the Graces. I had to wake them up so they could hit the subscribe button. Wait, did I forget to set this? I forgot to set the sellout timer! I think there would be another 9 minutes on it, actually. So it's fine, it's fine. If you bind use item block to V, then hold it down, you can ding a bell at hyper speed. I'll have to try that next time, Deuce. I'll have to try that next time. Lucas, what's wrong with Lucas with a K? I think money will solve this problem. Perhaps it's just a reference to the Minecraft story mode stream. So there was a Lucas, and that guy sucked. He sucked. Half the characters sucked, to be fair, but him especially. A promise is a promise. Thank you, Toxic, for the 100. Alright, I'm actually caught up on donations now. Just kidding. Poopy just donated $20. Sub to Technoblade. Pog. Alright. You know, I haven't got an Ancient Debris in a while. Maybe, if I complain about it, good things will happen. I'm so upset that I haven't got any Ancient Debris lately. I'm so upset. I would like to speak to Minecraft's manager. If the manager of Minecraft could get in the chat and explain to me why I'm not finding Ancient Debris. It works! Melon King, thank you for the 50. Can you say hi to my friend Chris? Thank you for the 20. Sahara, hello, Chris. Ellen the Fox, thank you for the 20. What is your favorite Minecraft memory? Oh, there's so many. I would not be able to think of one on the spot without someone saying, well, what about this other memory? And I'd be like, oh, well, that's a way better memory. Although winning Minecraft Monday Week 6 has got to be up there. It's got to be up there. Oh, my fire resistance is out, guys. It doesn't mean anything, but it's gonna be really annoying mining now. Which means I have more content to complain. I can complain and get so much Ancient Debris. Oh, the fire, it's hot. It's hot, give me the Ancient Debris. We have 49 Ancient Debris, that's crazy. Well, at least we're rich. You know, the title was not clickbait. Immense riches will be ours. Technoblade would never clickbait you. Technoblade is an honest man. An honest man who would appreciate more Ancient Debris Minecraft. Oh, I'm a little bit too high here. It works so well. It works so well. I'm just so unbelievably wealthy now. And it's all thanks to complaining. The Karen energy is carrying me. The Karen carry. Alright, I think it's about time for us to get out of here. I think it's time to go home. How do I get back, actually? I need to get back to the surface. Sarcastic Kiwi, are you having a good stream today? Yes, I am, Sarcastic Kiwi. Thank you for the 100. Elias, thank you for the 20. Can you say happy birthday to my sister Naomi? Happy birthday, Naomi. In fact, happy birthday to everyone whose birthday it is today. I know there's a lot of you guys out there. Yumeji, you're on, lunatic. You're on. Fight, fight, fight. Hannah, can you call me a nerd for my birthday? You're a nerd! You're a nerd! Purple stupidness, thank you for the 20. You don't know how to catch Pokemon? Are you dumb? I don't know how to catch Pokemon. Would you ever do a Technoblade Lover host? That sounds like the worst thing I could possibly imagine. I'm not going to lie to you. Denise, thank you for the 20. Eclipsion, thank you for the 20. Ellen, thank you for the 20. Alright. Deuce, thank you for the 50. Here's another pro tip. Just dig a straight tunnel and place TNT every other block instead of using beds. Much less fire and pain. Well, TNT's expensive, alright, and beds are not. Beds are just not expensive at all. How do I get back? I need to get back up to the surface. Oh, God. Maybe if I follow the bed trail here, we'll get back to somewhere reasonable? Reasonable, Pog? Why did I just reload chunks? That was not helpful. What if I blow up a bed here? Will I get ancient debris if I complain? Ah! No, but I found an exit. Well, not quite an exit, but... Did I also make this place? Who knows? Who knows? But I want to get out of here. I want to leave. Oh, we're going the wrong way entirely. Oh! I'm a genius. Toothpick is gone. Toothpick is fine. It's fine. Look at it. It's got so much durability, alright. Christopher donates. Toothpick, no! No! Listen, chat. I can't lose my only remaining weapon, okay? Is that actually my portal? That kinda looks like my portal, honestly. Well, I looked away for 1 second. 1 second and I fall into a pit of lava. You just can't trust the nether, man. Adora, thank you for the 20. Bruh, thank you for the 20. I'm watching the stream in VR. Pog! Truly the ideal viewing experience. Fix toothpick, yes, I have Mending books back home. You saw me get the Mending books, we're good. Is this actually my portal? Are the coordinates even right? I don't think they're right. Yeah, I don't think this is my portal. I don't know whose portal it is, though. Toothpick is not gone, alright? Chat, relax. Relax, chat. Oh yeah, there's no way that's my portal. There's just no chance. My portal is way over there. How do I get there? Okay, there's a bridge over there. It's fine. We'll get back. We'll get back easily. Easily, I tell you. I kind of want to stop by L'Manberg. I don't have any potions. Well, I just stored everything valuable. I want to drop by L'Manberg. Two L'Manberg guys are online. I don't have any potions. But I still want to stab them. Please do not knock me off. That would be very awkward. That would be very awkward. You know, I'm just going to drop by, check on in, you know? See the sights. See, last time when I dropped by, I got 3v1'd, which is not scientifically possible now, so it's already good. It's already a step up from last time. Just gonna drop on by L'Manberg for the audience retention, you know, as you do. As you do. Look, Toothpick has enough durability left for a fight. Come on. Come on, it's fine. It's fine. Little Echo, thank you for the 25. Techno, please, not the pickaxe. I swear, you're the kind of player who looks at their item and it's got 10 durability, and yeah, you're like, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Come on, it's got 10 durability. Unbreaking 3, that's like 30 durability. It's fine. You missed a dragon egg. Thank you, Christopher. I will head back immediately. Lunatic, thank you for the 27. Eggio, thank you for the 27. A Feather in the Wind, thank you for the 20. You should replace the propaganda with cool fan art. That's a good idea. Bean Man, thank you for the 20. No, that's Athos, and he says, tell Bean Man he's a nerd. Alright. Human GPS Pog, thank you for the mention. Rabbit. Okay, we need to get in and stab the people in L'Manberg quickly. So we can get back in time for the sellout timer, which I'm going to be honest, I don't think we're getting back in time for. That just does not seem realistic at all. It just does not seem realistic at all. They aren't there. Are they not there? Well, then we can just vibe. We can just vibe. We can check out the Hound Army. Breed them some more. Alright. You know what I'm gonna put? I'm gonna delay the sellout timer by 4 minutes. By 4 minutes! Please don't spam coordinates. Is anyone still spamming coordinates? I've explained why not to do that like 5 times. Like 5 times. Oh, Laserbeam is here. I can't kill him. He's one of my YouTube gaming bros. Is anyone here? I'm very stealthy right now. It would sure suck if L'Manberg saw me in their territory and did a high-speed chase spanning 20 minutes of high viewership content. Oh, that would suck. I sure hope that doesn't happen. Oh, I sure hope vast sums of people do not donate me all their money. Oh, that would suck. It's not working. Alright. Alright, they're not here. They're actually not here. Alright, well, we can breed the wolves at least. We gotta hurry for the sellout timer. To the bees! Techno, you missed dirt! Oh god, we gotta go back. We gotta get the dirt. We gotta get the dirt. It's just so necessary. It's just so necessary. We have, I don't have any rotten flesh on me, but I think I left some here. Complain? You're right. I didn't complain enough. I didn't complain enough. That's why they're not here. The wolves haven't grown up. Wait, has no one been here like the entire time I've been on the server? Because it's definitely been 20 minutes. Well, at least it's been the 5 minutes I can breed them. Oh, we're gonna have so many hounds. We're gonna have so many hounds. Hello, Max. Where are the new babies? Stop standing on the ledge. That's not a good place. You know what? You know what? You can live your life on the edge. That's fine. That's fine. That's your choice. I got all of them right. They're not about to teleport to me and it's gonna be awkward. Bees! They were shoving me, man, with their hitboxes. Up! Chat, you said they weren't here. You said they weren't here, chat, you liars. Lies. Alright. Alberto, thank you. Blood for the blood gods. Hey, Techno, can you tell Blue she's a nerd? Blue, you're a nerd. Alexander, thank you for the 20. Hey, Techno, I was gone for a while. What did I miss? Also, first time donating Pug. Oh, we got a lot of netherite. You missed your soul. Thank you, Cap. Thank you. Anything goes. Thank you for the 25. Why do I hear footsteps? Ah, it's fine. He's gone. All right, we're just gonna sneak out of here. I'm not gonna assassinate Laserbeam. All right, he is a chill YouTube gaming dude. Where did he go? Well, mystery for later. Mars, thank you for the 20. I reckon you should do the Chica dance for us. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Oh, the techno propaganda. We got to replace all of this with fan art, all right. This was, as I was saying earlier, this was a prime fan art opportunity, the anti-Technoblade propaganda, and then we did not use it at all. British Narrator, thank you for the 20. Please name a wolf Onyx the next time you're down there. I'm going to be honest, I'm going to forget that, British Narrator. It's too late. It's too late. There's no way I'm going to remember that far into the future. I've probably already forgotten like 3 things people have told me to do when I get back home. Oh god, the sellout timer goes off in like 12 seconds. Quick, delay it another 2 minutes. Delay it another 2 minutes. I have to get back home first. Laserbeam would not snitch. Yeah, Laserbeam's chill. And he also logged out. So that's also another reason he wouldn't snitch. Possibly. Possibly. Are you guys getting jebaited by a fake dream again? Why do you guys do this every time? Oh, the real dream joined. Wait, was it the actual dream in the chat for once? Because they get jebaited so many times. The amount of fake dreams my chat has been fooled by is insane. Just one person just renames their YouTube account Dream, and they're like, oh, Technoblade, the real Dream is here. In fact, how do I know this Dream in the server isn't a fake? Is he verified on Minecraft? I don't see a verification tick next to his name. Sounds fake. Sounds fake. Egan, thank you for the 20. Where's Tommy? I don't think he's streaming today. So we're just doing a nice chill solo stream. I say as Dream logs in ominously. Ominously. Aaron, thank you for the 20. Make a prank video, title it The Pranks of... Yeah, I can't do that. That would get me demonetized. Demonetized, I tell you. Maybe Dream logged in because he knew the sellout timer was about to go off, and he's like, Technoblade needs my help. He needs my help. For the channel member bell. He needs my assistance. Alright, Expert Day, thank you for the 20. Oh, we only have 18 seconds left. We only have 18 seconds left before it happens. Oh no, it spawned me far away. No. Why is the portal, why is it so far out here? No. No, 3 seconds. No. We didn't make it, but you can still hit the subscribe button. You can still hit the subscribe button. The sellout timer has got off. Hit the subscribe button. Everybody subscribe while I desperately run back to my base and stall for time. Hit that subscribe button. We've actually gotten a lot of subscribers today. I think we've passed Skeppy officially. Pug. Drew, thank you for the 20. Tell Dream he's fake. Perhaps. Zane, thank you for the 25. Can you say Merry Christmas, Zane? Merry Christmas, Zane. We gotta get back to our base for the channel member bell. But while we're doing that, hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button. I'm gonna get to my base, and Dream's just gonna be chilling. He's just gonna be chilling in my house, like, sup. This is your house? Nah, this is my house, Technoblade. I live here now. It's mine. We gotta get to the channel member bell. We gotta get there in time for the sellout timer. Oh, thank God we made it here in time. Channel member bell. Everybody hit the channel member. Oh, wait. Someone did. What was it? Oh, God, it works. It's making so much noise. You have to become a channel member now. Don't look at that guy over there. Don't look at that guy. I'm busy right now. Pay no attention to the man that just walked through the window. Pay no attention to that man because you were about to hit the join button. Hit the join button. If we make a loud enough noise, he'll go away. If we make a loud enough noise, he'll go away, guys. Hit that join button. I'm making so much money. It's unbelievable. It's frankly unbelievable how well this works. I'm just using a bell in Minecraft. Why is it so lucrative? One of us. Dream's just sitting here like, how long is he gonna do this for? How long is he gonna say, I'm gonna do it until it works. I'm gonna do this until it stops working. Which means 2 hours. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Let's rebind this. Use item. Right click. Alright, let me just, 1 second here. Yeah, he's not gonna suspect when he sees, like, just the painting of Tommy. When he sees the painting of Tommy, he'll never suspect. When he just sees the thing labeled Tommy. When he sees the thing labeled Tommy, he's not going to suspect. He's not going to suspect. It's fine. It's fine. You know what I have to pick? He's just standing outside. Menacingly. Alright, Mendin. And now Toothpick will repair itself at some point in the future. Alright, what else do I have to hide before he sees it? I have to hide this entire house. I think we still have time. I have to hide that entire cobblestone tower. I don't think he knows, chat. I don't think he knows. I think we're fine, chat. I think we're fine. He doesn't suspect. He suspects nothing, chat. He suspects nothing. Hey! Hey there! Am I deafened in Discord? I am deafened. He's been talking to me this whole time, and I'm deafened. Hello, Dream! Thank God you're here. My audience retention was going down, man. Did I not undeafen? No, I did undeafen. He's just standing there. Oops, 1 second.
Oh, there we go.
Take your time, Dream.
Hello.
My viewership is going up, so if you could stall for another 5 minutes, as all the stands say on Twitter, Dream is on Technoblade's live stream. Quick, everyone tune in and hit the subscribe button. Everyone subscribe. All right. How are you doing on this lovely afternoon?
Pretty good. Pretty good. It's nice. I see this construction next door.
Oh, it's
Pretty
incredible.
nice.
It's incredible. It looks terrible.
I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah. Not really.
Looks nice. I actually came here and I visited the other day with Ghostbur.
Oh. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna need you to stop like trespassing on my property without permission. It's just kind of weird. You know, I mean, I know I owe you a favor and all, but that doesn't mean you can just walk in whenever. You know.
Oh, that's fair.
Think of it like I'm a genie and you get your one wish and you want to like cash that in.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I thought Ghostbur was living with you, so.
I have
Ghostbur gave
no
me
idea what
permission,
Ghostbur is doing. He's just
Okay,
vibing.
okay.
He shows up.
Well, I know that Tommy's been here.
Thank you, Ducko Taco, for the 100. Cold Boy, thank you for the 50. Archangel Bean, thank you for the 50. Go on, Dream. I'm listening. Archangel Bean, thank you for another 50. Deuce, thank you for the 20. Emo Wolf, thank you for the 20. Conaway, thank you for the 20. Chat, I don't think he suspects chat. I think we're fine.
Well, listen.
Tycho, welcome new channel member. Oh, sorry, Dream. Go on.
No, it's okay. I don't
Ducko
care
Taco,
this
welcome
year.
new channel member. King Pig Tier Pog. Oh, sorry. Go on.
I don't.
Anonymous fan, welcome new channel member.
Oh my god! What the hell is wrong with you?
They just keep. Okay. I just caught up. It's fine. There's no more.
Okay, here we go, Techno. You ready? Are you ready?
Fender Bender, welcome new channel member. Okay, I think we're caught up. Guardian Cherisher, thank you for the 20. Have you reacted to any of the
annoying.
Dream SMP animatics? Not when I reacted to like a fan video, but not like an animatic. I do watch those though. I'm sorry, Dream. Go on. I'm sorry. Cole is not awesome. Welcome new channel member Jada James. Thank you. Unity Blue. Welcome new channel member Backbiter 835. Welcome everybody. King Pig Tier. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go on. Foxy, welcome new channel member. Yeah. Reigns, thank you for the 20. He says donation to Distract Dream. Thank you, Reigns. Thank you. All right. I'm sorry. Go on. I just got 2 more.
Okay. You can do 2 more. It's fine. You go ahead.
Dina, Kenna, Bartik, Catherine, Llama. Thank all. Welcome new channel members. Gamer to go. Welcome new channel member. Princess Joy Palcone. Thank you for the 20. Nezcow. Welcome new channel member. All right, we're caught up. Actually, Francesco.
Are you sure you don't want to just come up here and ring this bell? It seems like you're really.
Yeah, you know, we're basically
invested,
doing this.
you know,
we're basically doing this. Penguin fan David. Oh, I'm making so much money
I thought you had
stalling
a
right
timer
now.
for a
This is
reason.
incredible. This is incredible. Oh yeah, I actually just did the sellout timer, but you being here is just like an inherent sellout timer.
Oh, okay.
All right. So anyhow, this was a nice conversation. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to my stream now. So if you could just leave, that'd be fantastic. But yeah, tell me when you think of a wish. I'm magical.
You don't want to have a conversation, Techno?
Well, I mean, if you want to cash in on the wish, we could have a conversation, you know.
I don't want to cash in on the wish.
All right.
But
just leave that ominously in the air for audience retention.
That's true.
I can appreciate that.
There's always that wish later, but I will remind you.
Welcome to channel member Venti, Ice Cream Girl, ASF, Cuppy. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go on. Lambo, Uzumaki Hana. Thank you, Claire.
This will catch your attention. This will catch your attention, Techno.
I'm sorry. My family member just walked.
Theseus.
I have to mute my mic. My family member just walked. That wasn't a troll. They walked in and said like "wet," and then they walked out. I don't know why they did that.
the hell is wrong with you?
That was my brother, man.
You're
You can't blame
wasting my
me.
time, Technoblade.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm wasting your time, Dream. I'm sorry. Well, I'm live, you know, so really I'm wasting 211,000 people's times. That's kind of how my content works. Someone just donated and said, filibuster Dream.
Like, I'm going until he leaves. And
The
then
filibuster is working. All right.
I just have one thing to say, okay?
My roommate's mad. We can just
Because
ignore
I
him.
looked at him.
Yeah, he's not a big fan of eye contact.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a, lone wolf, you might say.
I don't get it.
Anyway. So, you like to talk about the story of Theseus a lot, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, I will remind you that in the story of Theseus, do you know how he dies?
Oh, yeah, he gets, like, yeeted off of a cliff by some guy.
By what guy?
Bro, I don't remember this. What is this, class? some like, king.
He gets yeeted off of the cliff by the guy who was the king of the island that he took refuge on after exile. Now, I'm not pointing this out for any particular
You don't
reason.
know his name either, do you?
No, I don't know his name.
Yeah, that's what I
Even if
thought.
did, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Say it, but still. I'm just, I'm just pointing it out. I know you're, as long as I know where Tommy is, which I do.
Oh yeah, where is he?
I might come in here at any point, but
Where is he right now?
okay. Well, I have no idea where he is, but
Yeah, that's
I know
what I
that
thought. That's what I thought. He's logged out. He could be anywhere. He could be
sometimes
anywhere.
He's around here. Listen, there's a picture of Tommy and Wilbur on the wall. in this ugly
That could
house
be
next to your
anyone's
house.
picture.
No,
That
it
could be
cannot.
anyone's
There's
ugly
a sign
house.
in your house yesterday that you said was yours that said how to build a girlfriend. Techno, does that
Listen,
sound like you?
Listen, don't.
Like, did you really think that you were fooling me?
I don't
Yes,
appreciate
I'm
this
lonely.
judgment
I'm lonely.
Dream.
I'm
I
Technoblade.
don't appreciate this, alright? Not all of us can be Chads with 14 million subscribers. Some of us are lonely guys with only 4.24 million. If everyone
You
could
built
just
this
hit the
cobblestone
subscribe
tower,
button.
Is what you're saying. You're saying this ugly cobblestone tower.
That was
like
naturally
Tommy and-
generated. It was
No, it
always
was
there.
not.
It was always there, Dream. Oh, I'm getting mauled.
Well, listen. I was just reminding you of that story. Okay, you like to point out how it collides with this story a lot. And I think it could, and
All right.
especially maybe if I maybe eventually maybe I will call in a favor, but.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I've gained 20,000 viewers in this conversation. This is fantastic. Keep talking. The filibuster is really working.
Oh, well, this is the wrong floor. It's
See,
down here.
I told you, like, could you stop going through my house? And you just keep entering and leaving my
Okay,
house repeatedly.
well, listen.
It's very rude. It's very rude.
You took me to this sign yesterday, and you were claiming these were you. Let me just read these signs again. Sell foot.
Again,
you looked me in the eyes
I'm a
yesterday and you told me-
businessman. I'm a businessman, Dream. All right,
You
it's a
looked me in the
Skyblock.
eyes
It's a
yesterday.
Skyblock reference.
No, it's
There's
not.
a pig
It's a
foot.
it's a
It gives
Tommy in
+1
it.
foot.
Dumb sign.
It gives +1 speed. Oh, I would Tommy in it
yesterday-
sell his foot anyways. Am I right?
Yeah,
Am I right?
I don't know because
It could be a rabbit foot. All right, it could be any foot.
Listen,
be
build
this cow's
assertive
foot.
cobblestone tower of power.
Oh, we got that. We got that one checked off. We can just remove that sign.
Upgrade weapons. You have full netherite.
I actually just added Mendon to my pickaxe today. So I guess we can just chalk that one off as well.
Get Technoblade's weapons. How could you get Technoblade's weapons?
Dude, I speak in the third person all the time. Haven't you heard my
No,
key
that's not
phrase,
even-
Technoblade never dies? I say it all the time, Dream.
Okay, listen. Cringe therapy, but spelt wrong.
It's a hard word to spell.
No, you are an English major.
I dropped out of college because Minecraft
Okay,
was the
you-
only
you
thing I had the
wouldn't spell
intellectual
therapy.
capacity for.
What? I just fell down here.
Yeah, you just gotta swim out. It's not really an established place yet.
Get more leverage.
Leverage is good.
Okay. Build girlfriend.
That's still a work in progress.
That's the weirdest one.
It's
yeah,
a
that's
work in
not-
progress.
All right. Well, listen. The reason I didn't say anything the other day and yesterday is because I don't necessarily care as long as I know where he is, because he's not coming to L'Manberg. And if he comes to L'Manberg, though, it's a problem.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, you really need
What
to
the
keep
hell?
those. You really need to keep these doors closed because the
There's a
zombies.
chicken on a. There's a chicken. There's a chicken. What?
They just walk in and then they kill all my villagers and it's
You
just
want to keep
not
this
good.
as a pet? It's kind of cool.
Nah.
Okay.
It's leaving.
Now you have-
It's
now you have-
leaving.
Now you have no choice. I mean.
All right. Well, I guess it's there forever now.
Yeah, it's kind of perfect. All right. Well, I'm sure that I will probably see you tomorrow or I
mean,
guess another day.
It just seems so rude. Do I barge into your house stream and just start looking through your stuff and commenting on your suspicious to-do lists on your wall? Actually, do you even have a house? I've never seen you in a house.
I do have a house, but it's very, very far from here.
Do you are you homeless? Is this like you just don't
No,
want to
I'm
admit
not-
that you don't have a
I'm
house?
not homeless. I do have a house.
Do you sleep outside, Dream?
I don't even sleep, but I do have a house.
Prove you have a house. I'm gonna follow you to your house then.
No, you're
I'm
not
following you to your house, Dream.
I'm not gonna go to my house. I'm gonna go back to.
That's because you don't have a house, Dream. You're homeless.
I do have
You're
a house.
homeless, Dream.
I have a house.
That's why you show up at my house. You wanted to sleep here for the night, but I
No,
was logged in.
I showed up to keep an eye on Tommy. That's why I showed up your house.
Oh my god, do you need to live in the cobblestone tower, Dream? I mean, we have room. If you need a place to sleep, man, I have a bed. I have a bed, man. You can sleep here under like a tree or something.
I have a house. Okay.
Sure thing.
My house
Sure thing.
is the biggest house on the server.
I believe you, man. I believe
No,
everyone believes you. Everyone believes
I
you,
swear though,
Dream.
I promise. I'm not even kidding. It's huge. It's like you use redstone. and
I
stuff.
believe
It's
you,
awesome.
man. The redstone, the amazing redstone house that's just never been witnessed before. But trust me, it's real. I believe you.
Well, okay. Yeah, you're right. It's right. Because why would I keep my house secret? Because then nobody can come and pillage it and barge into my house.
I
like
completely
I've
believe
done.
you, Dream. It's okay,
well,
Dream.
We're on the same page. Then.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
I do have
man.
a house.
You
I have a giant
absolutely
house.
have a house. It's the hugest house.
Huge.
Nobody's
Thank
seen
you.
a house as large as Dream's house. I believe you.
Thank you.
I believe you.
Thank you. I'm glad we're on the same page. I'm just gonna go to my giant house now
All right.
without you.
Have fun. He's not in VC. He's not in VC. How did he disappear? How did he disappear? Oh my god, he's building a I can't be seen. I can't be seen. Is that his house? Is he building a house because I shamed him too much? Did I shame him too much that he's now building a cobblestone house because I made fun of him for being homeless? Is that what has happened? Oh, this is sad to see. This is sad to see. Oh no. Oh, it's the largest house I've ever seen. Oh, he's building a door. He is. He is, chat. He is. Oh, this is just depressing. This is just sad. I can't bear to watch, chat. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. We bullied him too much, chat. We bullied him too much. Oh no, he just wanted to be the intimidating villain, chat, and now we've just ruined his prestige. He needs a house. He needs a house. He's making the cobblestone thing. All right, well, you know, let's not make fun of him, guys. Okay, there's nothing shameful about being homeless. It's very disrespectful. I mean, it's the pandemic. It's hard. Rent prices just keep going up while wages are stagnant. All right, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. The important thing is that we leave him to his own devices, all right? Because he has his own dignity as another human being, all right? That's the important thing. That's the important thing, is that we do not spy on him, all right? We're just not going to spy on him. That would be very rude. That would be very rude. On an unrelated note, I'm going to start brewing some potions, but that's not related because we're respecting his boundaries, chat. We're respecting him. It's hard times for Dream. It's hard times for Dream, all right? We're going to respect him, all right? All right? There's nothing to make fun of here. There's nothing to make fun of at all right? All right, chat. Don't laugh. Don't laugh, chat. Do not laugh. It's very rude. It's unacceptable even, chat. All right? All right, do not laugh. Do not laugh, chat. Absolutely no laughter, chat. Absolutely no laughter. Why is there a slowness potion in here? No, I messed it up. Okay, you know what? That does not matter to me. It does not matter to me. Let me catch up on my donations for a second. FossilNet, Homeless Stream, thank you for the 100. Pan, thank you for the 20. Behold Nonsense, thank you for the 20. Nova Stellar, thank you for the 20. The Aaron, yes, thank you for the 20. Xbox Cat, thank you for the 25. Kershal, thank you for the 20. Pan, thank you. Techno Stall. Techno Stall. Dream Distraction Pog, thank you Backstab. Thank you T-Toxy, thank you Oesme. I'm just gonna assume that's all of them because we gotta go. We gotta go, chat. Alright, chat, it's time to watch respectfully. It's time to watch respectfully, chat. We're gonna... you know, it'd be very rude for all of us to go over to his cobblestone house and laugh at him from a distance, all right? That's why I would not do such a thing. I would not do such a thing, chat. That would be rude and uncalled for, all right? I would never. That'd just be a low blow, honestly, all right? That'd just be too far. It'd be too far, chat. It'd just be too far. Oh, it's made out of dirt. He ran out of cobblestone and now he's building the rest out of dirt. Oh no. Oh no. He's got the dirt house. It's gonna have the grass top, chat. I have not seen a man this broke in a long time, chat. Oh no. Oh no. I'd have to reset. Oh, I actually did set this out timer. Oh, that poor man in his dirt house. Oh, Enderman, leave. Don't take his dirt. Don't take his dirt, Enderman. Chat, I know I have armor on. That's why I'm hiding behind a ledge here. Oh, that poor man. Okay, I need a place to dump items that won't be seen. I really don't care. I really don't care. I'm just throwing it on the ground here. If he picks that up, he's not going to suspect. That could be anyone's Tommy sign. That could be anyone's Tommy sign. Tommy hasn't been here. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, there he is. He's in full netherite. He's in full netherite and he has a dirt house with a wood door. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, he's got the Minecraft music on. He's building his first house, guys. He's building his first house. Enderman, go away. Enderman, don't take his dirt. Oh, the grass is growing, chat. The grass is growing. Oh, no. Oh, wait, is he making another room out of dirt? He doesn't even have wood. He doesn't even have wood, chat. Oh, no. Is he walking over here? No. I am watching respectfully, chat. I am watching respectfully, alright? Nobody is allowed to make fun of this man. See, he's a hard-working man, alright? He's building his house. He's looking up a tutorial on YouTube as we speak. He's alt-tabbing. Because there's no way a man could build such a beautiful dirt house. He has to plow the snow. Oh, he's finishing off the wall here. He's got the stick. He's got the stick. He's got to world edit the rest of the dirt, guys. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, this is so sad. This is so sad. Oh, this guy is somehow more broke than Tommy in it. I didn't think it was possible. I didn't think it was possible. How much left on my invis? 4 minutes. Oh, this poor man. This poor man. Wait, he's actually placing stairs? He's got into the good part of the tutorial. Thank you, Zach, for the 25. Go up and open and close this door. Nah, that would be rude. That would be impolite, man. Dr. Jack, thank you for the 50. Thank you, Techno. I proved my friend wrong. Why does he have a dirt house with the wood stairs? I guess you can't make dirt stairs, but still destroy the green blob. If you do, I'll drop a 100. Yeah, 1 second. Let me just drop by and quick drop the strongest enemy I have on the server. Well, not really enemies, but you know what I mean. With a low durability pickaxe. Yeah, let me get right on that, man. Let me just jump right on over there and take him out and hope my pickaxe doesn't die while it happens. Even if he went AFK, it'd probably break. Yeah, let me get right on that. Let me get right on that. Irmo, thank you for the 20. Please call my friend Vanilla out. Vanilla, you're a clown. You're a clown. Oh, this poor man. This poor man. The years of playing Build Mart has prepared him for this. He just plays snow. Or is that white quartz? I don't know. I'm not quartz, concrete. Who knows? Oh, this is sad. Oh, this is depressing. Oh, no, this is his first day playing Minecraft. See, the thing is, he's a speedrunner, so he never has to build. He's never had to play Minecraft this long. He doesn't make he's a nomad. He's building it out of dirt. He's building it out of dirt. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, he managed to complete it before the sun went down, so he'll at least be protected from zombies, guys. We have to give him that. The zombies will not be able to get through his dirt house. All right. He hasn't been in the VC this. Okay, I just had to check Discord to make sure he hasn't been listening to me this entire time. That would be a bit awkward. That would be a little bit awkward, guys. Yep, I really don't see a zombie getting through that. I think he's protected, possibly from skeletons as well. Possibly. Who knows? Who knows? You know, there's a village he could have lived in, like, right over there, and all of the houses are nicer, but no. But no. Is he cutting down trees? He's upgrading his house. He's upgrading it to wood, ladies and gentlemen. He's upgrading it to wood. Go see what's inside. Do I dare take the risk? Do I dare? I dare. I'm going in. Dream's evil lair. There's a chest. Dream's evil bedroom. Dream's evil bathroom. All right, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out. This is like Slender Man. This is like Slender Man. We just found the papers. We just found the papers and we're out. And we dip. We dip. Is he still? Where is he? Oh, there's a creeper right there. Is he still over there? What's he doing? No, he's not there. He's somewhere. Is he at my house? Oh, there he is. Oh, he's going back. He's going back to his evil lair. His evil lair. He's throwing at the snow. No, not the sticks. Those are some of your most prized possessions, Dream. Don't throw them away. Can you really afford to be throwing this away, Dream? All right, he has an axe. Oh, wait, there's a baby zombie. No, that's just a regular zombie. Oh, it's going to take him down. Oh, no. Dream, you have to be in the house. The house gives you protection from the zombies, Dream. What are you doing? He's building it out of a different type of wood entirely. No! No, not the creeper! No, his beautiful build! No! No, it's all gonna go up in flames! No! Oh, his front lawn is ruined. It's ruined. No, his real estate value. It's gone from $5 to $3. No! No, how could this happen? How could this happen? And the zombie gets him. That's why you gotta stay in the house, Dream, or the zombies will get you. That's what the house is for, Dream. Oh, no. Oh no. Has any man suffered as much as Dream has in this one stream? Penwin, thank you for the 21st Dodo Pog. Techno, I just got my first parrot. Please give me a name for the blue boy. Bro, I'm not good with names, man. I'm not good with names. Call him, I don't know, Rain. Rain the parrot, because he's blue. Rain, that's actually a decent name. Oh, he's building, why is he building that on the side? Who knows? Who knows? Pan, thank you for the donation. Amazing, Zach, thank you for the 20. Dude, my invis is going to run out while I read donations, and he's just going to stare at me, and I'm going to be awkwardly sitting here on a ledge. It's going to be hilarious. Can you please wish Reese a happy birthday? Happy birthday, Reese. Happy birthday, everyone whose birthday it is. Jason, give him a bed. Should we sneak in there and give him some free building stuff? I don't really want to risk it. This is a sensitive time, all right? We saw how he reacted earlier when he called him out, man, all right? He's very sensitive about this, all right? I don't want to embarrass him. I don't want to embarrass him. K-Stabs, thank you. Send help, thank you. Deathbringer, thank you for the 100. Blood for the Blood God. Pastel, thank you. Oh, he's repairing his lawn. He didn't repair my lawn when a creeper went off, but okay. Okay, I guess that's just the difference in treatment. I'm just not valued as a teammate here. Andy, thank you for the 20. Thank you. Oh, this is so sad. This is so sad. This is supposed to, he has access to creative mode, and this is his house. It's got the dirt top. It's gonna become grass eventually. Is he just gonna leave the oak stairs there? Is that a stylistic choice? I think it is, chat. I think it is. Home was taken. Oh no. More like home not found, am I right? Am I right, guys? Oh no. Oh, the skeleton's going after him. Oh no. Oh no. This poor man. This poor man. He's having to build a house for the first time in his Minecraft career. Oh, Quackity's online. Oh, 3 minutes of invis left. Oh wait, is that a light source in there? No, it's just an... Oh, I fell. Oh, this is awkward. Does that zombie see me? Oh, no, that's not fair. That's not fair. Zombie, no, your eyesight isn't that good. We gotta take him down. We have to silence him before he alerts stream. Alright. Alright. Help him. I don't want to help him, man. You saw how angry he got earlier when we pointed out that he didn't own a house. He was furious. No trespassers allowed. Quote, Technoblade 2. Would I be a trespasser? Oh, he's got a light source. He has a light source. He's crafted a torch. Oh, wait, no, he's carrying it. He's carrying the light source. I can see it with Optifine. He just added a light source to his house, and now mobs won't spawn in his house because it's properly lit up. Oh, thank God that zombie looked at Dream. It was kind of selling me out. Oh, he's just invented torches. He's just invented torches, ladies and gentlemen. Now mobs won't be able to spawn in a nearby area. Okay, quick, I have to get back to my base. I have to get back to my base. The sellout timer is going off. Quick, everybody hit the subscribe button. Everybody subscribe to Technoblade. Subscribe to Technoblade, everyone. Yes, subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. I need so many subscribers today because I didn't stream yesterday, so I got less subscribers because I didn't actually do anything. But still, subscribe. Subscribe to Technoblade. Oh, we're almost at 4.25 mil. Oh my God, already we're almost a quarter of the way from 4 million to 5 million. I believe. Let's ring the channel member bell. Let's get some channel members. Deathbringer, thank you for the 100. Soon he might get a wooden shovel. Oh, you're so right. You're so right. Channel member bell. One of us. He's in a call by himself crying. True. Do you think a transitionary state is necessary in the transition from the capitalist mode of production to the socialist? First Titan, I play Minecraft. This is not the question to ask me. I just ring bell and make money. It's too complicated for my feeble brain. Little Echo, thank you for the 50. As a voice in your head, spook the green blob. I'll drop 100 for it. I don't want to mess with that man. You should throw a snowball at him. Perhaps. Thank you for the strangely still. How good are you at solitaire? I've forgotten how to play that game, Jake. One of us! One of us! I'm still invisible. One of us! One of us! Alright, I'm gonna go back and spy on Dream after this. See if he's invented stone tools yet. Everybody subscribe to Technoblade! Subscribe to Technoblade, yes! And hit the join button. One of us! Alright. Alright, we're headed back. We're headed back. What items do I need? What would be a good item to troll him with? I mean, if we had to troll him with something. Like, what would be a good item? See, he's smart. I can't burn down his house because it's made out of dirt. He's thought ahead. He's such a larger brain than I am. I am a fool. I built my house out of wood, which can be burnt down. Oh, I'm so foolish. No, that's just mean. That's just mean. Don't do that. No. We can't do that. We can't do that. I can't think of anything. Snowball. We can just. Oh, do we have eggs? Do we have eggs? We can egg his house. I don't think I have eggs. Didn't I steal eggs earlier? I probably threw them out, didn't I? Wait, what if we have eggs? Ah! We're going in, boys. It's time to egg Dream. With our 2 eggs we stole from L'Manberg. We're going in. This is a plot stream now. This is canon. This is canon. Everybody show up to the stream. This is going to be an important plot point. It's an important plot point. Boom. 400,000 concurrent viewers. Let's go. Let's go. I still have all my armor on. I completely forgot about that. Important plot stream, let's go. Let's go. If you miss this stream, you won't be able to understand the story. Oh, his house is covered in snow. He has a fence. He has a fence. Well, I don't want to egg him while he's outside. I mean, that would just be rude, frankly. Although he's clearing the snow. He's in the crafting table. It spawned a chicken. He doesn't suspect. He doesn't suspect. He doesn't know. He doesn't. He didn't feel it. His armor was so strong the chicken just bounced right off of him. He doesn't know. Wait, is he looking at the chicken? Where did the chicken go? Where is the baby chicken? He did. He saw the baby chicken. Oh, this poor man. His house is just covered in snow. She tried to plow it off, but just more appeared. It just doesn't work that way. Oh, this poor man. This poor man. He's got the default Minecraft music on. We need the default Minecraft music. The first day music. Let's play it. Let's play the music. I got 6. Okay, I'm just gonna alt tab here. Minecraft full soundtrack. Is this the good one? How about this one? What's like the meme one? Oh, this one's called Minecraft. Oh, here we go. He's thinking. One day he'll remember. He'll realize you can put crafting tables indoors. He's making so much progress. Whoa. That's not good, Dream. You don't want to place that. You don't want to place that, Dream. That goes boom. That goes boom. He's thinking. He's thinking. He's got a fence gate. No one's getting through that. Ain't nobody getting through that fence gate. Oh, he's got a little diary. He's writing in it. Tomorrow, to-do list. I will build a basement. I will build a second floor. This is the opposite of speedrun. This is the slow run. He's thinking. He's thinking. Oh, the nostalgia. He's going back to his first day of Minecraft. Back to his first day of Minecraft. He's writing, "Dear Diary, today I talked to Technoblade, and he made fun of me because I have no house." Crafting table. It spawned a chicken. He doesn't suspect. He doesn't suspect.
For the busy Christmas.
He claimed to find the beat any of the
poster and told them, "Am I?" The others getting named after